Someone make it make sense.
Probably a couple.
Hello, hello. How's everyone doing tonight, today, morning, wherever you are in the world?
It's the house.
Yep. Okay, so first things first, as per usual, guys, we are going to start out with our recap from last time before we get into the next episode. This upcoming episode is all about the dogs, the Ponards, as it were. So we're going to be introduced to the K9s that were involved in this case, Garus and Bones. They did their best job, and they were super cute. We're also going to get into some of the computer forensics, and it's really funny because, you know, a lot changes in 13 years. And we're going to be hearing how kind of that looked back in 2011. But first, on this recap from last time, we're going to be focusing on the state's quote-unquote star witness, if you will, Dr. Arpad Vass, we heard from last time.
Very good. Now, when you were discussing pursuing your PhD, was it to study a specific aspect of forensic anthropology?
After chatting with Dr. Bass, I like challenges. And one of the challenges that he has always...
It's like, at which point during his testimony, right? Or like when I was editing this video, it's like, at which point do you realize, oh, okay, yeah, we're in trouble. It was right here.
So when you began your work, let's describe a little bit, if we can, for those that may not know, the Anthropological Research Facility. It's a rather unique facility, or at least it certainly was back in 1988, 89. What's unique about the Anthropological Research Facility? Explain that to us.
At that point in time, it was essentially the only facility in the world where you could study a whole body decompositional events. It's an outdoor facility. It's roughly a little less than 1.5 acres in size at this point in time. Again, it began in 1972. It was established. If someone dies suddenly, well, let me backtrack. There's about 100 trillion cells in the human body. If someone dies suddenly...
Okay, let me backtrack. There's about 100 trillion cells in the body. Let me backtrack. Since the dawn of time, I mean, that's just where I feel like this is heading.
And traumatically. It doesn't matter if it's traumatic. But the cells of the body don't yet realize that the organism is dead or about to keel over and die, you see. So the cells continue to do what they normally do, and that's cellular metabolism. Now, and this begins, you know, I mean, cellular metabolism continues on, but...
The narrative, and this witness is not a biologist.
The narrative, that's so accurate.
Does that mean I can continue? So the organism has died because of the traumatic death of the individual, but the cells of the body don't yet realize that the organism is dead, and they continue to do what they normally do, cell metabolism. One of the byproducts of cellular metabolism is carbon dioxide.
This poor jury, can you imagine? They're like, sir?
Don't like...
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, please.
Narrative, and this witness is not a chemist.
Your Honor, could we...
Overruled. You may continue, Doctor.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I forgot what it was.
You were talking about the being acidic.
Yes, carbon dioxide is acidic. It's building up inside the cells.
This happens, y'all. This happens many times where he gets interrupted and then he says, I forgot where it was, but then he makes it like a big deal, but then he like somehow immediately remembers it.
Should I begin again?
Oh,
okay, the complexity of...
The way in which he says that.
Complexity of cells.
And the pain that the jury must feel.
Ribosomes and all these cells depends on what's inside them. It could be ammonia, all these different gas.
Come at you.
It's okay.
I'm sorry.
That's all right. So just start back from.
I love my subject.
I love my subject. Sir, you are here to testify in a first-degree murder trial where they're seeking the death penalty. You're not here to show and tell and be all giggly and googly and giddy and whatever, and annoyed when they interrupt you, annoyed if they object, or like incredible, right? The way he gets so annoyed, and then he's like, I love my subject. And the way he's so crazy. He's like, the way he's acting, it's like he must think the jury's like all about it. And I guarantee you they're falling asleep. It's wild.
I can tell. 1 second. Madam Court Reporter, where would you like me to start
So
from?
cringy, right? So
Metabolism.
And improper predicate.
always overruled.
You were talking about the gases. That's where I think she lost you.
Yeah, as the bacteria now
Mr. Ashton's like, please don't go all the way back to metabolism.
Tell the jury briefly what is the Oak Ridge National
Briefly,
Laboratory.
okay.
I know that's a big question, but give us a brief overview.
The Department of Energy runs a number of national laboratories across the country. Oak Ridge National Laboratory happens to be one of them. It is the largest research laboratory in the DOE complex. It has roughly 4,000 to 5,000 employees, a large number of guests, international guests and researchers come and to perform research there. There are a number of key areas of research. Typically, these are very large, complicated projects which require multidisciplinary teams to investigate.
Go ahead.
These include things like climate change, looking at new types of biofuels. We have Homeland Security.
Doctor, let me interrupt for a second. I think you've just gone beyond the be brief part. So let me just stop you right there.
I'm sorry?
No, I said you've gone beyond the be brief part. So let me stop you right there. Does the laboratory have a broad range of scientific disciplines under the umbrella of the laboratory?
That is correct.
And the projects that the laboratory does, are they beyond just energy-related items?
Yes, they are.
Now, your particular work.
So quick side note for anyone who's interested in Shauna Gardner, because Jose Baez is her attorney, I do want to be able to cover that trial. And I just looked it up. It's set for trial October 20th of 2025, which is funny because my birthday is October 23rd. So ostensibly, unless that date changes, they will be going to trial or at trial on my birthday. So
With the laboratory, you talked about multidisciplinary projects. Have you been involved in projects that had nothing to do with forensic anthropology?
Well, again, as a research scientist, we have to pretty much have expertise in a variety of different fields. I may not have a PhD in those fields, but I have to know more than the average person walking on the street.
All right. Did there come a point in time when you felt that you had done all you could do in the area of postmortem interval determination?
There was.
Go ahead.
Yes, there was. After the third model that we developed, and that was a model based on how tissue breaks down in very early decompositional stages. Protein is made up of building blocks of amino acids, and we were looking at the liberation of specific ratios of amino acids. And essentially that ended up being the cutting edge method worldwide of doing time since death, because we were on an hourly basis of determining how long someone had been dead. After that point, I pretty much said, biochemically, I've reached the limit of my knowledge. I don't really think I could do any more in that field. And so we became interested in other aspects of forensic anthropology.
When did another project garner your attention at that point?
Yes.
Go ahead.
As I said before, I like challenges. And up until that point, I thought that time since death was the most difficult.
So that part is so funny. let me back that up just a second, because this part, I've reached the limit of my knowledge and blah, blah. This is one of his key moments here, I think.
Reached the limit of my knowledge. I don't really think I could do any more in that field. And so we became interested in other aspects of forensic anthropology.
When did another project garner your attention at that point?
Yes.
Go ahead.
As I said before, I like challenges. And up until that point, I thought that Timeson's death was the most difficult question that a forensic anthropologist needed to answer. So that's why I like that area, because it's a difficult challenge.
We get it.
I was wrong.
And responsive to the question.
Finally.
Have you found the odor of human decomposition to be distinguishable, just from your nose perspective, from all of those other things?
From your nose
I'm sorry, Dr.
That's okay. Have you found the odor of human decomposition to be distinguishable from the odor of the animal decomposition that you have experienced?
I think, yes. And the environmental parameters include temperature, rainfall, barometric pressure, things of that nature. Now, it is interesting, and if I may elaborate just briefly.
No.
Barometric pressure, for instance. I mean, the ground is a living, breathing entity, if you will. So if a high pressure moves in, it pushes chemicals down into the ground. So you can't detect them at the surface. It doesn't mean that they're not being generated by the body. It just means that the high pressure is pushing them down.
Narrative, improper predicate, and non-responsive.
Keep going.
They're pushing them down into the ground. If a low pressure comes in, it seems to suck the chemicals up out of the ground. So it's a very complicated process. Looking at rainfall, for instance. I mean, in that initial first 1 or 2 year study, I can't remember exactly how many chemicals we saw, maybe 200-300 chemicals perhaps.
Just the narrative and non-responsive to any questions.
Okay. Approach the bench for a minute.
So while they're approaching, I'll just pause to say real quick that in the last hearing for Karen Reed, what was that, 2 days ago, there was a lot that came out in that hearing. The hearing was short, quick, to the point. Judge Bev has not come out and ruled yet on whether or not the trial will be continued, which to me is shocking, because it's like, the fact that you're making them wait to find that out when it's so, the trial is 2 months and a week or so away, if the date stays the same. And even if they get the continuance, it's only until April 1st, which is nothing. But there's a lot of interesting things that came out in that trial. And looks like we won't be seeing any more Trooper Paul, which, is in a way kind of disappointing, because, what a disaster that was. I don't think anything could ever top that in a trial for a disaster witness. But anyway, for anyone who's curious too and learning more about Shanna Gardner, Flash Fan is going to be putting that playlist in the Discord. So thank you for that, Flash Fan. Awesome.
Okay, so the last question was, did your research continue after the 2004 paper was published?
Yes.
All right.
And SPME fibers, SPME, SPME.
And that's an acronym for,
it's an
actual name.
Yeah, solid phase micro extraction fiber. I don't know if you want to get into that, but
that's fine.
No.
You recognize the outside of the box at all?
No. It looks like a box. I mean, I know we call that's what I just don't.
Did those reflect the presence of any chemical compounds?
Yes.
What chemical compounds did that initial evaluation show?
Well, it showed one particularly large peak and a large number of very, very small peaks.
Okay. What was the large peak?
The large peak was identified as chloroform.
Chloroform.
There it is.
Is chloroform a substance that you have? Can you stop for a minute, Judge?
No.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Okay. Is chloroform a compound that you have had dealings with in your research on anaerobic decomposition?
Yes, chloroform is a a decompositional event product that we've identified in human decomposition.
So, having done that, what was the next step that you recommended or that you performed?
The reason we progressed is because the chloroform was shockingly high, unusually high.
As to this witness's testifying outside of his area of expertise.
Overall? Okay.
Because of that and the fact we saw a variety of very small peaks that were just if you have very, very small peaks, that they can be difficult to identify. So the next step we decided to do was to try and concentrate the air sample to try and get a better representation of what may be coming off that the evidence.
So here's what's crazy about this. So he did not test, right? So the chloroform in the trunk, right? From what we know, ostensibly there's chloroform inside this trunk. You would imagine it's in the materials, right? That the spare tire cover we've heard so much about, we've seen it, and whatnot. He did not test the materials of the trunk. He tested the air from inside the trunk, despite the fact that the trunk had been sitting out at that in front of the that finance place next to that dumpster for a period of time. I think it was like 2 weeks or something. Then it was towed. Then it was at Johnson's Towing for like 2.5 weeks or whatever. Then it was at the Anthony House. Then it was at the Lolliport for Orange County. I mean, and they used this syringe to suck up air from the trunk and test it for chloroform. And he tested the air. That's what he did. It's the first time this has ever been done in the court of law. And I think the last time.
And where did you decide to use the same technique you had used in your other studies, the cryotrapping?
Yes.
So tell us how that analysis went.
Well, the way we did that is we actually removed the piece of carpet from the metal can. We did that because we weren't sure whether or not the air in the can was representative of what was...
Melendez Diaz violation.
Overall?
Go ahead.
I forgot what I was saying. Okay, we removed the carpet from the metal can because we weren't sure whether or not the air in the can represented what was coming off.
That's the third time he's done that. And clearly all of the times, he's never actually forgotten so far. Because he immediately remembers. So it's like he's just saying it just to show that he's annoyed for getting interrupted.
Now, are there some overlapping compounds between what's in gasoline and what your studies have shown are in the odor of human decomposition?
That is correct.
But
it's interesting.
You would not be...
How interesting, right? What are the odds of that? Because the whole thing with the gas cans, it's wild, right? Like that is the case. Like that there's overlapping compounds in those two things when the gas cans have been such a huge factor. And remember, George had said he put those gas cans in the trunk of the car because he brought the gas cans when he went to go pick up the car at the Johnson's place, and he put the gas cans in the trunk of the car. So interesting, right?
Would you be surprised to see some gasoline components in a car?
No, in fact, from my understanding, at one point in time there was an...
Yeah, it'll be interesting. Flashman, do you know what his strategy Mr. Bias, do you know what his strategy is for her defense? It may not be completely clear yet, but, it'll just be interesting to see because, like, here it's like a third-party defense, essentially. But that wouldn't really work in Shauna's case because we know that there's a alleged conspiracy going on. So I'm curious if he's made any indication as to that.
Actual gas can in the car.
Yes.
But this reflects the relative abundance of the components of gasoline odor as opposed to decomp odor and or chloroform.
That is correct.
Now, this chromatogram, does it also show a peak for chloroform?
It does.
Could you just, let me hold on. Let me clear the screen.
I got a lot of blue little things all over mine.
I got rid of them. You can start over. Show us the chloroform peak on this chromatogram.
Again, the retention time, that is when chloroform comes off the instrument. It always comes off at a specific time. That's still called the retention time. And that's 16 minutes, so that would be, whoops. Like, can I waste that and start over? I'm not good at this.
Hold on.
Oh my God.
Okay, try again.
No.
You know what? Why don't you let me do it for you?
Thank
Maybe I can. Hold on.
I don't have it needs a pencil.
This one, right?
Yeah, actually,
That part's so funny. He's like, it needs a pencil. Hold on, let me play that again.
the instrument. It always comes off at a specific time. That's still called the retention time. And that's 16 minutes, so that would be, whoops. Like, can I waste that and start over? I'm not good at this.
Hold on.
Oh my God.
Okay, try again.
No.
You know what? Why don't you let me do it for you?
Thank
Maybe
you.
I can. Hold on.
I don't have it needs a pencil.
This one, right?
Yeah, actually, right there.
Okay.
where the pen is now.
Okay, that's fine.
And if you can get rid of it, you can actually see it now.
Okay, well, let's clear it so we can. There we go. All right, that's fine. How does libs work? Just give us a general.
Okay.
Oh dear.
I
Oh,
do.
that face.
If I go into it, let me know.
Oh,
this
you
Libs
we're letting you know
essentially
now.
uses 8.
The witness is not a physicist and is now testifying in the area of physics.
Overall,
On a test he did not do Melendez-Diaz violation.
overall.
So just give us the general outline of how libs works.
Okay. LIBS, laser-induced breakdown spectroscopy, is a laser-based technique. And essentially what happens is a laser beam, in this case it's a YAG laser. It stands for yttrium aluminum garnet, a thin crystal matrix.
Oh, here we go.
So it's a YAG laser. It creates green light, 532 nanometers. So that laser is sorry, I'm sorry.
Slow down.
I know, I get excited when I know something.
That's okay.
Crystal
Oh God.
matrix is called a YAG laser,
Yikes.
yttrium aluminum garnet. It's a crystal.
I think you've gone into the more than we need to know zone. So let's just.
Well, I like to say the word YAG, so
What does the laser actually do to a substance being tested?
the laser is directed onto the carpet. What happens, elements are composed of atoms. Atoms composed of the nucleus of an atom is a proton and neutron surrounded by electrons. These atoms can be in 2 different states: a ground state or an excited state.
Like
Okay?
you, when you're
Now, when the
popping up,
laser
oh, wow.
beam hits the sample, it creates an excited state. It sets up a plasma, a lot of heat is generated, so the electrons are excited into an excited state. Now, what's cool about that is that as the electrons fall back to the ground state,
Why does the jury need to care? Or they don't care, but why would you think they care about what you think is cool?
they emit the energy that they acquired from the laser.
He's testifying outside of his area of expertise. Did not conduct this exam.
Overall.
Go ahead.
Okay, as the laser, I forget what it was, but as the laser is turned off, the
So that time, so that's the 4th time he's done it, but that time he actually continued with what he was saying, and then he stopped himself to interject, oh, I forgot, and then continues.
Yeah,
apologize.
that's okay.
Okay.
Fast.
The energy that's produced during excitation of the electrons has to go somewhere as it falls back to the ground state.
Again, tell me if you recognize the outside, and then we'll open it up.
I don't remember the box. I mean, it's a box, okay?
Amazing. Really amazing.
Let's go ahead and open it up.
The following movies has been
Is
asked
it
to
not amazing to see this testimony coming from an expert witness, especially when this is supposed to be like their star witness? He was on the stand on direct for like 3 hours or something crazy. And the first like 2.5 hours literally was just completely irrelevant background information about, again, this is a recap. This isn't all of it, obviously, but, just everything from like, seems like from the day he was born, and then the history of the Oak Ridge Laboratory. And then all just going so deep into the stuff the jury doesn't need to know, doesn't matter. And every single time Jose Baez would object, the judge would overrule it. And I'm like, why? What are you doing? You're just wasting the jury's time. This is offensive to me to see, when they're sequestered. And literally the last like half an hour or whatever is actually spent talking about these stupid air samples. And when you finally get there, they're presented in cans, which are in a box. And what does he say when he's presented with the boxes? It's a box. He can't even identify it to appropriately and accurately identify the chain of custody. And that's going to come up again. That's going to be an issue. But it's like, what the hell? It's just insane to see this. Yeah, I mean, absolutely. And that there is a reason for that, right? The state is just hoping that the jury will just not be listening and they'll just be like impressed and just think and just tune it out and think, oh, he knows what he's doing. And they just won't even pay attention to anything because there's so many problems with what he's saying. And it's really doesn't amount to anything. It's like, again, this is where it's like, it's really kind of offensive to the poor jury, where it's like, you think that you can have him blab on and on and on about stuff that's completely irrelevant, that doesn't matter. And for like, 2.5 hours, and then spend half an hour on the air samples, and like, they're just not going to notice, a good expert would be explaining what they did and why it matters and how it pertains to the case in a way that any layperson can understand it. And that's just, this is just not that.
Added to the approval list.
Oh, jury movies.
And I give you copies of these. Blue Streak, A Love Song for Bobby Long, The Proposal, 21, 51st Dates, Dirty Love. Please have your staff
That's my favorite part, is the way he laughed when he read Dirty Love.
evaluate these and let me know by the end of the day.
So
If you have any objections to those titles.
So those are the movies that I love it when I pause it and it's mid-star. Those are the movies that the jury has requested because, they're sequestered, and so they have to get approval. So those are the movies that they've requested. I love it because we get a little peek into what their life is like. They've probably got, a dozen or so movies or whatever, and they're probably so goddamn sick of those dozen movies. So those are the movies that they've requested. You haven't heard of The Proposal? That's a real famous one. I think there was another movie on there that I had heard of, but I'm pretty sure that he said, let's listen again to the list and see. My favorite part is the way he laughed when he read Dirty Love.
And then we'll open it up and
I don't like on the box. It's a box, okay?
let's go ahead and open it up.
The following movies has been asked to be added to the approval list, and I give you copies of these. Blue Streak.
Blue Streak I've heard of. I've never seen it.
A Love Song for Bobby Long, The Proposal, 21, 51st Dates.
Yeah, The Proposal and 51st Dates, both of those are really famous. I haven't seen those either, but 51st Dates I think is an Adam Sandler movie.
Dirty Love. Please have your staff
That's my favorite part, is the way he laughed when he read Dirty Love.
evaluate these and let me know by the end of the day. If you have any objections to those titles.
Now, is there a specific established chemical odor signature for human decomposition? Clear and specific, one to human decomposition only.
I do not think so.
So, based upon that evaluation
Which is really crazy. I expected him to say yes, and here's why. Because they've made such a big deal about this, right? That the smell of human decomposition is completely unique. It's not like any others. You would think that, given all the buildup we've had, it's almost like he asked that question expecting him to say yes. I mean, there's not.
odor itself. Can you come to any opinion about the source of the odor that you analyzed from the carpet?
Considered consistent with human decomposition.
The spare.
Well, he just said two things back to back. The question was, is there a known chemical makeup for human decomposition that's unique to just it can only be human decomposition? Nope, there's not. And can you identify the smell that you had from the carpet sample? It was human decomposition. So this is where the whole nose credibility thing, that's all it is, because you can't actually identify it from a chemical compositional standpoint.
Tire cover, the inorganic compounds that were found there, how does that fit into the overall picture of consistency with human decomposition?
Again, all the compounds, the inorganic compounds that one would expect to see elevated in a human decompositional event were indeed elevated.
But again, those are compounds that are found in elements, that are found in other
Correct.
ways. All right. Taking all of these instrumental examinations that you have discussed with us today, adding to that your olfactory observation.
Amazing. Here's what's happening right now. He's getting to his final conclusion, his final opinion. You know, you just like we see in every trial, they have when they bring in their best expert, and they've paid a bunch of money and they've been on the stand for hours. And like the very last thing they're going to do is like their final. Now, given all of this testimony, what is your opinion? And that's why they're brought in, right? And so I think because they've used the word smell so many times, so now in order to try to make it sound fancier and maybe less redundant and maybe more official or plausible or viable, he's using the word olfactory. Your olfactory observations. All it is his nose. That's it. It's completely subjective. Anybody can smell any, it's amazing. He's trying to make it sound way more like scientific when it's just his own personal senses. Is it his nose? That's it.
Of the carpet itself, the smell. Do you have an opinion as to whether the evidence you found in the trunk of this car, let me rephrase that. Do you have an opinion as to whether there was a decomposing human body in the trunk of that car at some point?
I do have an opinion.
And what is that opinion?
I can find no other plausible explanation other than that to explain all the results we found.
No further questions.
So before they get across, so Flashhead saying that instead of binge watching Netflix, I'm binge. Same. I have Netflix. I haven't used it in years. I may as well cancel it. But funny thing, speaking of Court TV archives, just today, I think it was, I got the notification today, or I saw the notification today. Court TV posted like a community post or whatever. And guess what it was? I couldn't believe it. It was Ezra. And it was just a post saying, hey, have you heard of this trial? And then it was like Ezra McCandless, blah, blah. And it was like, you can watch the trial on Court TV archives. And I was like, oh my God, right? And so I actually commented on there. I don't know if anyone saw it, but I commented on there. I was like, hey, by the way, that trial and this trial that we're watching right now, both of them brought to you by Court TV Archives. I've talked a lot about the Court TV Archives and how it's just a hidden gem in terms of trials. But I commented on there and I was like, if you want to watch it, I'm the only person on YouTube that has covered it with commentary and analysis straight from the Court TV Archives. So feel free to check out the playlist. But I just thought it was funny because a lot of people were like, oh, commenting on it, like the Court TV post, like either they hadn't watched it or they wanted to watch it. And I was like, I don't know, it's just funny. I feel like that's just it's one of those things where it's like very few people know that trial, but again, no one had covered it until I covered it. So, oh my God, that's insane. Was that, who was it? Was that him? I know Henry Lee was involved. Are you referencing Henry Lee there being on the stand for 8 days on cross? That's incredible. What stamina that would take for the attorney too.
Did you make the statement, I haven't been this frustrated in a very long time?
That sounds like something I'd say. Digging holes is not fun.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Weirdo.
Examples of trash or debris that could create false readings include aerosol cans, gas cans, propane bottles, or any other man-made container or trash that might emit volatile organic compounds or be responsible for releasing organic compounds into the soil. Even a spilled soft drink can introduce flavorings and other chemicals into the soil that could create.
Now that's going to matter because here in a couple minutes, we're going to hear from Gerardo Bloise again. So even a spill. So even a spilled soft drink. So he's mentioning, what's he mentioning? This is straight out of a learned treatise. That's why he's able to get this in. Gas cans, cleaning products, aerosols, spilled soft drink, just to name a few of items that can actually create false readings for volatile organic compounds when it comes to trying to test for decomposition. Okay, so just keep that in the back of your heads.
It could produce false readings.
What was the question?
Those are your protocols that you have given
Yes,
in collection of these types of samples.
Yes, but you can't take it out of context.
I'd like to talk to you about another topic, sir. Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what divining rods are?
Objection. Relevance.
You may. You may proceed.
Thank you, sir.
Is counsel withdrawing the first question that I did?
Just putting it into context, Judge.
I don't think so.
Do you know what divining rods are, sir?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what divining rods are?
Divining rods are antenna used to locate specific properties of specific materials.
I want to play the sass is surreal. I want to hear that again. I don't think so. Hold on.
Just putting it into context, Judge.
I don't think so.
Do you know what divining rods are, sir?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what divining rods are?
Divining rods are antenna used to locate specific properties of specific materials.
And can a divining rod be made of a coat hanger from a dry cleaner?
Sure, as long as it's the right material, yes.
Use coat hangers to find hidden graves.
Absolutely, it's a hobby of mine, just like stamp collecting, coin collecting, and it teaches wonderful scientific principles.
Okay. And sir, were you offered $1 million to prove this theory of yours?
Relevance.
Sustain as to that question.
Have you been challenged in any way as to the credibility of this theory of yours?
Relevance.
Sustain.
Iowa, I don't know if you're hearing me, but have you, what did Mr. Iowa, what was the name he thought of for the new kitten? I thought of Muffins. For anyone who wants to weigh in on naming the new kitten, go check out Iowa's page on YouTube. They have a new kitten, and I thought, I for whatever reason, Muffins popped into my mind. Munchkin. He's funny, the MU though, right? Kind of similar. Funny. Oh, Munchkin cat. Okay, I see. Puff Puff, cute. That's so cute. Puff Puff, cute. So they have two new cats. They got Bat Cat and Puff Puff. Oh, how cute. How's Bat Cat doing? Bat Cat was neutered, right? Was it neutered or spayed? I can't ever. I honestly don't remember which one goes to which gender. But I hope Bat Cat is healing well. Oh, how funny, Mufti. That's a cute name. Did you mean to say muffin? Yeah, Puff Puff, that's cute. But I hope Bat Cat is making a smooth recovery. We love Bat Cat.
Let's move on.
Sir.
Mr. Baez, get to the points I said you could get to.
You also have
neutered cat.
attempted to put electronic leashes on flies, have you not, sir?
Relevance.
Excellent. Boy, that's a creative idea, putting electronic leashes on flies, right? Wow.
Move to strike.
Granted.
Sir, the testimony that you've given here today is the first time that you have given this type of testimony in a court of law. Is that correct?
Yes.
In fact, it has never been admitted in any court across the country. Is that correct?
Objection. Relevance.
So you know what there must have been prior to this trial? There must have been a slew of Daubert hearings in order to get this witness to testify. And usually, you know what's funny? Usually it's the defense that would be in that position to bring in an expert and be requesting a Daubert hearing. But in this case, it's the state.
Move to strike.
Overruled.
Is that correct, sir?
I wouldn't know that.
Okay. You have no idea, sir, that this is the first time your database has been admitted in the court of law.
Well, I don't know if anybody else has another database, perhaps. I don't know that.
Now, you know that your findings are not generally accepted in the scientific community, do you not?
Sustained.
Strike.
Granted.
Are there any other papers or studies that have the same findings as you do, sir?
There is a paper by Dr. Stathopoulos who looked at whole bodies, and of the 5 primary chemicals that we used to make a conclusion in this case, he also identified 4 of those in his study. He did not find chloroform.
Okay. And Mr. Stathopoulos is, I'm sorry, Strathanopoulos?
Stathopoulos, I believe.
Stathopoulos. Mr. The gentleman you referred to, he is located in Greece.
Correct.
And in the entire world, the only person that you think agrees with your findings is this gentleman in Greece.
Objection relative to the question.
Sustained.
I'll rephrase it, Judge. The only other study that you find are similar to your findings is a gentleman in Greece whose name I can't pronounce.
Snuffleupagus.
I think he's the only one that actually used entire bodies. I mean, there are a number of people that use pieces of tissue, but I wouldn't consider that comparable.
Now, sir, you testified under direct examination that the smell of human decomposition is unique.
To me, it is, yes.
This is the portion where Mr. Ashton wanted to step away from the science. Do you recall that question?
I do.
Not exactly, but
Okay. He asked you what your opinion was, and you said the smell of human decomposition is unique.
yes.
You
Do
said
you
it.
recall making a statement, sir, to the Knoxville News on December 14th, 2008, that the smell of human decomposition smells like a potato gone bad?
Front row.
That it is sickly sweet, it doesn't smell like a swamp or a rotten egg smell. If you ever had a potato go bad in your cupboard, that's a horrendous smell. That's very similar to human decomposition. It's amazingly similar.
I believe I made that statement, yes.
So humans are potatoes.
So it's specifically unique to a potato.
Yeah, but we actually looked at a decomposing potato, and the chemical composition is completely different.
The new list of movies that was submitted have been approved.
Yay! Yay! The
So,
jury.
Madam Court Deputy, relay that.
Jury movies.
Okay, see you in the morning.
So they're going to get to go home and have a nice movie night. Go jury. Go jury. You know what I've been thinking about? I have questions and I want to know the answer, and I don't know how to get this answer. But I was thinking about this for Delphi and for this trial where I guess O.J. Simpson would count as well, but where they're sequestered for the entire trial. I believe in O.J., right? They were sequestered for the entire trial. But anyway, in Delphi and in Casey Anthony, yes, they were sequestered for the entire trial. And they're put up in like a hotel or whatever. And I am just so curious how they work this out with the hotel rooms, because do they each get their own room? Because I would imagine they would have to, because how weird would it be and unfair, like if they just put you with another juror, right? And also you're not going to have an even number of for genders, like women and men, but can you imagine like you're with a stranger and like, not to mention if that happens, they'd be more likely to talk about the case. I mean, the more I think about it, I'm like, they would have to get their own room, right? But then if they're going to watch these movies, how do they have movie night? Like, do they just all pile into one of the jury rooms and all sit on the bed? I'm just picturing like, it's like a sleepover, like they make popcorn and braid each other's hair and paint each other's toenails. For those of you who were girls in elementary school, you know what I'm talking about. Like slumber party time, truth or dare. I don't know. Because where else would they be? If they're in a regular hotel, there's not a way, because they're sequestered. The only way I can imagine that they would be able to say use a lobby, like a hotel lobby, and like take over the TV and put one of their approved jury movies on, would be if they had rented out the entire hotel. Like if the government, right, had rented out the entire hotel, which I guess honestly might be what they have to do, because how else could you guarantee that they're not in the elevator with people or at the pool with other people, or you know what I mean? Like just thinking about it, like, now I guess if they're just around, like let's say they're around tourists or people vacationing or whatever, right? I guess they wouldn't know that somebody's on the jury, but still. But just thinking about this whole movie thing logistically, like, well, their options are two options, right? Either they have a whole large room in the hotel that literally is only for them, where they're away from the other regular folk, right? They can watch me, or they're just arranging these movie nights and like piling into everybody's room, one room, and they're all piling onto the bed, which, I mean, I don't know, maybe I feel like there's points in time in history where that wouldn't have seemed weird, and maybe it's just the times have changed and now that seems like that could be weird. Maybe it wasn't weird to them. Maybe, I don't know. I'm so curious though. Do you guys, does anyone have any insights to this? If you're on a jury, sequestered, please reach out. So they were sequestered for like the entire time. Okay. I knew they were sequestered for deliberations. So yeah, and as we know also, we do know, like with Delphi, we know that while that trial was shorter than this trial and obviously shorter than OJ, they had a lot more restrictions on them than is happening here. From what we can tell, they had a lot more. I mean, unsurprisingly, because Judge Gull, right? They had so many restrictions. Literally, it's hard to imagine what they even did with their time besides sit there and stare at the wall. You know, it's almost lucky that they were allowed to discuss the evidence before deliberations. I mean, but I would imagine that's literally all they would be able to do. Can you imagine that you get done with the elongated trial and you get back and maybe all you want to do is like watch a jury movie or whatever, or read a book or something, unwind, but you don't have anything. So all you can do is talk to your jurors about the evidence, which you don't want to talk about, and you can't deliberate on it. I don't know. It's just crazy. Yeah, I mean, I don't know why the O.J. Simpson trial was 9 months. I mean, I don't know how it was 9 months. You know, like if you compare it to say YSL, you know, the RICO trial, that's coming up on a year. The jury voir dire started about like exactly a year ago, and I think the trial started in January. Having said that, those jurors are not sequestered. But at least in that trial, you know, there's jokes about that one, that this is going to take the prize for like longest trial in history. And I'd be curious to that end to know if there is a trial in the US that has lasted longer than OJ. Is that the longest trial? I feel like I've looked this up before, but I can't recall what the answer was. But anyway, but the YSL, I think is surpassing OJ at this juncture easily, because it's not even, but in that case, it was a little bit different because there were so many stops and starts and lots of long breaks, and like the jury hasn't been at trial that entire time. You know what I mean? They've been dismissed for long periods of time because of the arguing in court. So that explains why it's taking so long. But it's hard, barring that type of thing. I don't know how it seems difficult to have a trial take so long, unless you've got unless you've got a lot of defendants, which of course is the case was the case in YSL until a bunch of them took plea deals. So Scott Peterson was 6 months. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know how they lasted so long. You know, I wonder. The only way to know that would be to go back and watch it. And the Scott Peterson trial they didn't have cameras. Because I'm wondering if well, just me speculating, right, in terms of like thinking of like Scott Peterson or OJ, like if because of the technology, you know, these vintage trials from back then, that those are more vintage even than this trial, right? I'm wondering if because there wasn't so much for technology like cell phones and computers, if they needed so much more in terms of like, I don't know, forensic evidence, or maybe trying to get direct evidence in order to prove their case. I don't know. I have to watch, without watching it, it's hard to say, but that's just one thought, unless they just brought in a lot more witnesses, but I don't know why you would bring in more witnesses than necessary, unless it's, again, you're trying to prove your theory of the case and it's harder without, I mean, these days, so much of these cases, they're almost, open and closed when you've got a lot of really good, and, DNA, another thing, right? There, of course, DNA. Cases don't take as much, right? If you've got solid DNA evidence, you've got, GPS location from the cell phone, stuff like that, but if you don't have those things, I guess you're having to pull it together in other ways, maybe.
Good morning. My name is Gerardo Bloise, last name Bloise, Bloise.
He's back.
You may proceed.
All right, Mr. Bloise.
Everybody testifies at least like 50,000 separate times. It's unique.
You've
Yeah, she's about to say, this is his third time?
testified already a few times here as a crime scene investigator. I want to draw your attention to a specific item of evidence. Did you receive a
the
trash or garbage bag from a fellow employee by the name of Awilda?
So Flashhand says Scott Peterson was 2004. I know there was a lot of fighting over cadaver dog evidence. Very timely comment, because that's what we're going to be getting into on this episode is the cadaver dogs. And, let's just go ahead and get this out of the way. The dogs are good boys and they did their best job. And any problems with the dogs comes from bias on the part of the handler. And this has been referenced in the opening statements. Jose Baez referenced this, that, things like, the dogs want to please their handler because they're good boys. And that if, for example, the handler can like subtly cue, the dog to alert, then the dog might alert, stuff like that. We're going to hear about it, but it's the person's fault, not the dog's fault. The dogs are always excellent. But also, side note, so Scott Peterson, I remember when that happened, even though I was in middle school. And here's why. My aunt and uncle and cousins were their neighbors. So in Modesto, California, check it out. In Modesto, California, my aunt and uncle and cousins, and my cousins were my age as well. So they were two girls my age. My aunt and uncle and cousins, they shared the fence with their yard, with the Peterson family. They shared the fence. And so they were literally there when all this happened and had helicopters flying over their house and the news and all this stuff. And I've always thought it would be really interesting to do like an interview with them and, have them tell their story. I would assume they were on the news. I mean, I don't know. It's not like they've ever, they didn't try to whatever. I don't think they tried to make it a thing. It's just, I happen to I just know this because they're my family. But it would be interesting to interview them and just see what that was like, if they had any, perspective on what they saw or didn't see. I don't know. But yeah, isn't that crazy? Oh, I remember the thing about the hypnotist. I remember that. Yeah. I remember the thing about the hypnotist.
Bride.
Yes.
Were there 37 items in the bag?
Okay, remember the part I referenced earlier, right? When Jose Baez was talking to Dr. Vass and saying, these things that can create false readings. And he mentioned the, for example, it was like laundry detergent, cleaning products, aerosols, soda cans, to name a few, right? Soft drinks. Okay. Now we're going to hear what was in the trash. And remember, that trash was in that trunk of the car for weeks.
37. The first one is an empty Coca-Cola sherry can. Sherry Coca-Cola can.
There
12 ounces. And with number 2145. Second one was anti Coca-Cola Classic can 12 ounces with number 22502. Empty Milwaukee Best Light Beer can. The other one is empty Sprite can 12 ounces with number 16090RA. 3 plastic tie wraps. Empty Dr. Pepper 12 ounces. Proof of purchase number is 2239E505168X. The other one is empty Pepsi can 12 ounces. Proof of purchase number 1608RF01238. The next one is a Mountain Dew 12 ounce proof of purchases 2122E50448X.
Statement calling next witness.
Statement recall Dr. Arpad
So,
Voss.
and that because this was a recap, I didn't include, he lists all 37 items of trash. I didn't include all of it. It's a recap. But just there, among the other items of trash that weren't in that clip, there's there's a jug of laundry detergent like Arm & Hammer or laundry detergent and some other cleaning products. And then we have to remember too that the trunk was also sprayed with Febreze from Cindy. Oh, and the gas cans, of course, that were put in the trunk from George. So like literally all of the things that can create false readings were in that trunk. You know, and you wonder how people, you wonder why the jury acquitted. I mean, this is just never mind the fact that this whole thing with the air samples has never been done in court. It's not validated by any scientific community. Never mind the fact that there is no actual chemical signature sent for human decomposition. Never mind the fact that Arpad Voss ends up, and we're going to see it here in a second, ends up incorrectly admitting evidence. And it's a disaster with the chain of custody. Never mind any of that. Even on top of all that, this is just in relation to what we were seeing just on this day in trial. In addition, you've got the fact that even if that weren't all disasters, the big takeaway is, okay, they tested the air from the trunk and the fibers from the trunk, and it showed signs of chloroform, and it showed signs of these other chemicals that are, indicate human decomposition. But then, this bag of trash that was in that trunk for weeks, literally the known things that can contaminate these samples and can create those same readings, literally every single example of the things that can do that were in that bag of trash, with the exception for the gas cans, which were not in the bag of trash, but were put in the trunk by George. And then top it all off with a layer of Febreze from Cindy. It's just, it's amazing. Yes, death penalty case. Yep.
Briefly.
There he is. Everybody takes
Vass, ARPA.
And now
Everybody takes a stand 50 bazillion times.
So now we're going to hear about the mistake that he made earlier.
VASS.
Crazy.
Good morning, Doctor.
Hello.
I apologize for bringing you back here again. I need to correct a mistake of mine from yesterday. I want to show you Exhibit IR for identification.
We're not paying attention.
And ask if you recognize that as the can you were sent as opposed to the one I showed you yesterday, which was...
So here it is. So remember, he was shown the, box. These cans were in the boxes. He was also shown some cans separately, but he's like, it's a box, blah, blah. He doesn't. So now they're having to come back and fix this mistake. So yeah, this is the death penalty case. And by this point, Casey Anthony had been in custody for almost 3 years. And this was a situation, I was thinking about this because of Corey Richards just had that bail hearing. I was just thinking about this, how this is surprising. She was granted bail. She was like, that's a big deal, right? She was granted bail. It was just a really high bail, and they couldn't, her family, remember when we watched those video jail calls, they kept making these weird statements. I mean, I know they made a lot of weird statements, but some of the statements were things like, you're better off in jail. Like there were the times where Cindy was like, Casey, it's so hard on the outside. You're so lucky to be in jail. Things along those lines. It's like, what? And then there was the time when George was like, said to her, and she's in custody, and he's like, you're the boss. And it's like, what? I mean, the stuff that came out of their mouths. And then Lee Anthony saying, so that you can write letters and tell us everything. And it's just like you're on the outside. And then there's Cindy saying, you know, she said something along the lines of, even if we had the money, or what did she say? We couldn't get you out even if we wanted to. It's like, what? So that's just a few things. You know, there were a lot of statements that they made that made it seem like they wanted her to stay in custody or wanted to convince her she was better off staying in custody. That is weird in and of itself. But anyway, I just wanted to note that she was offered bail, but it was like almost $1 million, something like that. And her family wouldn't pay for it. And I'm saying wouldn't pay for it because there's some times where families might try to pay for it and not be able to make it. But it was clear through those video jail calls that they weren't trying to pay for it. They weren't trying to pay for it. They were trying to convince her that she didn't need to get out on bail. So they just didn't pay for it. And there you have it. So she's been in yeah, she did. I think the amount changed. I think it changed because I think initially she was only brought in. Well, she was only charged for like the false statements to law enforcement. So the bail was minimal at that point, I'm pretty sure. But her family didn't pay for it. And then they added in the murder charge and whatever, and then it jumped up to like 800,000 or something like that, something huge, you know. But initially when she was first arrested, her family didn't. And at that point, they could have even, I don't know, there's things they could have done and they didn't. And they discuss that in this video jail calls. They do talk about that because she says, like, you guys could have got me out and you didn't when you had the chance. And they try to, like, you know, deflect on that and not take responsibility. And it's just very weird. It's very weird stuff. But anyway, here we go.
Yes.
Okay, you recognize that that's the correct what you were saying?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, what do you based on what?
These initials.
Okay, you see your additional line.
So he needs to take a better look because that's the problem. When they were showing him, you know, remember they showed him that box and he was like, it's a box, blah, blah. You know, it's like, dude, you need to actually make sure this is important, chain of custody.
This is all the tape, and the problem is.
You can remove part of it.
Excuse me.
Oh, I'm sorry. I said you can remove part of it. Do you see your initials on there?
Yes.
Okay. Very good. Okay. And thank you, sir. No other questions.
Cross-examination?
Yes, sir. Dr. Vass, yesterday you testified about a piece of evidence that you did not examine.
I looked at the can. I didn't. The can is not what I examined for evidence.
And you told this jury that there were identifications on that can.
Objection. That is not in evidence. If we can explain more at the bench.
Dr. Vass?
You may proceed.
Yes, sir. Dr. Vass, yesterday you mistakenly admitted the wrong piece of evidence in this case.
Apparently, yes.
Okay.
Would you describe this as the spare tire cover?
Yeah, so Flashman saying I thought bomb was off the table in Capitol. And that right. And that's why I said it was surprising that she was allowed to have bond because like for example, Corey Richens, right? That's not even a capital case. But bond was off the table. So you know, that's gonna vary by the state, right? Going to vary by the state, but also there's been a lot of changes made to bond over the years, and that could be part of it. Like in 2011, it could have been different, you know. But yeah, it is surprising to me that she was, you know. And again, they take other things into consideration, right? Like the fact that she had no previous record and whatnot, you know. It seems like they would have just outfitted her with an ankle, you know, like similar to Karen Reed, right? But put an ankle monitor on, whatever the case is. But again, they just couldn't make or didn't make bail. So.
Yes. And did you subject that to the same instrumental examination as the others that we discussed?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell us, either from your notes or from recollection, what portion of this you tested?
No, look at all the envelopes on that table.
I can look at it.
So one thing let me back that up real quick here. So what's really funny is this is from the last live stream. I'll pause
Spare
it. Hold on.
tire cover. Yes. And did you subject that to the same instrumental examination as the others that we
I did back up.
I looked at the can. I didn't.
Sorry.
Dr. Voss?
You may proceed.
Dr. Voss, yesterday you mistakenly admitted the wrong piece of evidence in this case.
Apparently, yes.
Would you describe this as did you describe this as the spare tire cover? Yes. And did you subject that to the same instrumental examination as the others that we discussed?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell us, either from your notes or from recollection,
So right
what
here.
portion of this?
Okay, so here's what's so funny. On the last live stream, I commented on all the little envelopes on the table, and I was distracted by all the little envelopes on the table that I failed to notice. He's picking this up without gloves, people. This is the famous, this floors me. Of all of the pieces of evidence in any case, in any trial ever, to touch with your bare hands, in terms of, for what, according to the state's theory, is the most critical piece of evidence, an evidence that, according to the state, had contact with a decomposing body. And not only that, has been subjected to all kinds of testing with chemicals. It blows my mind. Look at him picking this up without gloves. He is now a judge, you guys, in Florida. He is now a judge. This blows my mind. I don't understand how you can be an attorney and it not be automatic that if you're going to pick up evidence that you don't just automatically put gloves on. Like, as I'm not an attorney, and there is no way that my instinct would be to go pick up a piece of evidence and not put gloves on. And I'm not an attorney. So I just don't understand how it's possible. Like, it doesn't make any sense how you wouldn't think to do that. Like, how? It just blows my mind.
You tested.
No, look at all the envelopes on that table.
I can look at it. I'm not sure. It's hard to write on this material, but I believe it's that fabric portion right
Look
here.
at that. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah,
Oh.
not the cardboard. Yes.
Absolutely mind-boggling. That spare tire cover is useless now, and he's probably got toxic shit all over his hands.
Specimen Q25 reported to be the right side of trunk liner, and yes, I did the same. And what were the results? That chemical chloroform, consistent with chloroform, was detected on that item. So basically, results on the left and right.
And now he's touching his mouth. Oh my God. Oh my God. He's just was touching his mouth. Holy fuck. Holy fuck. Which, I bet he's been doing that. So he's got, now his DNA is all over the spare tire cover. It's no wonder he's got this persistent cough that we've been hearing, and we're going to hear it on this episode and the next episode. He's had this persistent, he's probably giving himself some sort of lung disease or something it's just, this is immediately after touching the spare tire cover. I can't.
Side of the liner the same. That is consistent with chloroform, but not conclusive. That is correct. Thank you, sir. No further questions.
Cross-examination.
And you can also find it in chlorine from a swimming pool, can you not?
That's important.
I have no first-hand knowledge. I've never analyzed the chlorinated products like water from swimming pools for chloroform, so I don't know the answer to that.
Do you know if someone threw a bathing suit after going swimming in the trunk of a car, whether that might generate chloroform?
Objection hypothetical based on facts, not evidence.
Sustained.
Of course, it's sustained. But I thought it was a really good question. I never even thought of it until this trial. Chloroform and chlorine, right? And chloroform is a byproduct of chlorine. It's a byproduct of making chlorine, something like that. I looked it up on the last live stream. It's a great question. It's a great question. Because we know the significance of the pool in this case. So, wow.
So, it's a good question because, chloro, right? Chlorine, chloroform.
Yes.
It's a really good question because the whole thing about the pool.
What were your results with this? Was this consistent with chloroform?
That a chemical consistent with chloroform was detected on that item.
And when you say consistent with,
Right.
you mean one of the tests detected it. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that would still be at these low levels, correct?
That's correct.
Look at him just.
And the
chopping up
second
all the
method didn't even pick it up.
That's correct.
So basically nothing. Good job.
So it's 1 out of 2 tests. And that's when you say it's consistent with.
That's correct.
That phrase consistent with is a pretty tricky phrase, right? You have to explain it.
Yes.
So relevant too, because that came up a lot in terms of the tool mark analysis and whatnot. It's interesting because here it is again. It's like, this is what they say. They use it with all kinds of stuff. And this is obviously way more reliable in terms of the science, not being junk science. But it's still funny that the terminology still means the same, which is like meant to sound better or more definitive than it actually is. And that's why he said, it's just funny how you mentioned that. You're like, oh, you have to explain it. He's like, yes.
Okay.
So I wanted to give an example too. So again, this came up in Delphi with the tool mark analysis, and there's other examples. So consistent with. So it sounds so promising, right? As to hear, you're like, oh, consistent with, that's, blah, blah. But here's an example of what it actually means in terms of the way it's used in court. Okay. So, so consistent with, it would be like saying, let's say you're talking about I'm trying to think of how to word this. So let's say you're talking about a vehicle, okay? A vehicle. Is a vehicle consistent with a car? Yeah. Is a vehicle consistent with a boat? Yep. Is a vehicle consistent with an airplane? Yep. Is a vehicle consistent with a bicycle? Yep. Is a vehicle consistent with a train? Yep. There's probably other examples. So it's like, in other words, all it's saying is you can't rule it out. It's not a thing. That's what it's saying. It's saying that this thing can't be eliminated. That's all it is. Like if someone's saying, okay, something is a vehicle. Okay. Can you eliminate a train from being a vehicle? No. Can you eliminate a car? No. Can you eliminate a boat? No. Can you eliminate a truck? No. Whatever the other examples were. So it just means they can't be excluded. That's all it is. It's almost like the same thing of like the idea of like the glass half full, half empty, same type of idea, where if they were to word it in court as saying, well, we just couldn't exclude it. See, whenever you hear that, it comes out on cross for this reason. But if they were to come in on direct and say, well, we couldn't exclude it because we couldn't rule it out because it's not a thing, that doesn't sound very good, does it? Right? But it means the same thing. But they come in and say it's consistent with. It's very misleading because that makes it sound way different than what the reality is. Oh yeah, chlorine does burn the eyes, definitely does, yeah. So it's just, and this is why they all say, they have that saying, the truth comes out on cross-examination, because juries wouldn't know that about that phrase were it not for cross-examination, because the prosecutors, they don't explain that to a jury. They want them to go back and think, oh, consistent with, that means it's the same. And it's like gaslighting them. So, but it's funny how he laughs here. Check it out.
Okay, witness may be excused.
Oh, wait, go back.
Science, but it's still funny that the terminology still means the same, which is like meant to sound better or more definitive than it actually is. And that's why he said, it's just funny how you mentioned that. You're like, oh, you have to explain it. He's like, yes.
Okay.
There, I like his laugh.
Okay, witness may be excused. Thank you, doctor.
Subject to recall, Your Honor.
Yes.
All right, and now we are into the new episode 11, K9s and Computers.
Jason R. Forgey, JASON
Not to be confused
R
with 5G.
FORGEY.
You may proceed.
Good morning. Please tell the members of the jury how you are employed.
I don't
With the
think,
Orange County Sheriff's Office.
no, I don't think they even had 4G back then. Does anyone know? 2011? Did they have 4G? Or was it 3G? I think it was still 3G.
I'm currently assigned to Specialized Patrol, the K9 unit.
How long have you been with the Orange County Sheriff?
A little over 17 years, since 1994.
And you mentioned that you are in specialty patrol with the K9 unit. What does that mean?
I'm a K9 handler. Currently handle a German Shepherd, a full-service dog, and have worked a dog since 2001.
Go doggies.
So
go
for the
doggies.
last 10 years or so, you've been
I
exclusive.
just want to say shout out to all of the canines out there, whether they're in service for law enforcement or whether they're a beloved family member. I've got my Frodo, who he's really, I call him my piglet. He's really a fox. Anyway, shout out to all the canines and canine hybrids out there. We love you.
Handling canines for law enforcement purposes.
Yes, ma'am.
What sort of training or education did you receive that initially qualified you for that position?
I cross-trained with the K9 unit because I had interest to go into the K9 unit prior to interviewing or actually going into the unit. Cross-training meaning I went over there and watched them work dogs. I caught dogs, talked to them about working dogs, and then I transferred there in 2001.
All right. So prior to your transfer, did you actually have a dog that you trained with, or was that sort of an education process for you?
I received a dog in 2001 because when I went into the unit, I went in as a part-time handler. And then a couple months after I did my training, I went into as a full-time handler because I went in as a part-time bloodhound handler originally.
You train not independently of the dog, correct?
Correct.
Right. So when you first go into this unit,
Why do you ask a question like that? You train not independently of the dog. Why can't you just say you train with the dog? Like, dude, I tell you what, the way she asks her questions, there's so many things that I'm like, lawyering 101, right? Like, even I know these things. And I'm not even a lawyer, it's just wild to me.
what sort of training is there for you? And you indicated your initial assignment was with a bloodhound.
Correct. It was scent discrimination. Man trailing is the first school I went to with my assigned dog with
So that would be
the
looking
sheriff's
for
office.
like people who escape from prison.
And when we're talking about bloodhounds, we're speaking of dogs that will track specific individuals, correct?
Correct.
So how long is that sort of training?
That training is usually 5 weeks long. It's 3 weeks in a classroom and 2 weeks in the field. And then you have your proficiency test at the end of those 5 weeks.
Was this K9 Garrett,
Yes.
the first bloodhound or first dog that you worked with at the Orange County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Aside from the initial training period, that was completed, did you do follow-up training with this dog?
Yes.
What would that consist of?
We have a minimum requirement of training that we do per month. With Garrett, it required a minimum of 2 tracks a month, training tracks a month. A trainer or an evaluator or a supervisor would come out and watch your dog quarterly to make sure your dog was working correctly.
So how long did you work with K9 Garrett?
I believe it was around 10 or 11 months until we had to put him down.
After that point, did you get another K9 assignment?
Yes. Then I received my second dog, which was Ike, another bloodhound.
Right. So did you train Ike?
Yes.
Okay, what did that consist of?
Same thing. We did the scent discrimination, man tracking, man trailing. Scent discrimination basically is you teach him to learn the odor of what you sent him on. If I sent him on an individual shoe of one person and there's 3 people in the classroom, he has to go to that one person correctly before he can move to the next stage.
How long did you work with K9 Ike?
Until I gave him to another handler years later. And I believe that would have been somewhere in 2004 or 2005.
Now, at some point in time, did you have multiple dogs that you were training?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. In different things?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So in addition to Ike, did you have another dog?
Yes.
What was that?
In 2002, I received a German Shepherd from a breeding program. His name was Bones, and his specialty were human remains. He was a cadaver dog, single purpose.
Okay. Explain to us what that is.
Single purpose dog means he has one job and one job only. Along with his obedience that he's trained, he's taught to detect human decomposition. Specifically,
Here's the thing. Why do you need him when you can just bring in Arpad Voss, Dr. Arpad Voss? I apologize. With his what was the word? Olfactory expertise or whatever the fuck it was. Why do you need a dog when humans can smell it? Am I right? Am I right?
Cadavers. We go through approximately 160 hours specialty training in that. Then the dog's certified in the proficiency of working, and then we can actually be deployed in the field. I was chosen for that after the 9/11 towers because the 2 dogs that we did have were converted over to EOD dogs. So
What
we
is
didn't
that?
have one. EOD dogs. EOD dog is an explosive dog. We needed more bomb dogs at the time. So they were converted over, and then I became the next person in line, and then I worked the 2 dogs, the German Shepherd and the Bloodhound.
Ike and Bones.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Now, what is involved in training a single-purpose dog for human remains detection? When I imagine that the training is different than what you had undergone with Garrett and Ike.
Correct. You go through an imprinting stage. First, you have an introduction to the odor to see if the dog will be okay with the odor. You introduce the dog to the odor. And then you do an imprinting stage where you just constantly take the dog straight to odor. And when he goes to odor, you train him for what you would like him to do at his final alert. If you choose to make your dog sit at the odor, at the source, when he locates what you're training him to do, then when you go to source at the imprinting stage, you just take him to it and tell him sit, and then you reward him. And after that stage, then you start him into searching. For instance, if you have cans and your odor is in one can, you would put out multiple cans. And then you would give him his command, and you would have him check the cans. And it's his job not to pass the correct can, and you reinforce.
I will say, interesting, right? Because they had multiple. I've never seen a trial where there's cans presented as evidence, but in this trial, there's been dozens and dozens of cans. Those are the air samples. So it's funny he's giving an example of cans when literally, I don't know if they did this or not, probably not, but they could have and should have line up the cadaver dogs with these cans with this quote unquote air from the trunk and see what happens, right? Because they could, like, he's giving it as an example, but in this case, they could actually do it, you know?
Force that with a sit, and then he gets his toy.
All right.
And his handler prays.
So when you refer to something as an alert, is that the dog's indication to you that they've detected the scent that they have been imprinted on and trained on?
A final trained alert is when he does, if you trained him to do a sit or you trained him to do a down at odor. An alert, I would define an alert as any body behavioral change that I recognize that he does when he is in odor and working the odor.
That's different than the final trained alert that you had mentioned?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. The final trained alert is?
When he has worked to source and does his, we teach him to work to source.
What does that mean?
If I may, if my water bottle is the source of the odor and it's coming out and funneling down, if the dog is working from this side of the monitor, you would see his body behavioral change when he works in, whether it's his breathing pattern or his walking or his lifting his nose, he's working into odor. The wind's coming from this direction. You would see him start to bracket. He would work the odor back and forth and work it to source. This constant time here, by training him and working so many odors with him, you would know that he's in odor and he's alerting to the odor, but he hasn't gotten to the source yet. So he would work to source, get to here, and then give me my final trained alert. If it was a sit, he would go to a sit. That's the best way I could explain.
All right. So let me see if I understand. Once the dog detects the odor, as the handler who has trained with the dog.
How is she still struggling with this concept? She's like, let me see if I understand. Ma'am, he has explained this 50 times over almost.
You can see that there's a behavioral change.
Absolutely.
Right. Then when the dog works to the source or as close as possible to the source, it's your expectation that the dog will then give a final trained alert.
Yes, ma'am.
Right. Did you train Bones to proceed in this fashion?
Yes.
What was Bones' final trained alert?
His final trained alert was a sit.
Sit.
Yes, ma'am.
What sort of, I know you used water as a demonstrative aid, but what sort of aids were used to imprint Bones before he was actually used in casework?
In the imprinting stage? Or the whole training stage?
We can start with imprinting and then move through training.
In the imprinting stage, we used mostly the rags with decomp, human decomp, rags that had been soaked up with the chest cavities, in the chest cavity of a cadaver. A deceased person already, we'd taken rags and stuck it in the chest cavity where there's a lot of bodily fluids that's decomping, and we would use that primarily.
All right, so that's the imprinting stage. Do you then move to different training aids once the dog is imprinted on that scent?
Yes.
Right. Specifically, as it relates to Bones, what sort of training aids did you utilize?
We used bones, not just his name, but actual human bones, placentas, the chest cavity rags, the pseudo scent that we did use. It was drowned victim only.
What is that? Pseudo scent mean?
Pseudo scent is a man-made odor, a tablet. I actually brought some with me.
Is it something, you said it was drowning victim only, so do you put that into water and see then if the dog can be trained to detect that?
Correct. You would put the tablet in Odor or into the water, the pond, the retention pond, the lake, and the tablet puts out the odor of drowned victim. I like to use that way I wasn't creating any kind of biohazard. If it wasn't a retention pond, I really wouldn't worry about it, but it's easier to do. You drop your tablets in the water, you let it sit for a little bit, and you run your dog on it.
All right, other tan that, do you recall any of the training aids used with Bones?
Why I had them, I believe that we used blood also. Bones, blood, pseudo, tissue, the decomp on the rags, placenta, grave dirt, dirt from where a cadaver had actually been recovered from. The fluids that suck up in the soil there, we use that also. And I believe that's going to be all that I used with him at that time.
Okay. Now, you made some reference to the fact that you don't have Bones anymore. At some point, was there a decision made by the Orange County Sheriff that that a full-service dog, not a single-purpose dog, would be needed for the agency?
Yes. I'm sorry.
Once that decision was made, what happened to Bones?
Once that decision was made with Bones, we went and trained and tried to make him a full-service dog, an apprehension dog, commonly referred to as a bite dog, and he didn't make it.
Okay.
The agency then made the decision because they had previously made the decision that they would like me to work a full-service dog. They went ahead and retired him, and he ended up going to a captain. I believe he was a captain at our agency at the time, and that's when Osceola was looking. Sergeant Brewer got him from the captain.
All right. So, if I'm understanding you correctly, the Osceola County Sheriff's Office decided they could use a single-purpose dog.
Correct.
For the human remains detection work.
Correct. Because at the time, locally sworn law enforcement personnel, cadaver dog-wise, I covered multiple counties. I was it.
For how long?
For a while.
Okay. So you're talking about going to Brevard County or Seminole County, Lake County, because Bones was the only cadaver dog in the area for a period of time?
Correct. Sworn-wise, there were still
Did you say Brevard? Because I'm pretty sure she means Broward. Don't even tell me she mispronounced a county in the state in which she lives.
some search and rescue groups out there, but law enforcement-wise, I was it.
So once that decision was made to have a full service dog assigned to you, do you get another
Yes,
K9?
ma'am. Yes, I was still working the Bloodhound as well, and then we purchased Garus.
Okay. And what type of a dog is Garus?
Garus is a German Shepherd.
Did Garus come from the same breeding program that you mentioned as it relates to Bones?
No, they had stopped the breeding program at that point.
So I just looked it up. Never mind. There is a Brevard County in Florida. There's a Brevard and a Broward. So.
And we bought Garus from one of our vendors that we use to purchase our dogs from.
So did Garus come from Germany?
Yes, he did. He was imported. I believe he'd been here roughly 4 or 5 days when I got him.
Was he a puppy?
No.
How old was he?
He was, I believe he was 20 months, 21 months, something like that.
Was he a puppy? Yeah, I'm going to use a puppy. Like, why would he have a puppy as...
I know his birthday was October 20th, and he will be 9 this October.
So what happened once you received Garus? Is he then sent through a program for the full service dog?
Yes. We then start, I believe it was August 6th of 2004. We started a 400-hour school for our base. It's called basic patrol canine work. You go in there, you teach your obedience, your building searches, area searches, your criminal apprehension, your scent discrimination, man tracking, and that's it. That's your 400-hour school.
So once that 400-hour school is completed, is Garus certified to actually do casework?
In police work, yes, ma'am. He's then FDLE certified. We go out and he's evaluated by 2 outside evaluators, and they evaluate him in his obedience, and everything at our evaluation stage is off lead. He does his obedience, routines, hand and voice, criminal apprehension, the control work, the buildings and the areas. He's evaluated and then certified through the state of Florida, FDLE wise.
Now, you work with him during this event.
Because she sucks, she didn't ask him to say what FDLE is. So the jury doesn't know what FDLE is unless it was mentioned earlier. And by earlier, I mean way earlier in the trial. And I don't know if it was. I don't recall it being mentioned. But if it was a long time ago. Anyway, I'll do her job. FDLE is the Florida Department of Law Enforcement.
Evaluation process, correct? He doesn't get tested by some other handler. That's a team concept.
Correct. You are the only person that works with your dog. When he's tested, you're tested.
Fulfilling these certification requirements that you've described, does Garus receive additional training in human remains detection?
Yes. Then they like to give him a little bit of break, let him work the road, a break from school, and then we go back to school and he does 160 hours for his basic human remains detection work, the cadaver dog work.
And what is involved in that course?
It's the same thing. Same thing we did with Bones. You introduce him to the odor, you imprint him, and then you teach him to work odor, and you teach him his responses. His final alert was different than Bones. I taught him a down instead of a sit.
What does that mean?
A down being the dog lays down at source.
What sort of items did you utilize to imprint Garus on the scent of human remains?
Same thing as Bones. We used the rags that were soaked in chest cavities to include some placenta.
And once he is imprinted on the scent, what sort of training aids were used with Garus?
We used the grave dirt, human bones, adipocere, mummified muscle, blood, placenta, burnt bones, the cremated remains from a human. We used human parts to include a leg, a foot, and then pseudoscent again.
For drowned victim only?
Right. He had exposure to another pseudoscent, but I did not train with that. It wasn't in my normal training thing.
During this training process, do you also attempt to, and correct me if I'm using the wrong language, proof them off of other odors that could distract them from what they're trained to do?
Yes. Purposely, you try and proof them and try and think of scenarios that you might run into in the real world at searches. So you want them to work around other stuff, other odors, to make sure that they don't affect with that. Small things that you might not think of. Garus, during his whole career, never had a bone at all, at home, at work, at anything. He never received a bone, whether it was a rawhide bone or anything. I didn't give it to him because I didn't want to teach him that he should chew on bones, especially if we're looking for bones. We trained him around ham. We trained him around ham bones. We trained him
And typically, my understanding when it comes to canines is that they actually live full time with their handler, like when they're off duty. So that's why he's able to say like what type of toys he had or didn't have at home.
Dumpsters. We trained him around gas that you would use in your car, regular gas.
Gasoline. Then
We trained them as distractors also with cheeseburgers, with pizza, with decomposing animals. We trained them around where other animal scent was. We trained in horse rings, their training rings. So you not only did you have the horse odor, you had the horse poo, urine, all the other distractors there. So we purposely train that way.
All right. You mentioned just horses as far as the animal sense. Would that training process include making sure that Garus in particular wouldn't alert to the scent of, say, dog urine or feces as well?
Correct. And at some of the seminars you go to, we have multiple dogs. There would be 50 dogs there or whatever. And you also have the other dogs near our training fields that urinate on bushes and poles and stuff. And you train around that all the time, and they're not going to alert to that at all.
Now, aside from a training aid or something to distract them, do you expose them to, and I guess we're talking about Garus in particular, did you expose him to different environments, whether that be buildings, cars, rubble piles, landfill, things like that, so that there's a variety of different things that he's exposed to before he actually does police
he already answered this.
work?
Yeah, an answer.
Yes, I tried to expose them to everything that I could think of at the time. I went to the fire department's training rubble, I would call it a rubble pile. It's where they have concrete with rebar stuck through and broken pipes and mains and all that stuff, and I would hide stuff in there to, in my mind, mock a disaster area where I might have to recover a body or search. I put them in drainage pipes. I put training aids in cars, under cars, in fields. About every scenario that I could think of at the time, I would put a training aid there.
Now, when you are training Garus, you know where this scent is hidden, correct?
Correct.
At some point after Garus completes his initial training, does he go with you to specialty schools?
Yes, he does.
In these specialty schools, are scenarios set up where both you and the dog obviously is always unaware, but both you and the dog have no idea where the training aid has been set up?
Correct. Before he certifies and is able to work the calls, he's tested by our evaluator, and those are all unknown finds.
Unknown to you? To you?
Correct. They're always unknown to the dog, but unknown to myself as a handler.
Why is that important?
It's how they evaluate you and your dog as a team before you start working.
Have you heard of cueing or any sort of bias on the part of a handler that could affect the performance of a dog?
Yes, creating the false alert stuff, yes.
All right. What was done with Garus to avoid that situation from occurring?
Generally, you're only going to see creating the false alert or the cueing with your newer handlers. Our department goes at great lengths to try and avoid that. Why are you training them? While you're training them, they purposely, the trainer with you, is purposely telling you, keep walking, keep moving, don't stop walking to cue the dog. And that's why it goes in stages where you introduce them, you imprint them, and then you start your searches. If I was doing a search of just the straight wall, I would let the lead, and he's on lead, I would let the lead slack in my hand. And if I see he's working the odor, and when he stops, I'm going to keep moving, walking. Well, of course, I'm going to come at a point to the end of the lead. Purposely, I keep moving, whether it is the half moon behind him or whether it's just moving my feet back and forth. And that's what we do to try and avoid and make sure you don't cue your dogs. But those problems are usually only with your newer handlers, your inexperienced people.
Did Garus undergo an evaluation
Yes.
by an outside agency?
Yeah, he was our evaluator with our agency, but he was not involved in the training
All right. Well, that was initially.
initially. Yes.
So, Flash Fan says, can you imagine them having the dog testify? You know, I have a dream. I always think about this, and especially like Murdoch is a great example, right? Because it was like, if only Bubba could testify, right? Because Bubba witnessed everything that happened at the kennels. So I wish dogs could testify for many reasons. One, it would be cute, but two, dogs know everything. Dogs know more than people, oftentimes.
All right.
I'm sorry, you're referring to the school.
Yeah, after his initial evaluation by the Orange County Sheriff's Office, he was certified to do work for the
Yes.
agency,
Yes, ma'am.
right? All kinds of work,
Yes, ma'am.
including the cadaver dog work that you've described.
Correct.
Did he then go to a basic cadaver school hosted by an entity independent of the Orange County Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
Where did that take place?
It took place in Sarasota, Florida. One of the search and rescue groups had organized for Andy Redmond to come down and his company to come down and host a seminar, a school in Sarasota, and I applied for that and went to it.
All right. Is Andy Redmond one of these individuals who's recognized as a leader in the field of cadaver dogs?
Yes, he is.
So this independent training that Garus received was one conceived by this individual, the
Yes.
training program. How long is it?
And that was a week-long seminar.
Have a look at the composite exhibit NR for identification and tell me if you recognize the documents contained therein.
Yes.
What do you recognize them to be?
K9 Garris's certifications, training logs, along with my training and experience.
What says the defense?
Would object. Hearsay.
May I see him?
You would also cite improper bolstering, Judge.
Ms. Burdick, for the record, could you ask them just a few more questions about what this exhibit contains?
I will. Thank you. Deputy Forgey, you were given just a brief opportunity there to look at the documents that comprise NR for identification. Did you see the first set? Let me get those back to you.
Thank you.
If you go through each one and tell me what it is.
The first is a certification for myself and K9 Garris for completion of the basic police human remains detection training course.
All right, that is one of the courses that you've already explained what was involved with it, and was the certificate was awarded at the end of that program.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Next document.
The next document is a copy of the memo, which Sergeant David Wade sent to my chain of command in reference to when the dog was his actual certification. It's dated 7/29 of 2005. He was evaluating the dog, and he passed his certifications, the memo.
All right. Are those maintained as a business record by the Orange County Sheriff?
Yes,
Okay. You are responsible for monitoring the contents of the business record involving Garus,
that is correct.
and that's one of those that is contained therein?
Yes, it is. I have it. In fact, I have I believe the original right here next to me.
Okay.
The next document is for the original outside course that I went to in Sarasota, Florida. The first one, the basic cadaver search school, which was put on by K9 Specialty Search and Associates. That was dated November of 2005.
Are you the individual responsible for maintaining the business record of the Orange County Sheriff as it relates to K9 Garus?
I am.
All right. Is that an accurate copy of the documents maintained in the course of business of the Orange County Sheriff's Office?
It is.
Okay. Do you have knowledge as to whether or not the contents of that document were made at or near the time of the event in question? The event being the certification or the training certificate?
Yes, I brought these back and I made these copies for yourself and the defense.
Okay. Next
from my
on.
records. Next one is a continuation of the same certificate, just in a different format, the exact same certificate of 2005, Cadaver Search School, November 2005.
Okay.
The next document is the Advanced Cadaver Search School, which I completed
Sorry,
in
StreamYard's
November of 2006,
StreamYard's
put
messing
on
up.
by the same organization in Sarasota, Florida. K9 Specialty Search and Associates, hosted by Andy Redman. This is a copy of the certificate that I obtained from that school.
All right. Are you the individual responsible for maintaining the business record of the Orange County Sheriff as it relates to that document reference K9 Garus?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
Okay. Is that an exact duplicate of the original that would have been prepared at or near the time of the certification?
It is. The next document is K9 Team Certification, dated 12/31/2008 for K9 Garus. And then it gives his ID number. ID number is, I'll do it phonetically, November Mike 4805. And it's part of his FDLE certification, copy of his certificate.
Is that part of the business record that you maintain on K9 Garus for the Orange County Sheriff?
Yes, ma'am. This is part of the examination and evaluation form, the FDLE certification for November 2006 for K9 Garus with the same K9 identification number, November Mike 4805. I believe so, yes, because this is a CJ Form 83 and the other one's CJ Form 70. This is a single form. And the next one's another evaluation form for 2010, I believe. I'm sorry, that's the wrong date. It's 06 also.
Is that the multi-page evaluation form for
Yes,
K9
ma'am.
Garus?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Are those documents maintained by you as a custodian or the person responsible for maintaining the accuracy of the records at the Orange County Sheriff's Office on K9 Garus?
Yes, they are. This is another FDLE form, certification for myself and K9 Garus. This is November of 2007. Same K9 identification number, November Mike 4805. It's a multiple page form. Those are all the pages continuous to November of 07.
There are several pages here comprising similar documents. Can you look at those and tell me what they are?
Yes. These are a copy of our training logs that I complete for the dog when I do a training scenario. Set up starting January 11th of 2005, which go through September 6th of 2008. And they're all his training logs.
His training logs for cadaver only, correct?
Correct. These are for cadaver only.
Are you the individual that makes the entry on the log?
I am.
Are these entries made at or near the time of the event that is being documented?
They are.
Are these records maintained in the normal course of business of the Orange County Sheriff?
They are.
Are you the individual responsible for maintaining the accuracy of this record for the Sheriff's Office?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
You already asked.
Your Honor, at this point, I would seek to introduce NR for identification into evidence.
May I audier the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Woo, Wajir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Yay, not her talking anymore.
The records that you have here, you're in charge of keeping them?
Yes.
And this is so you can, if ever called upon to go to court, you can show the judge and the jury that the dog has been trained?
That is correct.
And this is also so you can show the judge and the jury the certifications that this dog has?
That is correct. The outside certificate, you mean?
Yes.
The training log itself?
Correct.
Well,
The certificates, I asked you first about the training logs.
correct.
And as far as the certificates are concerned, it's the same thing. So you need, if you're ever called upon, you can show the judge and jury that this dog is certified.
Correct.
Now, as to the training logs, as far as the training logs are concerned, this has to deal with the times you trained the dog, correct?
The times I trained the dog. I was with the dog training, yes, sir.
Yes. And when this has nothing to do with the actual field performance when you're out on the field, correct?
Real world search is what you're referring to?
Field performance, when you're out in the field as a police officer, not training.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. The offer is as to the training logs and certificates we haven't gotten.
Sustain.
I have no further questions other than that, Judge.
Objections to the proffered exhibits.
Yes, Judge. I would cite, if I may, 90.803, Section 6. I think the records are inadmissible under that section.
Harris versus State, the April 21st, 2011 decision of the Florida Supreme Court found that 2011 WL 1496470 will admit them into evidence.
May I publish documents from the exhibit admitted into evidence, Your Honor?
You may publish.
Deputy Forgey, when was the first
So we should
training by Andy
So we
Redmond's
should be
group
getting-
that
very soon we should be getting some pictures of the training and videos.
K9 Garus underwent?
November of 2005.
All right. Even though you were undergoing a training by this outside group, did you maintain a training log for Garus?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
All right. Can you explain to the jurors, and this is a telestrator, the information that you put on these logs?
Just read the log myself.
Well,
It has,
just tell us what this information is that you are putting on the log and the reason for it.
I'm identifying who the dog is, who the handler is, and what exactly we're doing, the date, the time, and then what we did that day. Where it has K9 Garus, the date it was 11/11/05, and the time was we trained all day because it was a seminar. The location was in Sarasota, Florida. And then below that is the cadaver searches, the quantities, the search area, the target locations, and if the target was found or not.
So as far as the requirements of this school that you all attended, is that what you put in the search area? These are the different environments that the dog is exposed to during training?
Yes, that was our search areas, the horse field, the canine training field, a pipe, and when I say pipe, it was a drain pipe, like a culvert where the dog had to go through to find the training aid, a trailer, portable, like a school portable, and gravel. It was mounds of gravel, like a dump truck had gone back there and dumped a mound of gravel.
Right. And then when you write target location on your training log, this is where the cadaver material was ultimately located?
Yes, ma'am.
And then target found, you make indication on there as to whether or not the dog missed the target?
Correct. If he had missed it, it would be down below where the section says missed, and he had located all the targets.
Now, down here at the bottom of that matrix, you have number of searches, and then it says total false alerts to date. Explain what information you record there.
If he was the false alert on that day, I would indicate it in that box. That's what the box is for.
Okay. And then on the next column, you have total misses to date. Is that a situation like we just talked about where the target...
Just a second. Go ahead.
All right, this first box here is where you're talking about the different search areas, the horse field.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Then this box is the training locations that you just talked about.
Yes, ma'am.
And then I said circled target found.
Yes.
In this instance, Garus found all these targets.
Correct.
Okay. Down here on the document is where you would indicate if there was some sort of alert to something that was not present, a false alert.
Correct.
Okay. The next column is where you would record whether there was something that was there that he didn't alert to, which you've termed a miss.
Correct.
Okay. And then the last one would be the number of fines.
Yes.
Okay. So on this date in particular, there were 8 targets and 8 fines.
Yes, ma'am.
What information do you record on the bottom half of the form?
The bottom half, the weather information. I put the day, the condition, whether it's hot or cold, whether it's clear or rainy, whether it's humid or overcasted, and whether there's any kind of fog. The next box is going to be your wind direction, your wind speed, and your temperature. And below that would be a comment section.
And these are your comments that you've put in here as to the different sort of targets that were used during the training?
Yes.
Okay. Is this the same format that you utilize for all of Garus's training records?
Yes, it is.
You've had an opportunity to review these photographs, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recognize them?
Yes.
What are they?
They're myself and K9 Garus training while at the 2 seminars in Sarasota, Florida in 05 and 06.
Do each of those photographs fairly and accurately depict what was required, some of the things that were required of you and K9 Garus at these schools?
Yes, they do.
Deputy Forgey, you indicated that the photographs that we're about to look at encompassed K9 Garus's training at 2 different schools.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. We had talked about a training in 1995 in Sarasota. Was there a subsequent training with the same organization?
2005.
What did I say?
95.
I'm sorry, 2005.
Yes,
Thank
ma'am. November of 2005 and November of 2006.
And what was the difference between the two?
One was a basic cadaver dog course, and the other one was his advanced cadaver dog course.
Okay. What distinction is to be made between the two? Why is the second one more advanced? What is required?
Oh, we did a lot more of the distracting, a more proficient and advanced school. Like in some of the pictures, you'll see what they had to go through to pick out the right stuff and the other distractors.
I'll show you what's been introduced as States 145 in evidence and ask you to explain which school.
This is going to be 2006.
Show us or tell us what we're looking at here, if you would.
We're doing an interior search. It was actually a haunted house that we were using that day. And there's blood back here on a piece of clothing in the corner.
You can touch the screen.
I accidentally did. It's behind him where he's turning and looking. So I'm sorry, it's in front of him. So I'm coloring over the dog right now, but it's where his head is turned that direction in this pile of clothes that's down here in this corner.
All right. Now, are there some indicators to you during this training session that the dog has either a change of behavior or is alerting to
Yes.
something?
You'll be able to see in the other pictures, see how fuzzy his hair is sticking out. I refer to it as like a hackle. It's up, it's high, it's proud. He's turning because of the way the odor is coming out of there, commonly referred to as a head snap. If you see the dog head snap working into odor, we were walking down the hallway if you're looking at the screen from the left to the right, turning into the hallway. I thought he was going to go into this room, but he didn't. He gave me a good hard head snap here, turned into direction, and ended up going back over here and later giving me a final trained alert. The picture was taken right before that. This was referred to as the bone room within the haunted house. Obvious reasons. There were 2 real bones in this room, and he had to find them. The rest of them are all fake. The 2 real human bones out of all the fake distractors. There was one on the wall and one in the pile that he was at right there.
What's happening here?
Cute. What a good boy.
Is this the 95 or 96?
05. It's okay.
I keep saying the same thing.
It's okay. This is the 2005. We're in the middle of one of the horse training rings, the horse training field. And the training aid is underneath this box. There's a couple boxes out there. I don't know what they use them for, horse training wise, but we had our training aid in the center of this. So you would have all the
I know what they're for. I can tell you exactly what they're for. They're not for training horses. The boxes are platforms for newer beginner riders or younger riders to have a step up so that they can mount the horse. I did a lot of horseback riding. I love horses, and I took lessons growing up. And it's funny because I'm short, and I was short as a child. But when you know what you're doing, you can get on the horse. You don't need those platforms. But that's what they're out there for. They're for beginners or for younger people or shorter people who are maybe apprehensive to saddle a horse without
distractors throughout the field. And it's an open range search, off lead search. He's turning and starting to work odor. His tail's up. It's fuzzy again. His nose is down.
What are we seeing here?
Cute.
Final trained alert.
Good boy.
And 149.
You can tell he's proud. It's so cute. You can just tell from that he's proud that he did his job. He did a good job. Good night, Flash fan. Thank you for being here as always. Good luck modding tomorrow for that trial in Georgia, and hopefully we'll see you soon.
Is that somehow different than 148?
Yes.
How so?
Garus would like to find the odor, work the source, give me a final trained alert, and then turn and look at me and make eye contact with me. He always has. And this is him, because those photos were actually taken in sequence. When he was working the odor, he gave his final trained alert, looking at the odor, and then turned and looked at me for acknowledgement.
And documented also in 150 in evidence.
Yes, ma'am.
Scratches.
What are we seeing here?
A vehicle search, a training of vehicle search as well at the advanced school. Sweeping a vehicle, commonly sweep them low, sweep them high. And that's what we're doing here. You can see how why I explained earlier, why I let the lead loose in my hand, how it's got slack, so you're not pulling the dog off of it or stopping or whatever. You leave slack. Same thing, another vehicle search training. You see his hair on his tail is changing again. He's in odor, but I'm actually going to spin him right here. I'm going to spin him because I thought he passed the door too fast to get the source. So redirect him and you spin right back around and put him back and continue to search. The odor on this one is actually under the rear bumper. One of the training aids, a femur.
Is that a training aid as well?
That's another training aid. It's an upper jawbone. Horse
Gross.
training. It's the horse training field again at the seminar. Just shows I'm refining my search, directing. This was the pipe, the culvert that I was explaining earlier. The training aid was at the center of this, and they had to actually work to it. Block searches. You can see his tail. You see his head. I would refer to it as fixing to dunk his head into the odor. Concrete boxes. You see he's kind of shifted forward because he's come to a fast stop before he could give me his final trained alert. Again, you see the leash is slack and I'm still moving. He's working odor, working another set of blocks where there'll be multiple empty blocks or distractors in the empty blocks, and one of them will have the training scent source there. The wind was hitting us in the nose that day, so where I started him, he's going to pull me straight past everything right to it.
Garus is successful. He gets a reward.
Yes, ma'am.
And is this photograph to show the type of reward that he gets?
Yes, it was a ball.
Good boy.
Handler praise and a ball. That's
Oh my
his
God.
reward.
Handler.
During
I love
either of those schools, did Garus have any misses?
Yes,
Okay, false alerts.
I believe he had one. He had a few misses.
All right. Do you have an explanation that you believe was the reason for his miss?
We had done on the one day that I'm looking at.
I could probably object speculation there because it's like, in a way, it's like, well, what was Garus thinking? You know what I mean? Like, I think he might actually object. here.
Specifically, we had done 15 searches. We'd worked all day. In the haunted house, he missed 2 small pieces of napkin that had a couple drops of blood in the hallway. But he had located 13 items in that building. And there was 15 items. He missed 2 of them.
And I had asked you about whether or not he alerted on something that you learned was not there.
Correct.
And what is your recollection about that?
I would refer back to my logs real fast. I don't believe there was. There may have been. In 06, no false alerts. 05, I have 1 false alert on the 9th and 3 false alerts on the 8th.
All right. On the 8th,
Yes, ma'am.
why do you think that happened?
We had 31 searches that day. He was tired.
Speculation, multi-strike.
Yes. Yeah.
You can answer. Maybe you did. I didn't hear it.
We had done 31 searches that day. That's the most he's ever done in one day. He was tired. And I indicate that in my log actually also. I typed it at the bottom.
Okay.
He appeared to be getting bored, gave 3 false alerts. Garus finished the search finding the targets with encouragement.
All right.
He was bored and tired.
Oh, how cute.
Now, the next
But with encouragement, he finished the tasks.
day,
Good boy.
you indicated that there was one
On
other,
the 9th,
or did I mishear you?
no, it was 11-9. I have 12 searches that day with 1 false alert. Numerous training materials were used. The soil, adipozere, pseudoscent bones, and mummified muscle. I didn't indicate. It was just he just false alerted that day.
All right. Now, do those training scenarios accurately reflect a real world situation? Would you ever have a dog performing 31 searches in one day?
You would never search that much. Usually when you find, in the real world situation, when you find one item, you stop your search, depending on the item and depending on the search itself.
Now, in addition to these schools, does Garus undergo any sort of regular, what you might call maintenance training?
Yes, he's required to continue his maintenance training, a minimum of 2 specialties a month, and then quarterly we're evaluated by either a supervisor or a trainer.
All right. How many times between July 29th of 2005 and June 7th of 2010 did Garus undergo a quarterly evaluation by a trainer or a supervisor?
You said in 08 was the last date?
05 to 010.
Oh, I'm sorry.
05 to 10.
21 times he was evaluated.
And did you kept training records as to each of those evaluations?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have any problems during those evaluations with misses or false alerts?
No, I did not.
Has Garus ever trained in situations where a body that you knew, a body to be present, and then the body was removed, what you might refer to as residual odor, or the odor left by something even though it's been removed? Have you trained Garus in those circumstances?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Do you recall specific instances where that occurred?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury when and the circumstances of that?
The first time was 9/5 of 05. A body had been recovered or located next to a retention pond in the high grass. The gentleman had been deceased for approximately 7 days. I went there and ran it before they had actually removed the gentleman as a training aid. I spoke to the homicide detective prior to it, and I ran it as a training aid. And then I went back 10 days later after the body had already been removed and had been in the natural environment. I went there 10 days later and worked it from 2 different directions to see how we would react with the wind direction change also. That was the first one. And we actually ended up finding 2 pieces that they had missed.
2 bones?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Was there a second time?
The second time was 4/4 of 2006, where a transient had been located deceased, and they estimated approximately 2 days. It was just off the roadway, maybe 20, 25 yards into the woods. There was food around. Yeah, it was a white female. There was food around her. And I asked the detectives again if it was okay if I ran it as a training aid because of the huge scent source. And it was okay. And I ran that one.
Okay. And did you have any problems with Garus missing or falsely alerting on a different location?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
And then the third one was 7/22 of 2007. And that body had been removed from the side of the roadway where it had been discarded. Approximately 10 hours when I ran that one. That was in Osceola County. I got a phone call on that.
All right. You're saying 10 hours after the body had been removed?
10 hours after the body had been removed. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you have any issues with Garus either missing that area or falsely alerting to another area?
No problems with it at all.
I mean, you have to say, it takes a real talent to take something like bringing canines in when everybody loves dogs, right? The jury loves dogs, and it takes real talent to make this boring. But she's found a way, I feel like.
2001, when you said you started doing this sort of work, how many cadaver canine calls do you believe you've had?
Real world calls over 200.
Okay. And in training?
And in training, almost 500. It was 498.
In addition to doing this cadaver work, Garus is a full service dog, so he undergoes other training?
Yes, he does.
All right. And when you're working, he's working
Right.
however many hours that is a week?
Correct. It's easier just to break it down as, it's 80 hours every 2 weeks.
Now, how is it that you end up being called typically to a scene?
A detective will call me. Sometimes I get called for cold case files because somebody's called in a tip on a cold case, maybe 10 years old, maybe 30 years old. Just something livens up a case, or it could be a fresh case that the detective calls me on, and I get out there. There's been a few calls that I've actually heard dispatched that I thought I could help with, or I've checked the screen and seen something, like someone called in and said they knew that there was a body located in this area. They had heard little Timmy had been killed and he was back in the woods, and they wanted to let us know. And I'll self-initiate and go out there and see if I can help them in any way.
All right. Is the typical end result of these calls, either you're self-initiated or calls for assistance, that there's no alert?
That's correct. It's typical.
In 2005, did Garus have any cadaver searches in real-world scenarios?
I had no real-world call-out cadaver searches with them in 2005.
Right. How about 2006?
2006, I had 6 calls.
All right. And of those 6 calls, did Garus alert at all?
Out of those 6 call-outs, I had 1 alert.
All right. And what was the result of that alert?
It was a find. I found a deceased person. And I don't know the end result of that. I don't know if it ended up being a homicide or not. I have the case number documented, though.
All right. But in that year, you had 1 alert and 1 find?
1 alert, 1 find.
No false alerts?
No false alerts.
Okay. In 2007?
I'm sorry.
How many real-world?
I had 9 real-world cadaver searches.
Any alerts?
No alerts.
So since there's no alert, no false alert?
Correct.
How about in 2008?
2008, I had approximately 71 cadaver searches.
Wow.
With 3 alerts.
How the fuck
The
is
first
that?
one was 3/24 of 2008. So March 24th of 2008. And that was a find.
All right. What did Garus find?
He found a mandible, which is, the mandible is your lower jawbone with the teeth attached.
Now, the events of this case occurred in 2008. Let me at least skip over that for the time being. After July of...
After all this, finally we're getting to the right year. Finally, we're getting to the events of the case. Let's skip over that. You've got to be kidding me. Because why on earth would we talk about what we're actually here for? That would be just crazy.
2008. After July 15th of 2008, did you have several call-outs for suspected grave sites or something suspicious as it related to the disappearance of Caylee Anthony?
Absolutely.
Is that why you went from 9 cadaver searches to 71 in the period of 1 year?
Yes, we had hundreds of tips on this particular case, and that's why we went from such a little number of searches to such a large number of searches.
Now, when you responded to these tip calls, did you see anything that would suggest that there was disturbed earth, that there might have been something in this search location?
Yes. I particularly documented two of these cases that both of them looked like there was a recent shallow grave, indent in the dirt. The grass is not the same. It appears like a shallow grave, small shallow grave.
All right. Did Garus alert to either of those locations?
No, neither one of them.
Were they dug nonetheless?
They were still dug due to the fact that they were related to this case, and they were dug by forensics.
Do you know what the findings were as it relates to those?
Both of them were animals.
In 2009, did Garus have any cadaver searches?
Yes, I had 12 cadaver searches in 2009 with one alert,
Okay, and what was the result of his alert?
a find,
And what were the circumstances of that?
a drowned victim. He was still underwater. He had fallen out, I believe he fell out of a canoe and had not surfaced.
And how about 2010?
2010, I had 11 searches and no finds, or no alerts, I'm sorry.
All right. Garus is currently retired.
Yes.
And when was his last day of work?
His last day of work was a call, and it was September 24th of 2010. He went down on a call.
One of the real-world scenarios that you've described was actually captured on videotape.
Yes, ma'am.
Which one?
That was the first one, the female in 2006. Yes, 5/29/2006, I believe that's it.
All right. And what can you tell the jury about the circumstances of this alert?
A male had called in and said that he had heard that there was a deceased female. I believe the circumstances that he had heard that she had been shot and discarded in a wooded area near a pond on the west side of town. The deputies went out there. There was approximately 5 of them that had gone and walked the woods and searched by the pond and could not find anything. They had called for the helicopter to come out and search the area. The helicopter had since left the area, and I believe they switched crews. I know they fueled up again, but I believe they switched crews and came back, searched the area again when I heard the call. I told them I'd come over and try and help them in any way I could. The helicopter searched again, saw that I had arrived, and called me on an off channel. They said they were leaving again, but please be aware that there was a large alligator in the pond in the area that I was just going out there. So I asked them to remain in the area if they would, to watch the alligator while I searched, because next to the pond it was a lot of I refer to it as sweet grass, the real thick, real green grass that you get around ponds in Florida, and it's pretty tall. So it'd be easy to go through and fall off into the pond if I didn't know where I was at.
All right. Was this in the evening hours? Was it dark out?
Yes, it was dark.
All right. And so the reason why this ended up being captured by the sheriff's office helicopter is because there was an alligator in the area.
Correct.
You've had the opportunity to review this incident?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. The video produced is fair and accurate
Yes, ma'am.
version of the events as they occurred.
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point, I would seek to introduce OI for identification into evidence.
What says the defense?
We would object. We received no prior disclosure on this at all. May we approach?
You may. Okay, objection will be overruled.
I think the procedure that we are proceeding on is not in.
So just to be clear, this video that's in question right now is not actually them finding anything to do with this case. It's like a different search. I think they're just wanting to use it as an example of them searching.
Accordance with Harris. I think what we are doing currently is we are addressing a matter of law with the jury. The court in Harris clearly outlined what a proper predicate would be laid before an officer can testify under the prongs that were under the 3-prong test that was laid out by Harris. I think what we're doing is analogous to holding a motion to suppress in front of the jury. These searches, these trainings, all of these indications are no different than what we would have in a probable cause hearing. If this were somewhat of a drug case on a vehicle search, this wouldn't be done in front of the jury. And I would renew our previous objection. I just wanted to make it clear that when I had previously objected and brought it to the court's attention that this predicate had to be laid, it was so that the court can do this outside of the presence of the jury,
Right.
because they are hearing things that are completely irrelevant. I do not read Harris to be the only case that allows you to bolster your witness. I read that as if, I read this case saying that we need objective standards. Moving forward in this type of evidence, objective standards must be used when laying a proper predicate. These are clearly issues and matters of law that must be done in front of Your Honor, not in front of the jury. And now what the effect is of course improper bolstering, and of course evidence that is irrelevant to this case and to the facts that they are
Right.
sworn to actually
That's
make.
kind of my point, right? Because again, this isn't actually related to the case. They're not showing a video of them finding, Caylee's remains or anything like that. This is a different search. So while I want to see all the dog videos that are out there, and I love the good boy, and I'm happy to see it. I totally it's not relevant. I totally understand what he's saying, and I agree.
A determination on, and if we proceed and continue to proceed, we're just making the matter worse. This is a matter of law, not a matter of fact, and does not need to be before the jury.
12 individuals at some point in time will go back to a jury room, and they will be asked to evaluate the believability of this testimony. And one of the things that this jury is going to have to decide is whether or not this particular K9 or any other K9 is reliable. So the reliability, the dog's training and certificates, the handler's training and certification, the experience and training of the dog all goes to factors that will enable the trier of fact to determine whether or not they want to accept or reject this evidence. Therefore, my previous ruling will stand. Let's return to jury.
I mean, I disagree, because here's the thing. The examples he just gave were the K9's training and certificates and the handler's training and certificates. All that's already come in. That makes sense. All that's already come in. What he just said to me completely skirts what the issue Mr. Baez raised was. The training certificates and all that already came in. Pictures of the training already came in, all this stuff. What is about to come in is a video of a search for something completely different, right? A real world search or whatever, that they just happen to have the helicopter filming because of the alligator that was in somewhere no one knew where it was or whatever, for safety's sake. And they just happen to have it on camera. But that's extraneous to the examples that he just even gave, Judge Belvin just gave. So anyway.
Okay, state recognized president of the jury.
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense.
Yes, sir, we do.
Okay, you may publish the exhibit to the jury.
Deputy Forgey, you've determined that of the 20 minutes contained in this video, that you come into the field of view at what point?
I believe it was 15:45 or 53.
Okay.
I wrote it down.
This was taken from a helicopter.
Yes, ma'am.
Is it any sort of special lighting that was used?
The FLIR system, infrared, works on the heat source.
At the time that you and Garus are performing, do you know where this body?
The other thing that's weird is that they didn't, like, for both him and then the next witness, who is one of the other canine handlers, they don't have videos or photographs of the actual search for in this case. Like, it's not, like these days everything's on body cam, right? apparently that wasn't a thing back then. And I don't know if they just didn't have the technology or what, but like, we don't have any body cam footage. But anyway, if ever you would want that when it comes to, well, it's always important, right? But especially when you've got the canine searches, right? Because what they're going to do is they're going to put up a picture and have the witness on the stand point to where the dog was alerting and like circle it with the telestrator. But like, you can't tell from a picture, right? It's 2-dimensional. And it's very different than seeing the dog actually alert, especially if you're going through all the trouble of showing the jury how the dog alerts, what their signals are, what it looks like when they have a scent, right? We're already learning so much about their behavior and whatnot. And then, of course, there's the other factor of whether or not the handler is cueing them or not, because they're not supposed to be doing that. And so when it comes to like what Judge Bellman was just saying in the trier fact and whatnot, like if you're going to show them any footage of them doing an actual real world search, shouldn't it be the search in this case? Anyway.
Is.
No, sir. Or no, ma'am.
Right. Your Honor, may we have permission to start at 15:45?
Any objections from the defense at that starting point?
We just renew all previous motions and objections.
Okay. Now, members of the jury, it is easy for you to view the monitor with the lights on or dimmed. Okay, you may proceed.
Okay.
It's not like you can really see anything of this anyway. Kind of see them. I mean, it's not. I mean, this isn't even worth looking at, though. I mean, what you can see. Cute. Oh, there's the person. So I think he said that he was in a body of water, like a pond or something.
Do you and Garus appear at any point after this?
No.
Now,
I don't know
the
why
infrared makes it
I don't know why that was any more helpful than what we've already seen.
look like this is a flat surface, is it?
No, ma'am.
Can you describe the terrain at that point?
It looks like it was a previous sinkhole. So it's pretty steep decline into the retention pond area. It has a lot of the tall grasses where in the video you see him hopping. I call it deering when they kind of hop because he's trying to smell and jump and pass through the high grass. There's trash all over the place because it's a known transient area. And prior to going down the decline, the small hill to the sinkhole area where the water is, it's a wooded area.
So when you're out of the woods, so to speak, what is it that you can tell us about what Garus was doing on this video to pick up the scent and then ultimately whether or not he gave an alert?
The conditions actually that night happened to be perfect. The wind was out of the northeast blowing to the southwest, and I happened to just park at the southwest part of the woods. He winded them from the wood section, when I gave him his command to find human decomposition, he winded him right away. He drugged me through the woods and then down the embankment. And then when he gets down there into the high grass, he's having to work through the grass, and it's commonly called bracketing. He's working the source. I know he's working odor. He's definitely bringing me to it, and he's bracketing to get to it. I was having to slow him down. If you saw when he would stop, when he stopped immediately, it's because I held the lead, because I didn't know where the water was, because it was, pitch black down there. I didn't have any light. And then that's when I asked for Chase to turn the light on right after I had stopped him. And then all of his body behavior is there. He goes to his down, and I don't know if you watched, but he turned and looked right at me and made eye contact.
Now, early in your testimony, we talked about another cadaver dog that you had trained, Bones.
Yes.
Prior to Bones' transfer to the Osceola County Sheriff's Office, did you have the opportunity to work him in real calls where he made an alert?
Yes, I had.
Do you recall of those circumstances? How many were there, first of all?
He had 4 real fines within, I believe it was 11 months that I worked him after school. So there was a total of 4 fines. The first one was
curricular activities.
A call that I actually heard where a person had called in and called the sheriff's office and said that they thought his house dog had brought back a human bone, specifically had teeth to it. I went out there, or I called the unit that was on scene. I said, does it look real or does it look like an animal? And they stated that it looked real.
It is your thing.
State?
Your Honor, these are the circumstances of his real world.
The fact that he even gives them a chance, that should have just been sustained. It's hearsay.
Fine. They're relevant to whether or not we.
No, I'm sorry. Relevance is not an exception to hearsay. This prosecutor
meet the predicate involving Bones.
Objection overruled.
Not surprising though that he rules it. Unbelievable.
I believe I left off. Actually, can you read me where I left off?
You were telling the jury that you were trying to determine whether or not the jaw or mandible, whatever was brought.
I mean, it's not even relevant. I mean, I don't know why this even matters.
Back by someone's dog was real or not.
Spoke to the deputy. He said it appeared to be real. I drove out there. It was in Tangerine, which is northwest part of Orange County, and recognized it immediately as a section of the human mandible. It still had a few teeth with fillings. I interviewed the person that called us in, the owner of the dog, and asked him where his dog normally plays. It's a rural area in the county, so there's woods everywhere. So I could narrow down my search. He didn't know. He said his dog plays all over the place. I deployed Bones from my vehicle on the main street, which was south of his house, and put his collar on and gave him his command to find human remains. And just casted him out, started walking. The wind was out of the north that day, and I happened to be south of it. He pulled me through the backside of a play area of a church, out through a field, and located the lower torso of a cadaver.
Oh boy.
It had been disarticulated by animals, pulled apart.
You said there were 4?
Yes.
What's a summary of the details of the second?
The second one, a quick summary of it, the gentleman, I was asked to search a house in the backyard area. K9s And Bones alerted into the garage of the house. The forensic unit did a dig and found a deceased man in the garage floor, buried underneath the garage floor. We went approximately 2 streets over, and it was still part of the same exact case, and he alerted in the backyard near the pool and rock garden area, and there was another deceased person there. It was all the same case.
Wow. So I wonder what case this is. Let me back it up and see if I can figure it out from the clues and do a search, because whoever this person was had more than one person buried in their backyard, or well, one in the garage, one in the backyard. That's crazy.
Ronan gave him his command to find human remains, and just casted him out, started walking. The wind was out of the north that day, and I happened to be south of it. He pulled me through the backside of a play area of a church, out through a field, and located the lower torso of a cadaver. It had been disarticulated by animals, pulled apart.
You said there were 4?
Yes.
What's a summary of the details of the second?
The second one, a quick summary of it, the gentleman was asked to search a house in backyard area.
Where?
K9s And Bones alerted into the garage of the house. The forensic unit did a dig and found a deceased man in the garage floor, buried underneath the garage floor. We went approximately 2 streets over, and it was still part of the same exact case, and he alerted in the backyard near the pool and rock garden area, and there was another deceased person there. It was all the same case, same day. There was, that's 3 of them.
Okay.
The 4th one, I was called to town on the south end of the county in reference to a sexual battery case. I was called to ask the question of, is it possible that Bones could locate? If he could locate an item that had blood on it.
Has he been trained
Yes, he had been
in
trained.
that fashion? Okay.
Yes. I don't want to get too much into the sexual battery, but I deployed out there where the area where the lady had said she'd been taken, and located a rag that the defendant, the suspect, had wiped off some blood with and discarded, and Bones located that item.
If I may approach the witness with OK for identification. This is the report that went with the video that was published.
Yes, it was. 5/29 in 2006.
Your Honor, at this point, I would seek to introduce OK for identification into evidence pursuant to Harris.
What says the defense?
Same objection.
The overruled. You'll be receiving evidence as
Deputy Forgey, were you called to assist in an investigation regarding the disappearance of Caylee Marie Anthony?
Yes, I was.
When did you first become involved in the investigation?
Absolutely incredible that this is the question. That's it blows my mind. Also, I'm trying to see if I can find this other case. Unfortunately, everything that I'm searching, he didn't give us any details other than a house. And everything that I'm searching for with Jason Forgey and the K9, specifically, it's just coming up with this trial, unfortunately. It's really funny. There's a headline here. Testimony in Anthony trial focuses on car smell. Yeah, you think? This is what I've been saying all along. I'm going to keep looking, but it's the thing is because this case was so famous, it's just, you know, how the algorithm works. This is what's coming up, and it's not pulling up the other cases that he was involved in. So I'll keep looking now.
7/17/2008. I responded to main operations, 2500 West Colonial, to be specific, the forensic bays.
All right. You said 7/17.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. At what time did you respond to that location?
16:42 hours.
Just before 5 p.m.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have to?
1531, I'm sorry, 1531 hours.
1531. Do you have to make any preparations with Garus to prepare for whatever request is to be made of him?
For the search, I use a collar as an indicator and then give him a command.
All right. How is a collar an indicator?
It's an indicator. It's just a change of, like if I was to put a harness on him for tracking. It's a different tool that you use, and it indicates to the dog he's doing a different job. If I was to put a harness on him and hook him up from the center of his back and give him a command for tracking, it's tracking. If I slip a collar over his head and give him his command for looking for human remains, he knows that's what he's doing.
Based on the training that he's had over the years.
Correct.
So when you arrive at the main operations center, are you given any information about the potential pending case?
Nothing except for general information that I recall. I responded to the forensic bay and met with some of the forensics personnel or CSI personnel there, and they took me out to the bay. They said there was a vehicle that they would like me to look at.
You've been involved in working a cadaver dog since 2003.
Correct.
So at that point in 2008, you had 5 years of a lot of different types of experience, but 5 years working with training aids of human origin.
Overall,
Yes. Multiple scenarios. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Would you say that having had exposure to those training aids, that you've had an opportunity yourself to be able to detect the odor of human remains?
Yes, definitely. I can smell it.
Okay. When you get to the operations center, can you smell what you would recognize to be the odor of human remains?
At the facility itself, prior to moving the vehicle out of there, it was pretty strong in the bays. Yes, ma'am.
Do you go into this facility with Garus, or is he somewhere else?
He's in the vehicle waiting.
Why is that?
I went in to find out what exactly they wanted because I was still, I didn't know very much of the particulars on the case. I went in there to meet with the people to find out what they exactly wanted, and that's when I discovered the vehicle was still in the bays. I asked them to move the vehicle outside.
Why?
Because in the forensic bay there are other trash cans, biohazard trash cans where the unit that picks up our biohazard trash come and pick up. It's housed in the same warehouse on the other bay, the opposite bay.
So where did you ask that the individuals present move the car?
I asked them to remove the vehicle from the garage, the bays, and put it outside in the parking lot.
How was that to facilitate or improve Garus's search?
To put it in the open air, to remove it from the other biohazards that were in there, which are also, blood and other evidentiary stuff in the bays, to put it in a clean area.
Do you have the car sit for any period of time prior to getting Garus out of your vehicle?
It was a short time. I don't recall the exact time, the exact time frame when I let it sit, but it was a little while because I went around and moved my vehicle to the back side of the forensic bays to make it closer for me.
Did you search or perform a search of any sort with Garus prior to going to the subject vehicle?
I swept a car, which was on the west side of the subject vehicle, the white Pontiac. Yes.
Okay. Why did you do that?
I'm guessing it was probably because of training. I just swept the car real fast in front of it, and that's what we've always done in training, is there's always multiple vehicles there. I've never run into it in the real world situation. So I just took him out, swept the next car right next to it, and then went right to the subject vehicle.
All right. Were the doors open or closed on the white Pontiac?
The first sweep around it, they were closed.
Was this a white Pontiac Sunfire that you came to learn was the vehicle alleged to belong to Casey Anthony?
Yes, it was.
Explain to the members of the jury the sweep that you did of the vehicle once it was moved outside.
I swept the blue vehicle to the right and then immediately went over to the vehicle in question, swept it in a counterclockwise manner. So from driver's side, front bumper area, down the driver's side, around the rear of the vehicle, and then back down the passenger side. I had already spoken to one of the forensic techs and told him that if I needed him to ventilate the vehicle to open anything, I would just tell him, and I would be going counterclockwise, so I would want him to start by opening the driver's door. When he opened the driver's door, just barely click it and move on back to the trunk area. And then if I indicated for him to open the trunk, he'd open the trunk, and so forth around the vehicle in a counterclockwise manner. The first pass, he started indicating in the rear of the vehicle. I could tell he was working something, so when I came back around to the driver's side again, when I was crossing the front bumper while still moving, I asked the tech to open the driver's door.
Okay. And what was Garus's response after the driver's door was opened?
When the driver's door was open and we got to that part of the car, he dove into the car in between the driver's seat and the back seat and jumped back in there, looking to the back seat trunk area, trying to get back in that area. Again, like I stated, that I continued to move. So you don't create these false alerts and stuff. I continued to move. He came back out, working the source. I indicated for the tech to open the trunk. We continued down the driver's side to the trunk area. When we turned down the side of the rear of the trunk was open. Garus jumped up into the trunk.
His whole body?
No, front end. Front end, stuck his head in there. And of course I was overwhelmed at that point because same thing, I'm hitting at the same time he is. I move around, continue to walk. Garus comes out of the trunk with his front paws, comes out of the trunk to the right rear passenger taillight bumper area and gives me a final trained alert. He goes into a down position.
Do you then leave the forensics bay area or the parking lot outside the forensics bay area?
Yes, I loaded the dog back up, and then I left the area.
Were you asked to go to...
Well, I could not find anything about that other case that he had referenced where the person had multiple bodies in their backyard and whatnot. I did stumble upon the entire Orange County Sheriff's Office investigative report that was made for this case, and written by Yuri Melich. And I think it's pretty interesting. I think what I will do is I will do a stream where we just go over that document. I think it might take like an entire stream to go through. But it's really interesting, and I'll be able to share that on the screen, and we'll take a look at that. So,
to another location that same day or subsequent date?
Yes.
Okay. Same day?
I believe it was the next day. I'm not sure. The Hope Spring address.
Okay. What request was made of you at the Hope Spring residence?
They asked me to come out and if I could do a sweep of the backyard. They had a concern in a couple areas in the backyard and low area that the father was not familiar with.
Strike which portion, Mr. Vass? Father was not familiar with the area? Sustain. That portion would be stricken, and juries and asked to disregard that portion of the state.
Yes, sir. You were asked to go to the Hope Spring residence to check out some areas that the crime scene techs wanted you to look at.
The detectives, yes, ma'am.
The detectives.
Some areas of concern within the backyard.
All right. So you went there with Garus.
Yes.
Okay. Did you do any sort of investigation in the backyard prior to deploying Garus in that search area?
The detectives, yes, I wanted to look at it. The detectives had a particular area that they wanted to look at because they had been informed that it was...
Without giving us the hearsay information, there were areas in the backyard they wanted you to search?
Of concern, yes.
Okay. So in order to facilitate that, you came with Garus?
I went and retrieved Garus from the patrol vehicle and conducted a search of the yard.
Okay. How was that search conducted?
Off lead.
Okay. Was everyone removed from the backyard?
The majority of them, I believe it was Corporal Carden, which was my K9 supervisor, was with me. And I don't recall whether one of the detectives stayed back there or not, but I don't believe they did.
Okay. So what commands do you give Garus regarding the search of the backyard at Hope Spring?
His command to find human remains were find Fred. His indicator is his collar. I put his collar on him and give him his command, find Fred, and he goes to work.
Find Fred.
And you said he's off lead,
Off
so you're not having him sweep in any particular direction?
No, because it's a fenced-in yard and it was a controlled area. I kicked him off lead to allow him a free search, and then I could bring him back and direct him to check particular areas of concern. I entered the yard from the northwest corner and started in a eastern directions where I kicked him off lead and let him search the area. We went past a couple sheds.
Okay, let me ask you, is that the gate by the garage?
Yes, on the north side, yes.
Okay. You said you went past some sheds?
There's a couple like Tupperware container sheds. And went past that, then there was an above ground swimming pool continuing to the east from the west side. And then you would turn and there was a area of concern right there at the northeast corner. That was the indentation in the backyard that they had an area of concern they wanted me to check particularly.
All right. The detectives had concern about that.
Right.
Did Garus give an alert in that area of concern?
No, he did not.
Okay. Did he continue on?
He continued to work. He went through, I believe, initially, around the pool. He searched the whole area. The only areas that he gave me any indications and gave me any alerts and a final trained alert was in the southeast corner of the yard, which is near the play area. And there was like a playhouse. A kid's bench, sand, play box area, but it's the southeast corner of the yard.
Your Honor, may I publish 43 in evidence at this time so that the testimony can be further explained?
State's Exhibit 43, you may publish.
All right. First of all, Deputy Forgey, can you see 43?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Is this the area that you were describing where you got the alert?
Yes, ma'am.
Trained final alert?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Can you tell the members of the jury where the trained final alert occurred? You can tell us straight by touching.
Within that circle, in that area. The kids' playhouse and the kids' little sandboxes behind the little bench area or the picnic table. But that's where his final trained alert is.
Do you remove Garus from the backyard at that time?
Yes, I do.
Do you make a suggestion to the detectives there that another cadaver dog come and check the area?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Would that be Bones?
That would be Bones.
What information, if any, do you impart to Bones' handler when she arrives?
Generally, I just give them the general information. Here's the area of concern. Here's where I would like you to do a search. Here's what I've done in that area, aside from what my dog has done. Because I don't want to, like I said, we take great means to prevent false alerts or prevent these things. This is another one of those things. You don't tell them what your dog did. So it wouldn't preempt any of these things. You just say, here's a backyard. I would like you to search it and see if you get any alerts or indications. I've probed these areas, stuck holes in the ground, and no one's been back there for this time frame. Just general information that I give them.
Did Bones arrive?
Bones did arrive.
How long after you conducted the search with Garus did Bones arrive?
I don't recall. It was a little bit because she was coming from Osceola County.
Okay. Were you present during any search that Bones did?
Yes, I was.
You didn't run the search with Bones. Someone else did, correct?
Correct. He had been with the other handler for a few years at that point.
There are no other questions of the witness at this point.
Okay. Cross-examination.
Hey, police and court.
You may proceed.
Mr. Drane-Burdick. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, Deputy Forgey.
Good afternoon.
You were in that backyard, were you not?
Yes, I was.
It's not a very big backyard.
The lot line's not very large.
I'm sorry?
The lot line, I would say, is not very large, but that's up to personal perception.
Understood. Well, I hate to compare it to this courtroom, but it's, there's less grass area than this courtroom, wouldn't you say?
Then the square footage of this, yes, it would be.
Given the pool,
Yes,
given the playhouse,
yes.
given the lanai that's out there,
The lanai, the patio area?
the patio area.
Yes, sir.
Sorry. This playhouse area where you marked the area that your dog showed interest was approximately right around here?
The final trained
All right,
alert?
let me clear out what I did, and you could show us again if you could. I apologize. Can you show the jury again where? And this area over here in this direction would be a small walkway towards the shed, would it not?
There's another shed on the south side of the house.
Okay. Now, you testified that your dog has some training on residual odor, right?
He's been trained with residual odor, yes, sir.
And you gave, I believe, 3 examples of that?
I believe 2 examples.
2 examples. One was after 10 hours,
One was after 10 hours, yes, sir.
and what was the other one after how many hours?
10 days.
10 days.
So 24 times 10, 240.
You certainly have never had a situation where you've had to either train on or have a real world example prior to this case of 30 days. Is that correct?
A real world find after 30 days?
Find or training on residual odor after 30 days.
Finds, yes, I have real world finds older than 30 days.
That's not my question, sir. On residual odor.
Trying to understand your question.
All right, let me start from the beginning, so maybe I might be losing the jury too.
Yes.
Okay. Residual odor, when we talk about that, we're talking about possibly something at one time being somewhere and it's no longer there.
Correct.
Okay. And that could be either decomp fluid that's still there,
Correct.
or it could be the scent that might still be there,
Correct.
or it could not be there at all. It could be a false alert.
What would be the question there?
Michael,
Before I agree to
is
it.
that correct? Well, is that correct? I mean, when you run into a situation where you're trying to either train or you're deploying your dog and nothing is there that you can see, it
Okay.
could be either decomp fluid that's there. Is that a yes?
Yes, sir. I'm sorry.
Okay.
It could be decomp fluid.
No problem. The odor that's still there,
The smell itself, yes.
or it could be nothing there, which means it's a false alert.
It could be nothing there.
Right. There are such things as false alerts, right?
Yes.
Okay. The dogs are not infallible.
They are not perfect, no.
Okay.
Like humans.
And so it's one of those three things, correct?
Correct.
And unless you find something that indicates that a human body was there, you don't know which of the three it could be.
Unless I visually know it or a doctor finds something there.
Correct.
That's correct. Is it possible? Yes.
Like if you had DNA and you got DNA and you saw, okay, this person was there, that would be a confirmation that it wasn't a false alert, right?
Right. But there's also the possibility of having human remains with no DNA, bleached bones, stuff like that, right?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Now, bones and things like that.
Correct.
I'm not just using DNA.
Okay.
Other findings. Now, the two trainings that you had were over a course of how many years with this dog?
The two that we referred to? Yes. One was September 2005, and one was July of 2007.
And
With
this
this
is
dog.
over a course of 5 years approximately?
I believe he worked over 6 years.
Okay. And those were the only two indications or only two training sessions that you had on residual odor?
That I recall, yes, sir.
Okay. And when you went to first see the car, you were informed that the Pontiac Sunfire was the suspect's vehicle.
It was, I believe what he said was it was the vehicle in
This
question.
the matter right here.
That would be the person who's either under arrest or the car is confiscated, right?
Problem.
Later knowing, I don't think she was under arrest at that point, but person of interest, suspects.
Yep. So that's
Okay.
the problem. It's
Now-
it's not
When you brought out the car from the garage, you brought it
not
out because
reliable, right? If you already know which car is the car, you know it belongs to a suspect. You're going to bring the dog to that car. It's just it botches the whole thing. Yeah.
there was trash in the forensic bay area, right?
I don't know if I would classify it as trash. There was other items in the forensic bay.
Now, you don't work there, do you?
I don't work at forensics. No, I work at the sheriff's office.
In fact, you're not very familiar with the goings-ons in the forensic bay, are you?
You'd have to clarify that.
You're not too familiar with the forensic bay garage, are you?
In general, I have a little knowledge there, but do I work there in forensics? No, I do not.
Okay, so you don't know what trash was there, and that's why you asked to bring it out.
Correct.
So when you brought it out, you say, based on your training, you did a vehicle lineup.
Yeah, I swept another vehicle next to it. Yes, sir.
Okay. So you had one car who you knew had nothing to do with this case, and you had the car that you knew had to do with this case.
Vehicle in question. Didn't know about the case.
Handler bias.
But you knew it was the vehicle in
That's what we're
question.
talking
Okay.
about.
Absolutely.
Now,
Handler bias.
you testified that you quickly went through the first vehicle?
I testified that I swept the first vehicle.
Now, I saw that you had a video of one of your finds. Did you videotape this find?
No, I did not.
Okay.
And that's exactly what I
Did
said.
you-
That's what I said. I was like, So we know that you can videotape them, but you didn't videotape this. It's just
Do not have a video camera available.
why?
I'm sure there was one available.
Incredible.
But being is that you knew which car there was, you didn't think it would be advantageous to the jury or anyone to see if there were any cues that you were giving off to the dog.
That's exactly what I said.
If we could have predicted where we are today,
Nope. Bad answer.
it would have been videotaped.
Sir.
But it's not a common practice saying to videotape your real searches.
I tell you what, I feel like I just heard this recently in a trial. Was it in Delphi where somebody was on cross and they said, yeah, it was. It was on one of the times that Mullen was on the stand. And I'm sure it's been in other trials as well where there's someone's on cross and they say, if I could have predicted where we are today, I would have done it. And it's like, what? What do you, okay, let's walk through that logically. They're saying, if I could predict where we are today, what do you mean in trial? What do you expect when you're law enforcement? If you're a detective or if you're in law enforcement and you're working a murder case, shouldn't you expect, like, I don't understand. Like, you should be expecting, anyway. Like, it defies logic to not always have everything videotaped. And I know things are different now, thank goodness. But beyond that, even if you don't have that policy, if you're investigating a murder case, wouldn't that be the time though? Versus filming it when it's just like a practice run because there's an alligator maybe? But then that answer, to give that answer on the stand, that sounds terrible. If I were on a jury and I heard that answer, I'd be like, wow. I don't know. Let me know what you guys think.
Not at all.
You're familiar with this book, are you not, sir?
Yes, sir.
And this is your handbook.
It's not my handbook, no,
It's
sir.
the one that you're familiar with and you find authoritative, do you not?
Yes, but big difference between my handbook.
All right, I understand. In fact, this is written by Andy Redmond,
Wow.
Yes, sir.
the person who you trained under at the school in Sarasota.
In 05 and 06.
Yes. And are you familiar with the section that recommends that you videotape the lineups?
There it is.
It's a recommendation that he offers, yes, sir.
And you're familiar with the portion that says this videotape, that the court may allow the videotape to be shown in court for the jury.
Correct.
And that is really more of authoritative than, well, I'll strike that. I don't want to be argumentative, but let me ask you this. You had a situation where you knew there was no body in that car, correct?
I believe it was just a vehicle in question is what I was told.
Forensics wouldn't have had you come out if they had a body in the car.
Or they had removed a body from the car. I have done those sweeps before where a body has been removed from a trunk and done a sweep.
Right, but my point is, you knew there was no body in the car.
At that time, correct.
So whatever you did would be scrutinized later, at a later time, would it not?
It's possible.
And despite all of that, of course, you chose not to videotape the scent lineup.
I don't have anything in my regulations, my policies, or procedures that refer that I have to do these things.
Now,
so I did not do.
He already said though, if I knew where we were going to be today or whatever, I would have done it. So you're just digging yourself a hole, man.
Now, what you submitted in this case were training logs, right?
Correct.
And these training logs are training that you do.
That I do?
Yes, you train your dog.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you train your dog a couple times a month?
Correct.
And when you train your dog, it's just you and the dog other than the times that you're being observed?
Sometimes there's other people there, yes. And then he's evaluated quarterly like I referred to.
So a couple times a year, someone else is present when you're training your dog?
It's possible.
And all of those logs, it's really just an indication of your work.
It's an indication of the dog and my work as a team.
Right, you guys are a team, so it's an indication of your work, right? Dog
Yes.
doesn't get a paycheck, doesn't reap any benefits from this. It's an indication of your work, is it not?
It's an indication of our work as a team.
And you put in, when you train your dog, it is not blind testing, is it not?
If I am training my dog, it is not blind testing, correct?
And for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what blind testing means
Right.
is that you know where the target is of the search.
I know where it is, yes, sir. If I lay it out, but there are also unknown finds.
Understood. And the times that you evaluate with you're evaluated, unless it's indicated, those are also not blind testing, are they?
Unless it's indicated on the log, if it's an unknown find,
Right.
that's correct. His real world finds would be unknown finds to everybody.
Now, part of what the dog gets as a reward is your praise.
Handler praise, yes,
And the dog wants to please you.
absolutely.
And that is its motivation when it finds something. Part of the motivation.
Part of the motivation, yes. You know, it's part of their drive.
Now, going back to the search of the home, you were called after your alert or your dog full trained alert in the backyard. CSI was called out there.
Sergeant Brewer was called first, and then the forensic CSI were called, yes.
And they then began to dig and search for remains in the backyard.
Like I've said before multiple times, it's not, I don't think they dug. I don't know for sure. I know what it appeared to be is what they scraped the surface, but I wasn't present.
They went looking.
Absolutely.
And they didn't find anything.
No, they did not.
And then they called you out the next day to come out.
Yes, sir.
And the next day you came out.
Yes, sir.
And tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what happened.
The next day, after they had done what they were doing, scraping the surface and moving the area, I did not get any alerts.
Okay. Now, you issued a police report when you searched the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
And that's the one that Ms. Drane-Burdick had shown you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. When you searched the backyard and you didn't, and on one day you had an alert and the next day you didn't do a report on that.
That's correct.
And in your logs, all of your logs, you have no reports of 06, the 5 calls that you had where there was no alert.
We're up, bro. Sorry guys. I forgot that I had this in two. I just have to pull up the other video file. I forgot I had this in 2 files. I was like, oh no, is it frozen? It's actually not frozen. Let me pull up the other file. Here we go.
There's not a training log? Is that what you're referring to?
No, you have no police reports. I'm not talking about training. I'm talking about, as you like to call, real world deployments.
In 06?
Yes.
I had 6 searches, not 4.
Right. And you don't have no police reports for those searches, correct?
I do have a report, yes, sir.
For the find? For the
find, yes, sir.
But for the others, you do not?
No.
And in 07, the 9 calls that you had, you have no police reports for those?
Correct. No reports on the 9 searches with no alerts. Correct.
Then in 08, you had 3 alerts.
Yes.
2, I presume, are from this case, correct?
Correct. Your client's car.
But you
and
have
the
no
backyard.
other, you have, for the other 70, I'm sorry, that would be 68 calls, you have no police reports for those.
That's correct.
You have no idea whether evidence was later found at those locations where your dog missed or your dog did not alert, correct?
if you know it's here and I'm looking for other missing items and missing bones, why would I want him to go there and alert? So I want to remove him from there. Was he alerting and trying to get there? Yes. Was I trying to keep him from that? Yes. Was I making him move and search because we figured it was pulled away, disarticulated by animals, which is common, and they'll obviously remove little bones away. So I wanted to search away from that area.
Do you recall giving a deposition in this case on November 29th, 2010, sir?
Yes, I do.
And do you remember that you were placed under oath?
Yes, I do.
And do you remember that I was present?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Drane-Burdick was present?
Yes, sir.
And other representatives from the state attorney's office?
Yes, and Mr. Mason.
Do you recall being asked a question? I'm sorry, page 81, lines 23 through 25, and page 82, line 1. Do you recall being asked a question? He didn't give any alerts at all. And your response being, no, sir. Well, yes, he showed some interest. He showed interest, change of behavior, blah, blah, blah. He did give me his final. Did he give me his final alert? No, sir. Do you recall making that statement, sir?
Yes, I do. And that's what I was just referring to and testifying to. Was he alerting? Yes. Did
I
he
don't
give
have
me
a pending
trial?
question, sir. Hold on.
The witness shall be permitted to finish his answer. You may finish your answer, sir.
Thank you, sir. What I was saying is, I testified and at the deposition that the dog was alerting to it, but he didn't give me a final trained alert. Like I explained earlier, he's trying to get to source. I didn't want him to get to source. So he wasn't going to give me a final trained alert over there because I didn't want him to get to there. We were looking for items that they hadn't found. I believe they're really small bones. I don't remember exactly if it was a toe or a finger or what it was, but they knew what they were missing. So I didn't want him to get there. So is that what I was referring to? Absolutely. He didn't.
That doesn't make any logical sense to me. So does that make any logical sense to anyone else? Like, I don't get it.
Give me a final trained alert because I wouldn't allow him to do that. I
But
kept
why would you
moving
do
him.
that? Isn't that his job?
You were called out there to find human remains, were you not, sir?
The couple of missing bones.
That's human
Little
remains.
pieces, the missing bones.
You were called out there to find human remains.
Yep.
Sustain.
Would you consider that human remains? Bones?
Right.
Yes.
That is what you find.
You didn't find any human remains.
They had been recovered. I didn't find any. No, sir.
Oh boy.
Neither did your dog.
No, sir.
And your dog did not give a final train alert anywhere on Suburban Drive.
Correct. I would not allow him to give me a final trained alert or go to where the body was recovered.
You wouldn't allow him to help you find human
Yeah,
remains.
that makes no sense.
I wouldn't allow him to go to where the body was recovered. They had how many forensic people at that source filtering it? I knew if they had gone through
He's
it
gone.
as
Look at him.
well as they had done this whole.
Look at him. You remember in Debbie Heard, there was that time on Cross when Camille was finished with Amber and Amber just kept talking and Camille just walked off in the middle of some of her answer. And it was like, yes. Oh my God. It was so epic. She just walks off. And then there's in Karen Reed, I remember there were a couple of times where actually I have a clip of it. Instead of me doing an impression, let's hear the real thing. Where Mr. Unetti, dude, I love this. Check it out. He would say this. Where is it?
We're done here.
We're done here. And see, the thing is that Mr. Baez is he's very professional and polite. So he's not walked off yet, but he's packed up his big binder. Let's watch this again. That's my thought. My thought was like, yep, you can sit down. But he's like, he like doesn't want to be rude, but at the same time, it's like, yes, you can sit down. I want to watch this part again. This is epic. This is so epic, the way he's floundering, not like trying to evade the question, to say that human bones are not human remains. And the fact that that's a huge deal, right? Garus did not give a final alert on Suburban Drive.
No, sir.
And your dog did not give a final train alert anywhere on Suburban Drive.
Correct. I would not allow him to give me a final trained alert or go to where the body was recovered.
You wouldn't allow him to help you find human remains.
Yeah, it makes no sense.
I wouldn't allow him to go to where the body was recovered. They had how many forensic people at that source
So see, now he's just making excuses and he's going to pull up his binder like he's going to walk off.
filtering it? I knew
right
if they had gone through it as well as they had done this whole area, that it wasn't there. They had already sifted that area. He was going there because of the odor. I didn't want him, I wanted them to find what had been removed so we could have
He's
a
done.
complete body.
And he didn't find.
Not. See, the thing about this prosecution in this case is they don't get out ahead of anything. They should have gotten out ahead of this. And in the next episode, actually, I think the next episode, we're going to read that investigative report and break that down because I think that's going to be really interesting. We're going to outline what the state had at the time for their case and see how that differs from trial. But the following episode, which is the one that I'm almost done editing now, we're going to hear from the computer expert dude who looked at all the Google searches and whatnot, right? And there's another thing like that where, you know, they start cross, and I'm not going to spoil it by saying what happens. They start cross, and he starts cross, and Mr. Bias starts cross, and you're like, what? I mean, it just obliterates. It's like, what were they thinking? Why did they not get out ahead of this? And it's the same thing here. It's like he's been on the stand for like 3 hours or something crazy, right? Like that was probably how long it really was. Cause you know, I edited out all the pauses. By the time you edit out all the pauses, right, it's maybe been 2 hours or something. But I mean, and all this and all that on direct. And you know, it's funny because I made a joke about it at the time. I was like, wow, she finally got all this rigmarole, all this, you know, build up. And then finally we get to 2008 and we're working our way through spring and then we get to summer, right? And then she gets to the months in question where this case happens and she goes, we're going to skip over this and come back to it. And I was like, what? You're joking. And she saved it for last, and it was like the last 10 minutes. And she completely ignored all of this. And it's like, you know, it should have been a red flag at the time. It's like, yeah, clearly you're hiding something, because really, if you had faith in what was going on here, that would have been the testimony, would have been, it's just. And then here we are on cross. Cross is like 15 minutes. And he just obliterates them with stuff that they didn't get out ahead of. Now, I don't know how much it would have helped. It would have helped some, but this has been witness after witness after witness after witness. The prosecution doesn't get out ahead of these things. And then he comes in on cross, and rightfully so. And now that's it. I mean, anyway.
Whatever item
find the 2, 3, 4 missing bones. No, sir.
So you don't know exactly how many missing bones there were?
No, sir. I remember it was a very minute number.
And you don't find yourself qualified to testify to that fact, do you, sir?
They told me that there was a couple bones missing.
You don't, my question to you is, you don't know exactly how many there were.
Could I tell you if there was 10 or 3? No, but they told me there was a very small number.
But that's certainly something you chose to volunteer.
I'm sorry?
That's certainly something you chose to volunteer.
Because I believe it was.
I have no further questions.
Redirect.
Okay. Here's what that was about. I love it when it pauses like that. Here's what that was about. So he was about to walk off. Forgey kept talking. Oh boy. Forgey kept talking. He's trying to make excuses, right? For why the hell he didn't, right? Because he's saying, well, it wasn't the dog's fault, which I agree. It's never the dog's fault, right? He's like, I wouldn't let him give his final order because I didn't want him to interfere. It's like, so then he just keeps talking, right? He was going to sit down. Mr. Bias was going to sit down. He just keeps talking. He's digging himself a deeper hole. And he's like, I didn't want him to interfere because they were still looking for more bones, right? So there were still bones missing. See, Mr. Bias knows all this is bullshit. And that's why he asked those questions, because this is going to come up again. This is going to come up again. And he says, and you just volunteered that information that there were other bones missing. This is going to come up. What a mess. He's either, dude, it's going to come up either they will recall Mr. Forgey, or this will come up when they get to the crime scene and the medical examiners, which will also be on the next episode after the computer guy. And they will ask this question. And you know what's crazy is they're going to have no idea. If he just made this up on the fly and they're like, yeah, so you didn't want him to come over because you were looking for stuff. And they're like, what? You know? But anyway, wow. What a good cross. Incredible.
Forgey, regardless of the case, you're constantly aware of the fact that your work in any matter can be scrutinized in court or by your...
I mean, that cross was brilliant, right? I would almost want to watch it again. I mean, that cross was brilliant because he starts out, with the point that I made, you filmed the other things, but you didn't film what matters. You didn't film any of this, right? And then again, the fact that he knew the vehicle belonged to the suspect ahead of time, that shows handler bias, right? Didn't film any of this. And then you had all these other issues from the other statements you'd made that you in the deposition, you said something different. He impeached him a couple times on that for like false alerts and whatnot. And then getting to the actual case here at hand, he didn't actually make a final alert. I mean, done. And 15 minutes? Incredible.
Supervisors or by members of the public, correct?
Every day.
There's nothing you can do.
Yes, ma'am.
There's nothing she can do.
How many
Dude.
real world, since we've been using that term, canine calls have you gone on in your career with all of the dogs that you've trained and worked with?
Real world searches.
Problem, and if you guys have been listening, I don't like her at all. But part of her problem, if I'm just being even, I think, objective here, to say it's clear to me that she does not listen. And what do I mean by that? Well, there are countless examples. First that comes to mind was from the last episode, or 2 episodes ago, sorry, with Gerardo Bloise. How many times did she call him Mr. Bloise? And she would say, Bloise. She would correct herself. She would ask him to say it for her. And time and time again, and he would confirm it. And then she would get it correct, and she would say it correctly for a while. And then she would go back to saying it wrong. Just one example. And then literally in the video that I've been editing for the next episode, right? Like I was talking about the medical examiner. This was wild. She admits she admits a photograph in evidence, right? She gets it into evidence. She asks to publish it to the jury. May I publish? Yes. She's publishing it to the jury. She's asking questions of the witness with this published to the jury already. And she asks the questions to the witness. And then she says, Your Honor, seek to admit blah, blah, blah into evidence. And then he's like, it's already being published. Not only is it already admitted, it's already published. Like she literally didn't answer. She didn't listen to the answer from the witness. So she just kept asking the same question over again. And she restarted by default back to thinking she was still admitting. I've never seen anything like it. And then she did the same thing with Mr. Forgey on direct. She asked the same question like 8 different times in a row about having to do with the training and them imprinting on those certain items and what imprinting means. And it's just like, she's not listening to I think she's just like checked out, like out to lunch. It's wild. So the reason I'm saying that is because she's not listening. She's not listening. She's not paying attention. So this redirect, I would surmise, is not going to address anything on cross unless it's purely by coincidence. And so far, it's not addressing anything on cross. So
there's over 200 of them.
Okay, not just cadaver, anything.
Oh, I'm sorry. And calls in general, well over 3,000 now.
Right. And how many of those have been videotaped?
Very few. Right. In a real world scenario, very few.
All right.
If the helicopter was present, it was taped.
And as far as Garus is finding that body in the...
For anyone who was thinking, well, couldn't the defense just object and say beyond the scope of cross? Well, they could. But as we know in this trial, literally every single objection, okay, not 99%. I think that's actually fair. I think that's fair. 99% of the objections, seriously, if you were to do the math, 99% of the objections raised by the defense in this trial are overruled. And what's the point anyway, right?
Water. The only reason it was taped was because the helicopter was assisting in that endeavor as well.
That's correct. It was a fluke. He was already leaving for the second time. He was done. And I asked him to stay because of the alligator. And that was the only reason it was taped.
Doesn't matter, because you know what you already said on the stand on cross, sir? Like at the very beginning of cross, he already said he wished he had videotaped. He said, if I knew we were going to be here today, I would have videotaped it. I mean, that's it. You're done. He was done. What does that say about, again, we've heard this in other trials too. It just blows my mind. Like, what does that say about them? Like, no one can predict the future, right? But if you are law enforcement and you are investigating anything, let alone a homicide, shouldn't that be the time to keep the cameras on?
When you went back to the residence on Hope Spring the next day.
Sorry, last time I promise. But I wanted to say, I initially was thinking maybe give him the benefit of the doubt that he didn't have cameras. He actually said he could have filmed it and he chose not to. So we can't even give him the benefit of the doubt that they didn't have that available. He had it available and he chose not to use it.
After the crime scene investigators had been scraping the soil, and you testified on cross that there was no alert. Based on your training and experience, why do you believe that to be the case?
Roll calls for speculation.
She leaves all the time. It just doesn't matter.
I believe it was surface. Whatever the dog was alerting on was on the surface. And with them scraping the area.
Because I was just talking about the bias here from the judge. He just made 2 objections. Let's listen again to the question. He objected to leading and speculation. Let's take a listen.
Had been scraping the soil, and you testified on cross that there was no alert. Based on your training and experience, why do you believe that to be the case?
It is speculation, and it's more speculation than leading. So what she's asking is what she's trying to get to. Why do you think Garus didn't alert? And I think this was a different time, not the car time. No, this was out. Hold on. Let me just make sure I know what we're talking about. Is she talking about this crime scene? Because that matters. Hold on. Let me just make sure I know which thing they're talking
It
about.
was a fluke. He was already leaving for the second time. He was done. And I asked him to stay because of the alligator. And that was the only reason it was taped.
Okay, that was that.
When you went back to the residence on Hope Spring the next day after the crime scene investigators had been scraping the soil, and you testified on cross that there was no alert.
This is in their backyard. This is at the Anthony residence in the backyard near the Playhouse.
Based on your training and experience, why do you believe that to be the case?
Right. So this is a similar thing. We saw this on direct as well. Similar thing where he's being asked to basically speculate as to what the dog is thinking. Now, while I think that's really cute, and as a dog lover myself, I mean, we dog parents, we do that all the time. You know, in trial, you're not allowed to do it with people, right? You can't do it for people. Why should you be able to do it with dogs? But it was, of course, when it was objected to before as speculation, of course, it was overruled. This is exactly my point, right? When I said 99% of the time, a defense objection is going to be overruled in this case. So he's, I don't know that it's leading so much as speculation, but I don't blame him for objecting on both grounds. Let's see.
Roll calls for speculation.
Overruled.
Of course.
I believe
it's hard for me, you know?
it was surface. Whatever the dog was alerting on was on the surface. And with them scraping the area and disturbing it.
Oh, really?
It was moved or diminished. Where the dog wouldn't find it, it was gone at that point. But if something was on the surface that they had scraped, I clearly believe that's exactly what happened. That's why we didn't get anything the next day.
Wow. So he's blaming the forensic people for scraping the surface of the soil and saying it spread the smell out. No, I don't think so.
In your training, you've trained the K9s on decomp fluid that had absorbed into the ground?
Yes.
In those scenarios where you have testified that there were calls that you took Garus to where he did not alert, if you were to write a police report in those situations, what would it say?
Nothing.
Okay.
Yeah, it would say anything because I had nothing.
Responded to a location, no alert.
Correct.
That's different.
Well, your
That's not nothing. I mean, leading. It was not even leading. She answered the question. She answered the question differently than he did. That's insane.
dog alert to trash.
No. We've trained around that. No.
Velveeta cheese.
No.
A package that once held chicken.
No.
Was your concern in the forensic bay for any sort of garbage that may have been disposed of from someone's lunch, or was your concern something else?
It wasn't the lunch. I was concerned because when I know from my experience, when I get rid of a training aid, biohazard aid, the red box that we take that to go to the incinerator is in the next bay. So other biohazard would be there. Whether the trash can was full that day, I don't know because I didn't inspect it. It'd be a bad scenario to run. He needs to be removed from that.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Recross.
Like I said, didn't address literally a single one of the issues raised on cross. What is the point? What is the point? This blows my mind. Absolutely blows my mind.
To those issues.
Deputy Forgey, Ms. Drane-Burdick asked you about your belief as to why the dog didn't alert in the backyard.
Mind reader.
The second day.
The second day.
Yes, sir.
Other than, well, I don't believe a dead body in the backyard is a disputed issue in this case, but let me ask you this. Are you guessing?
Just a second.
I'm trying to explain the question.
I'm going to object to the commentary by counsel as to what is and what isn't in dispute.
Sustained. Rephrase your question.
Yes, sir. Other than that, I guess the easiest way to ask you this is, you really don't know, do you, sir?
What?
You don't know whether Caylee's dead body was in the backyard, or whether this is a false alert, or whether as you explained to the jury, when digging up, it lost the scent. You don't know any of those three.
Right. I couldn't tell you why. I can tell you from experience. I haven't had a problem with it. I can tell you I had a final trained alert in that exact spot the day before. After they moved whatever was on the surface, I did not get an alert at all.
But out of those three scenarios, you're really just speculating.
Out of what three scenarios? You just
Since you
asked
don't
me
know
2 days.
which of the three scenarios, whether it was Caylee's remains or Caylee's body that was in the backyard, or whether the crime scene investigators had, I guess, scraped up any scent, or whether it was a false alert. You just don't know any of the three.
That's correct. I don't know. I got an alert the first day and did not get one the second day.
And this speculation is part of your testimony today.
Speculation. I testified that my dog alerted the one day, and then they scraped the area, and then the dog did not alert the next day.
My question is, since you don't know one of the three, you're speculating. You don't know which one of the three it is. So that's part of your testimony, is it not, sir?
Overruled.
It's an unknown factor to me. Yes, that's correct. It's unknown.
And when trying to interpret what a dog is doing or saying, speculation, is it not?
Speculation on my training experience with the dog, absolutely it is. That's part of my job.
And that would include for all searches where there are no remains found.
If there was an alert, is what you're asking me.
Correct, yes.
In every single time he's had an alert besides this case, I've had a find.
Okay, well, we're talking about this case. Let's talk about this case. In a situation where you have the search, and you don't have remains,
Interesting.
and you don't have evidence of remains, you're just speculating as to which of those scenarios it could be.
At what had taken place in the backyard. Correct, I didn't know.
And in the car as well.
I believe
You don't
the
know
doctors
what
already
happened. You don't know what
testified.
happened in the car. Do
I
you?
believe the doctors testified to that.
You can't testify as to what other people testified. I'm asking you about
haven't
you.
testified yet
You
either.
don't know.
I didn't see to it, no. I didn't see anything in the trunk. I smelt it, clear as day.
My question to you, sir, is you don't know, do you?
I know what I smelt in the car, because you're jumping from the car to the backyard to the car. If
Let me
you're
make,
asking
let,
me what I
let me make
smelt in the
myself clear
car,
then. Yes, sir.
Let him finish answering the
Let
question.
me make myself clear. As it relates to your dog alerting in that area, when you don't have any remains found, you are speculating that remains were there. Or it's one of the three examples that you've already testified to.
Sustained compound question.
Yes, sir. Well, as it relates to your searches where there are no remains found, it could be either there are no remains, there were never any remains there, there is residual, or there's residual odor, correct?
to clarify the backyard, that is correct. For the car, to clarify, clear as day, I smelt it.
You haven't been called out to go and smell things without your dog, have you?
No, I've been present with
Great
my
question.
dog. I've also, prior
Great question. Great question. It's the dog's job to go and smell things, right? Not yours. I mean, this question has just been a long time coming with all the people who've asked about.
to being a canine handler, I worked the road and worked many of deceased people calls, dead unattended.
So I'm just trying to get it straight in my head. So they did the car, right? Which was like, but he already knew it was her car or whatever. And like, there's issues with that. And they're trash and all whatnot. And then the two different times at the backyard, but it sounds like the first time at the backyard, it was a false alert. And then the second, so the day when he said that he gave a final alert, I'm trying to think. He gave a final alert, but he wouldn't let him, he said he wouldn't let him give the final alert, or he would have given it, but he didn't let him give it. And that whole thing where he was saying about, because they were still collecting bones or whatever. I'm trying to figure out if he meant that was in the backyard, because there was nothing found in the backyard that we know of. Now, having said that, we haven't heard the testimony about that yet. So, but to my knowledge, there's nothing found in that backyard. And there's controversy, as he kind of referenced to or alluded to, there's controversy depending on the whatever. I don't even know what the state's theory of the case is, to be honest. But there's speculation or whatever as to if she was buried in the backyard and then moved or something. The backyard. So that's why the backyard is an issue. And I'm wondering if part of that is because there were alerts and then there weren't alerts with the dogs, right? And so then it's like, well, now like what's going on? But it's really interesting because, to my knowledge, there was nothing found there. So if indeed he's saying that the reason he didn't let Garus give a final alert is because they were digging up bones, then that's not only is that like made up like and lie, but like literally that's going to be even worse for him, because I thought maybe that was in the testimony about that was in reference to where her remains were actually found, which was just around, like just down the road from the house, but not in the backyard. So there's another handler after him. If this doesn't get clarified, see, now I'm like thinking, because it's not been made clear, and it wasn't clear on direct, of course, exactly where all the locations that were referenced. So I might want to come back and take another look at this just to be clear what locations they went to and what happened with all this, because it's kind of a mess. Because we got where the body's found, and again, we haven't heard from the ME yet, so this makes it harder if you're on the jury because you don't really know anything. But that's on Suburban Drive, and then you got the backyard, which they showed up to twice, it sounds like. Then you have the car, So, okay, we'll see if we need to come back and clarify any of this.
So that would be without my dog.
They've never asked you to come out instead of the dog.
Oh, no, they have not. No, sir.
Okay, thank you.
May the deputy be excused.
Sorry, I kind of ruined that amazing moment by pausing it to think that through. I think what I will do, actually thinking about it now, is I can clarify this on the recap episode by pulling out, streamlining the direct examination to the very end where she finally asks about the case, and that we can clarify it that way. But let me just replay that because that's an amazing finish to this cross.
No, I've been present with my dog. I've also, prior to being a canine handler, I worked the road and worked many of deceased people calls, dead unattended. So that would be without my dog.
They've never asked you to come out instead of the dog.
Oh, no, they have not. No, sir.
Okay, thank you.
May the deputy be excused.
Yes, that is funny.
Thank you, deputy. You may be excused, sir.
That is hilarious.
Kristin, Kristin, Brewer, Brewer.
You may proceed, Mr. Drane.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ma'am. Could you please tell us your occupation?
I'm a supervisor with the Osceola County Sheriff's Office,
What type of supervisor?
patrol supervisor.
Okay. How long have you worked with the Osceola County
Yeah, we have not heard from Mr. George in a long time with the witnesses. I'm just now realizing Mr. Ashton and Miss Drane-Burdick have been taking the witnesses for a while now. Like, I hope he's okay.
Sheriff?
It's over 16 years.
Okay. What sort of
He's Mr. George to me is the least worst of these prosecutors.
assignments have you had with Osceola?
I started out in patrol. I spent several years in the traffic unit. I spent about a year and a half in a tactical unit, plain clothes, and then back to patrol when I was promoted. And most recently, still in patrol as collateral duty, handling the K9.
Tell us a little bit about that collateral duty handling a K9. How long have you been doing that for the Osceola County Sheriff's Office?
Since 2005, it's not my primary duty. My primary duty is a patrol supervisor, and the collateral duty is handling the K9 on-call as-needed basis.
All right. Would this be K9 Bones?
Yes, ma'am.
You have been Bones handler since 2005?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know the background of Bones prior to your obtaining him?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Okay.
We just heard about this in great detail from the previous witness.
And where did Bones come from?
The Orange County Sheriff's Office.
Prior to the arrival of Bones at the Osceola County Sheriff's Office, did you yourself do any training?
Yes, ma'am. It was kind of a hobby for me to train dogs in protection, obedience, and article tracking.
Sergeant Brewer, we were talking about any sort of background or training you had with the handling of canines prior to Bones' arrival at the Osceola County Sheriff's Office in 2005.
Correct.
I missed your answer because of the delay, but can you repeat?
You weren't listening.
Repeat that for me, please.
I did canine training as kind of a hobby, which was protection,
I heard the answer.
obedience, and article tracking.
All right. Independent of your position with the Osceola County Sheriff.
That's correct.
So in 2005, when the Sheriff's Office acquired Bones, were you the person initially assigned to train with him?
Yes.
Was it your understanding at that point that Bones himself had already undergone a period of training?
That's correct.
Okay. Are you familiar with Jason Forgey with the Orange County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, ma'am.
When Bones was acquired by the Osceola County Sheriff, did his paperwork, training paperwork, go with him?
Yes, I have everything that Deputy Forgey had provided to me for his training. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Are you the individual who is then responsible for maintaining the record of whether it's veterinary records or training records for K9 Bones?
Yes.
Are you the individual who has created those records since 2005 during the training and operation outcomes with Bones?
Yes, ma'am.
If I may approach the witness, Your Honor.
You may.
Have you take a look at this composite exhibit and tell me if those are true and accurate copies of the majority of Bones records, excluding veterinary records.
Yes, ma'am.
Sergeant Brewer, what sort of training did you do with Bones upon his arrival at the Osceola County Sheriff?
The first basic thing we need to do is bond with the dog, get to know the dog.
Why? That's very important.
Spent several weeks just playing ball with him.
Good. Good
I
boy.
contacted Deputy Forgey was in contact with me, and he met with me to let me know any problems that he has as far as his temperament or how he was trained, and we actually met a few times going over how he did his cadaver searches.
After that initial period of bonding and then your getting to know or understand Bones methodology, did the two of you engage in regular training sessions?
Yes, ma'am.
How often?
Sometimes it was several hours a week.
When you put Bones through those sessions, did you record each of those instances?
Record as in writing?
Write it in a training log, yes.
Yes, ma'am.
At some point during the training process, did you and Bones attend schools that were independent of the Osceola County Sheriff?
Yes, ma'am, several.
Okay. Can you tell us the first training program
I swear to
that
God.
you and Bones attended?
How much you guys want to bet, y'all, that she went to the same program that Mr. Forgey did, right? Or we saw them doing they're in the horse ring and whatnot. If she went to the same, I swear, it's the same program and did the same, they might have even been there on the same day, right? Did the same activities, and then Miss Drane-Burdick has her go through that entire thing, I will lose my mind. But it wouldn't surprise me if she does this.
Ended as a team.
The first school that we attended was a school put on by Andy Redman, which was a basic cadaver course.
Yeah, Andy Redman. Yeah,
Andy Redman is somebody that is recognized in your field as
we know
an authority on cadaver dog training.
Yes, ma'am, you could say that.
If I may approach the witness.
You may.
One of the documents, actually the top document on
This is
states
insane.
163.
I'm sorry. We have already heard all about Bones' credentials, and Andy Redman and the training place had not. Dude. I don't have words anymore for her.
Can you identify what that is?
Again, what does it look like? You know, what does it look like when you don't have a case? You know, what does it look like when you're just filibustering them, basically? I mean, it's like what Lolly would do with the freaking apron, shoveling the apron in the high tops.
Certificate that myself and Bones received from the completion of the course from Andy Redman in Marshall County.
When did that take place?
You know,
November.
like, for example, when we had all the different EMTs, right? They were testifying in Karen Reed trial, and he asked every single one of them, one after another, to explain their training experience when they had been through all the same shit, right? And eventually, even Judge Bev finally was like, "Hey, I think we get it. Can we just skip to the part where they, you know, skip to the day that matters, and they arrive at the scene or whatever?" And because it was like we all had it memorized. It's the same type of thing.
7th through the 13th of 2005.
What was required of you and Bones in that course?
They had to make sure that the dog was familiar with the odor, was able to find odor, was able to give his final trained alert on odor.
Okay. That's a multi-day course?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What sort of environments
I swear.
is Bones exposed to in that course?
As far as, you mean search areas or?
Yes, ma'am.
Woods, high grass, clay, dirt, pavement, again, normal grass. That's about it.
All right. During those training sessions, do you know where the target odor is located?
Some of them we did, some of them we did not.
Did you record in writing Bones' performance at the K9 Specialty Search Associates Basic Cadaver Search School?
Yes, there should be a section for the school.
Okay. In that part of the record, would you have indicated whether or not Bones had any false alerts?
Yes, ma'am.
She's just driving me crazy. The way she asked her questions, it's like she's pulling teeth, I swear. And I cut out, just like with her opening statement from the very beginning of this entire series, right? And I remember saying it during opening statements, I was like, if you guys only knew how much time I cut out, because she would pause between literally every single word for like 20 seconds, and then between each sentence for like 30 seconds to a minute. I've never seen anything like it. It was bizarre. And it's not nearly to that level when it comes to her with witnesses, but it's close. I mean, like right now, she's like at least saying a sentence, but the words still, I can't even do it. I can't. It's just so slow. And it's like she could get to the point so much quicker. Even if she didn't speak faster, she could ask better questions. And it's just makes me want to, I don't even know. Maybe I just need to goat. Maybe that's what it is. I haven't goated in a while. Maybe that's what I need to. It makes me want to goat. Goating. Okay. For any of you guys who were listening to her because it'll help lull you to sleep, I apologize if the goat woke you up.
Right. If he had any misses?
Correct.
And if he found the target object finds?
Correct.
You record all of those things?
That's correct.
All right. Do you recall Bones' performance at that school?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and what was it?
He performed fairly well. The instructor said that they saw no problem in his searching ability.
All right. Did he have any false alerts?
Not that I can recall, no, ma'am.
All right. You would have recorded if he did?
Yes, ma'am.
Did he have any misses?
I don't believe so, but to the best of my recollection, no.
Okay. You would have recorded if he did?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And was he able to find all of the targets that it was intended for him to find?
Yes.
What sort of training aids have you used with Bones?
Bones has been trained on human blood, placenta, human bone, human tissue, teeth, semen. That's about it.
Okay.
Sorry, I hate her.
You said that you and Bones attended several schools.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Can you tell the members of the jury what the next training school was that you attended?
I would have to probably refer to the certificates that I have.
Your Honor, may the witness refresh her recollection as to the order of the schools with the records that she brought with her?
Yes, she may.
I believe the next one was a water seminar from November 2nd to November 4th of 2007.
All right. And what is Bones required to do, or what are the two of you required to do at that seminar?
In a water seminar, all your targets are in the water, either on top of the water, on shoreline, or submerged in the water. And basically, you have to put the dog on a boat and be able to take him out to the area. And he needs to be able to locate the source in the water and be able to alert to it.
So go swimming.
And when we're talking about a target or a source, we're talking about some form of human remains.
Correct.
Were a variety of sources utilized
I don't
at
think Garus did
both
that.
this seminar and the prior that you discussed?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you keep a written record in your logs of Bones' performance at the water, human remains detection in water?
Here's the thing. Again, while this is really cute and it's like, wow, you know, and I don't think Garus did this, so this is good for Bones. But you know what? That wasn't necessary in this case. There was nothing, no body of water was involved. There was, anyway, it's just wasting time.
Seminar in November of 2007.
Yes, ma'am. It should be in the logbook.
All right. This is where you would have recorded whether or not he had any false alerts,
Yes, ma'am.
any misses,
Correct.
and whether or not he was able to locate all of.
Sorry, guys, StreamYard.
The targets in water in this one.
Correct.
I don't know why StreamYard's a new thing. It's like freezing, but I've learned that if I open up a new tab, for whatever reason, it seems to correct it. Makes no sense to me at all. Seems like opening up a new tab usually would slow something down, but for some reason, I don't know what's going on with StreamYard. But the opening up a new tab seems to fix it when it messes up, at least for its current issue. So go figure.
Do you recall whether or not Bones had any false alerts?
No, ma'am. Not that I recall.
Okay. Any misses?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And was Bones able to locate all of the intended targets?
Yes.
Okay. If I show you the next document in the series, can you identify that for the members of the jury?
It's a certificate of completion for myself and K9 Bones for a seminar from November 2nd to November 4th of 2007. Human remains detection in water.
All right. There's a photograph on there. Is that him?
Yes, it is.
In between these training opportunities provided to you and Bones, you continue to train
Yes,
as
ma'am.
well as work as needed?
That's correct.
Okay. During that process, do you use a variety of items that are referred to as distractors or distraction devices to ensure that he will continually not alert to material that you don't want him to alert to?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What sort of distractors or distraction sources have you utilized in training Bones?
We've used different toys that he may be attracted to, dog treats, food, and animal remains.
How about other animal scents such as urine or feces?
We have not trained specifically using both of those, but he's more than likely exposed to that almost every search.
Okay. Are there usually multiple dogs that are called out on searches?
Yes.
Okay. And when he goes to these schools, is he exposed to multiple dogs in these environments?
Yes, ma'am.
When you talk about food being used to train him off of, so he's not alerting to any food sources, would that include dairy products, cheese? Do you remember?
I can't recall specifically.
Okay. Have you ever had any problems since you've been Bones' handler with Bones alerting to food sources of any kind?
No, ma'am.
When was Bones' next formal training session, aside from the regular maintenance training that you do?
I believe it was the advanced land in March of 2009.
Okay, and where was that held?
Various locations in Osceola County.
And who's
Mr. Bloise is doing that thing where it looks like he's about to fall asleep. Like he's like kind of, I saw him blinking there. I've noticed that sometimes when she's doing direct, I mean, you know, we've seen it. We've seen where, you know, the only time when Judge Belvin like interrupts like in the middle of a direct examination, when it's not like an obvious stopping point and it's not like, you know, they're not needing to argue about something outside the presence of the jury, where he's just like the only time he ever says we're going to take a 5-minute break ever, and they don't argue or put anything on the record, they just take a break. It's when she's doing her question, and it's because the jury's falling asleep, and I feel like that could happen like any moment now.
sponsored that?
It was an organization called Country Class K9s. Lisa Higgins' organization.
All right, and who is that?
She's also pretty much an authority on and a master trainer at Cadaver Dogs.
Okay, somebody that your discipline recognizes as authoritative, with long history of successful training
Yes,
of
ma'am.
canines.
Yes.
Okay. What was required of Bones during that training period?
Same as the others.
Okay, good.
It consisted of buried, hanging, surface. I don't believe there's any water involved in this one. Different depths, different training aids, different sources at various levels of decomp.
All right. Now, when you say hanging, what do you mean?
We actually put the source in a tree.
Again, what is happening? This is not relevant to this case at all. Nothing was hanging. There was nothing hanging from a tree. Well, it's interesting, and the dog is doing great, and I love Bones. It's just such a waste of the jury's time.
Usually.
Okay. Can you tell the members of the jury what Bones' final trained alert is?
That matters. Finally.
His final train alert is a sit.
Okay. If you have a source that's hanging in a tree, how would Bones indicate to you that he has detected the odor of human remains that are likely above him somewhere?
Normally what he does is he tries to pinpoint on the ground first. Once he realizes that it's not on the ground, he will actually lift his head up to try to sniff above him.
Very cute.
He usually can't see it. We try not to let him be able to see the source, but he's able to determine that source is actually hanging in the tree, and he will sit right below it.
What was the date of that training?
It was 3/19 of 09 was the completion date. It's also his NDDA certification date.
Documents titled
So that's after the involvement in this case, I guess.
Repeat that for me.
Country Class K9s.
Why?
Are those
Question. Why are all of Bones' certifications after this case, after Caylee's remains, like, why are those relevant?
that are associated with Bones training that you've described?
Yes, ma'am.
Including certificates of completion and his performance record at the seminar.
That's correct.
It matters how much training you had at the
You
time.
mentioned there was some other certification associated with this training program.
Yes, this is NNDDA certification.
And what does that stand for?
It's National Narcotic Detector Dog Association, but it has a branch for cadaver
They're
certification.
relevant in this case.
This is, as the name implies, a national group that certifies specialty dogs in all disciplines.
I believe.
What is wrong with her? As the name implies, the name was narcotics. Proves my point, guys. Like what I said, she doesn't listen. Let's listen again to this. This is insanity to me. What is happening? And that's leading.
And what does that stand for?
It's National Narcotic Detector Dog Association, but it has a branch for cadaver.
National Narcotic Dog Association. Then she says it has a branch for cadaver, but the association, NNDA, National Narcotic Dog Association. Now let's listen to what she says next.
Certifications.
All right. This is, as the name implies, a national group that certifies specialty dogs in all disciplines.
This witness must be so confused because how? I'm sorry if I sound like it's so offensive. I feel sorry for the witness. I feel sorry for the jury. I feel sorry for us listening to her. I don't understand. I just don't understand. Like, what are you even doing if you're not listening to the answer? Not to mention, she has this information in front of her on a report or on a sheet. She has this information and she just got the answer. Okay.
I believe, I know cadaver and narcotics. I'm not sure about bomb work.
Yep. You had already answered. The thing is that even if she had said, okay, this is an NDA, and what does that stand for? National, let's change it. Let's change it to NEDA. What does it stand for? National Everything Dog Association. Even if that's what she had said, the question still would have been dumb. If she had said, and as the name implies, it means everything, that still would have been a dumb question. But it's even worse when it just completely disregards the answer, and the answer was very specific.
When did Bones attend that training opportunity?
It was at the end of that seminar that we discussed. The first certification was 3/19 of 09.
Dumb question, even if it was accurate.
Again, approach the witness. Let me take a look at this series of documents from those submitted as a composited evidence. Are those the NND? No, I have to repeat that for me.
NNDDA.
Yeah. I heard it once and I got it.
Would those be Bones?
You'll have to repeat that for me. I heard it once and I got it. Not only did she say an NDA, she said an NDA, then she said a National Narcotics Dog Association, then she asked that dumbass question about, does that mean it does everything? Then she said it again. I believe narcotics, and it has a branch for cadaver. And then she says, and then you'll have to repeat that again for me. It's making me want to lose my mind or goat myself into oblivion, but I'm not going to. I'm going to keep playing it.
Certificates and performance records from that seminar?
Yes, it is.
How long does the certification by the NNDDA
fucking hell, like
last?
What? No way. I feel like I'm being punked right now. She still got it wrong. She added an extra D. How? Oh my God. Oh my God.
I believe it's documented in the certification book. I can't be for certain.
And the thing is this, none of this even fucking matters. That's why this is all, it's like, it doesn't matter. And she's just botching it to high heaven. I mean, I am at a loss for words. Like, if you're that dumb that you can't remember 4 letters, even after asking a bazillion times, then at least limit your direct examination to things that are actually relevant and actually matter so that you don't spend as much time looking stupid. Just a recommendation.
It says 1 year from the certification date.
Has Bones been trained on what I will call residual odor, where either a body or some other type of human remains were placed on a surface or in a location? That item was then removed, and then Bones was asked to determine whether or not the odor of.
I just have to say, the jury's paying attention. And all the things that I'm like, oh, I heard the answer the first time. I remembered it the first time. All of these things that I'm picking up on, the jury's picking up on. And that does not make the prosecution look good at all. I mean, and the jury, I would hope by this point also noticed Mr. Ashton not wearing gloves when he was handling the spear tiger. Now they may, I don't know for sure because I feel like they haven't seen as much of that in-person evidence where they see people put gloves. I mean, they have seen it and they have talked about changing gloves. They have seen a little bit of it, so hopefully they noticed. But I mean, back to back, right? Like 2 days in a row, you got him handling that spare tire cover without gloves. You have her here, as we've seen today. You know,
human remains had stayed
yes.
at a particular location.
Yes, ma'am, he has.
All right. How was that accomplished? Do you recall?
We've had a couple training opportunities where we actually took whole human blood, put it on ceramic tile, and wiped it clean, and he was able to determine which tile the blood had been located on. He's also had a couple training opportunities where bodies had been, and they had been removed by the medical examiner, and we actually trained on those locations also. And he was able to alert to the location where a body had been located at one point.
What sort of reward, if any, is Bones given when he makes a successful find?
Tennis ball.
Cute.
Is he ever rewarded with food?
No, ma'am.
Why not?
Because he's given food or treats just as for being a dog, so his favorite reward is his tennis ball.
Cute.
Okay. In your records,
that's my favorite part of this entire day. He's given food or treats for being a dog. Accurate. Yes. A+ for that.
Not only include the maintenance training where you know where the source of the odor of human remains comes from, but you also keep track of Bones' real world performance when you all go out on calls. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Have you had the opportunity to review those records to determine which of them involve real world calls?
Yes.
Okay.
So we're finally getting to the real world calls after all of the training calls or whatever.
Do you have that information available to you that you could tell the jury what dates Bones was called out on a search and what the results of that were?
Of successful searches.
Successful or unsuccessful?
Yes, ma'am. They're in the book.
All right. If I could draw your attention to August 23rd, 2005.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have a record of Bones being called out for a search?
Yes.
Okay. Did Bones alert on that day?
No, he did not.
Okay. Was the area in question nonetheless dug and some item was found?
Yes.
What was found?
A deceased dog.
If I could draw your attention to May 1st, 2006.
Okay.
Was Bones called out to a location to determine whether or not the scent of human remains was present?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you receive an alert on that day?
No.
Was the area nonetheless dug?
It was searched.
Searched, and was anything found?
There was a dead animal located.
Oh, sad.
If I can draw your attention to May 10th of 2006. Was Bones called out on that date?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did he alert to the scent of human remains?
No, he did not.
Okay. Was the area nonetheless searched or dug?
It was dug.
And was anything located?
A deceased dog.
If I could draw your attention to May 5th of 2006. Did I say September 5th?
May. Right?
Oh, sorry, I transposed
She
those.
does that.
September
She gets
5th of
the things
2006.
I can't with her.
You said 9/6?
9506.
9506. Okay.
All right. Was Bones called out on that date to determine whether or not the scent of human remains was present?
Yes, he was.
Okay. Did you get an alert from Bones on that day?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Was the area nonetheless searched or dug?
It was searched.
Okay. Was anything found?
A dead possum.
If I can draw your attention to June 6th of 2009. Was Bones called to determine whether or not human remains were present in any particular area?
Yes, he was.
Okay. Did you receive an alert from Bones on that date?
No.
Okay. Was the area nonetheless searched or dug?
It was searched.
Was anything found?
Small animal remains.
All right. Have you had occasion during your tenure with Bones for Bones to falsely alert on any particular occasion?
No, ma'am.
Have you had situations where Bones has alerted and human remains were located?
Yes, ma'am.
If I could draw your attention to March 31st of 2007. Do your records or does your memory reflect that Bones was called to a location on that date?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did Bones alert to anything in particular on that day?
Yes, he did.
Okay. Can you tell the members of the jury the circumstances of that alert?
He located several small bone fragments from a skeleton that had been removed, and they were searching for the remaining pieces of the skeleton. He was able to find a couple pieces of skeleton.
Okay. Based on Bones alerts?
Yes.
If I can draw your attention to October 8th of 2007. Was that another call that Bones went out on?
Yes, it was.
Can you tell the members of the jury the circumstances of that call?
We had information that there was possibly a body buried in the woods that had been there for approximately 2 to 3 weeks.
And what happened?
He was able to search the area and alerted exactly on the area where the body was later dug up.
Okay. If I can draw your attention to October 28th of 2007.
Yes, ma'am.
Were you and Bones called out on that date?
Yes.
Can you tell the members of the jury the circumstances of that call?
There was an elderly female that had not been heard from in some time. They called us out to do a sniff of the exterior of the residence, and he was able to alert just on the other side of the wall where they later located the elderly female deceased.
If I could call your attention to November 30th of 2007. Did you and Bones receive a call out that date?
Yes.
Okay. Where did that take place?
In a landfill in Highlands County.
As the name implies, is this a landfill of garbage?
Yes.
All manner of garbage?
Yes.
Okay. Did you deploy Bones into the landfill?
Yes, ma'am. It was several days.
Several days?
Several days searching.
Okay. Did Bones alert to any items in the landfill?
Yes, he did.
What did he alert to?
He alerted to a comforter that was a baby had been born on that was later discarded in the trash. He was able to find the comforter that she had been born on.
Can I draw your attention to March 26th of 2008? When you find that, could you tell me if you and Bones were called out to conduct a search on that date?
Yes.
Okay. Where did that take place?
It was off the 528 in Orange County.
Okay. Can you tell the members of the jury what had occurred during that call out?
A skeleton had been found, or at least a human skull had been found previously by someone mowing the grass. We were called out to search the area for additional bones, and he was able to alert on some additional bones in the area.
Let me draw your attention to May 14th of 2009.
Yes, ma'am.
Were you and Bones called out to a water search?
That's correct.
Okay. Can you tell the members of the jury the circumstances of that event?
A young male had not made it back to shore and was presumed that he had drowned. We did a boat search of a large lake. He alerted to a specific area where they dropped a buoy, and later on the dive team was able to recover his body in that area.
Can I draw your attention to February 9th of 2010, where you and Bones called out to participate in a search or rescue? Search.
Yes.
Okay, can you tell the members of the jury the circumstances of that event?
A body had been burned in the area. He was able to alert to the area within a few feet of where the body was located.
Okay, and finally, December 20th of 2010, where you and Bones called out to participate in a search.
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell the members of the jury the results of that?
The information was that 2 bodies had been buried in the same hole. They had been there for over 2 years. It was an orange grove. He was able to alert in the area, which was later dug and both bodies recovered.
Since Bones is a single-purpose dog, how often does he get called out to participate in searches?
Quite often we do a lot of out-of-county searches. We've actually been out of the state also.
Is it your experience with Bones that many of the searches result in no alert at all?
That's correct.
How is it that you are able to tell when Bones has some interest in an area prior to his trained final alert of a sit?
Well, because I've worked for him for such a long time, he does give me some indicators. Sometimes he will pick his head up to try to pinpoint where the area is. His tail will fluff up bigger if he's in odor. He may paw at the surface dirt to try to get a better scent of what may be below it. He will leave me and not come back when he's called because he's so interested in finding the odor that he will actually stay there trying to pinpoint where it is.
Would these be changes in behavior that you note prior to when he alerts, if he is ultimately to alert at all?
Yeah, that's correct.
Sergeant Brewer, were you called to assist in an investigation regarding the disappearance of Caylee Marie Anthony?
Yes.
Finally!
Do you recall where you responded to?
The address on Hope Spring Drive.
Okay. Did you understand that to be the address of the grandparents of Caylee Marie Anthony?
After my arrival, yes.
Okay. What was the date and time of your arrival?
7/17.
2008?
2008. It was approximately 8 o'clock in the evening.
Okay. At that time of year, was it still light enough for you to conduct whatever search was being requested?
It was pretty dark already. There was a little bit of light left when I got there, but not much during the search.
Okay. Does that inhibit your dog's ability to conduct the search?
No.
When you arrived, what did you do first with Bones?
When I arrived, I met with Deputy Forgey, and he said the search area was going to be the backyard. We initially went back there without the dog, and he said, "This is your search area." He said that we just want the backyard searched, and that was the only information that he gave me.
All right. Based on the response you just gave, I take it you were not told whether any prior searches conducted by K9 resulted in an alert.
No, I did ask Deputy Forgey if he had run his dog, which he said he did, but that was the only information that he gave.
Okay. Why was that information important to you?
Just so I know if there had been another dog back there.
Okay. If you would explain to the members of the jury what you did with Bones on July 17th of 2008.
We walked back to the backyard with Bones on lead as we went through the gate, which if you're looking at the residence would be on the left side of the residence. We went through the gate. The entire backyard was fenced in. Just past the gate, I put Bones's search collar on, which is a heavier collar, indication to him that we're going to search. I took him off lead and gave him his command to do his search of the area.
Okay.
He immediately did a quick search of the yard. He went around where there was a swimming pool, and then he went back towards the screened-in porch. He checked a couple corners of the area. His nose was down. He spent approximately 3 to 4 minutes searching in the backyard. I saw that there was an area of interest that he kept going back to and sniffing pretty hard. He finally came back to that same area after making another lap of the yard and gave a final trained indication in one location in the backyard.
Okay. What indication was given?
He sat.
Okay. This is the trained final alert that you described earlier?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall where in the yard you got the trained final alert from Bones?
Yes.
Sergeant Brewer, does the photograph displayed in 43 in evidence show the area that you were just describing as the location of the trained final alert from Bones?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. The monitor in front of you is a telestrator. Can you indicate to the members of the jury where you got the trained final alert?
So Bones successfully got a final alert. So this is
Basically
again,
in that area right there.
confusion, right? About was there a body in the yard? Was there not a body in the yard? We've got 2 different dogs with 2 different answers.
What happens after you get the trained final alert?
I had put Bones up and spoke to Deputy Forgey, who indicated to me at that time that his dog had alerted within probably 6 to 8 feet of where Bones' alert was.
Okay.
Interesting.
Do you return the next day?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. When you return the next day, had it become apparent to you that the surface had been disturbed in some fashion?
Yes.
What did you see?
There was a lot of dirt, mulch, pavers. There was several crime scene units in the backyard working, changed the landscape quite a bit.
All right. So it's your understanding that the members of the Orange County Sheriff's Office had been disturbing the dirt?
Yes, they were present upon my arrival.
Okay. Did you run Bones through the same process on that date?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what result did you receive then?
No alerts.
Okay. Do you have some opinion as to why that occurred on day 2?
Whatever he was alerting to could have been moved or destroyed or dissipated because of all the work that had been done. Okay. Or they may just not have dug enough to find what may have been below the surface.
All right. Thank you. I have no other questions of the witness, Your Honor.
Thank God.
Cross-examination.
Okay. So this is interesting. I wonder how this is going to be because, God, the last cross was incredible.
Please, the court. Ms. Drane. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, Sergeant Brewer.
Morning.
Before we get into what you did in this case, I want to ask you something so we could kind of clarify something for the jury.
Okay. Clarify it.
Alerts that a cadaver dog does, they're not, you don't give individual commands to find me some bones, correct? Or find me decomp fluid, or find me blood, correct?
That's correct.
And it's just one command.
Right.
When you deploy the dog. And many times, well, actually, let me rephrase that. A dog can alert on fluid or something decomposing from a live person, could they not?
Yes, if it's out of the body.
Yeah.
Anything out of the body that is now decomposing, even though the person's alive, the dog could alert to.
Yes.
Yeah, I didn't even think about that, right? Like, so if a person's bleeding or whatever, they could alert.
If a drop of blood from a fingernail or something comes out,
wow,
that blood begins to decompose and the dog could alert to that.
That's correct.
Wow.
In fact, when you are trained to deploy dogs on vehicles, for example, for training, your training tells you not to use old cars because you don't know the history of those cars, right?
We try to use something unknown source, known that's not contaminated.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
We try to use something that we know may not have
Right. Something that you know the history of, because you don't know if this car's been in an accident, right?
Correct.
You don't know if somebody cut their finger or had any bleeding in any location.
So what he's
Correct.
this is smart. What he's getting at is to the car, right? Casey's car, because it was the family car, and it, Lee Anthony drove it for a while. He testified to that. George drove it regularly. It was older. It had, and then of course, besides that, had the trash in it. But this goes to that. But this also goes to the air samples testing that Dr. R. Proud Boss did. And remember, he brought in like 2 other random ass cars from an urban area in Tennessee to use as like controls or whatever, and tested the air from those. So this is speaking to all that with the car. This is very interesting, and it was none of this came up on direct, but it's actually relevant. Surprisingly, or not surprisingly, because it's cross.
And you don't know if someone bled on a rag and that was thrown in the trunk or something like that.
Right.
Okay. So there's any number of scenarios that makes the dog more of a tool as opposed to a conclusive indicator of human decomposition, especially when you don't have a body.
Right. He's trained to find the strongest source, whatever it might be.
Okay. Now, I'd like to talk to you about the work you did in this case. I'm showing you now State's Exhibit 43. I'm sorry, State's Evidence 43. And this, can we publish that to the jury, Your Honor?
Yes.
Is that up? Oh. I'm getting better as we go along. Now, this is an area you circled where you had indicated your dog alerted to.
Yes.
Correct? You also testified that Sergeant Forgey had informed you that his dog alerted 6 to 8 feet away from this.
Correct.
Where did he indicate to you that his dog had alerted?
He didn't show me specifically.
Okay. It couldn't have been 6 to 8 feet to the right, correct?
You'd have, I can't.
Can you look at the photo there and see if there's anything that would block 6 to 8 feet in that direction?
It's not to scale. Without seeing it, I can't.
From your memory of the backyard, was the house that little house blocking 6 to 8 feet away?
It could have been.
Okay. Deputy Forgey didn't inform you that his dog went in the little house and alerted there, correct?
No.
Now, your understanding from where you were indicated, 6 to 8 feet would either be close to the sidewalk here, correct?
He didn't indicate which direction.
I know. I'm going to give you different possibilities. It could be closer to the sidewalk there, right? To the right?
Speculation.
Overall?
In this direction, correct?
It could be.
And it could also be this direction, correct?
Could be.
And that would be closer to the swimming pool?
I believe so. I'd have to say a photo to say for sure.
Your memory.
Brilliant. I didn't even see that coming. Close, the 6 to 8 feet, because it could be in any direction, right? But it couldn't be in the direction of the Playhouse because the Playhouse would be in the way. If you go 6, and remember, I swear, the freaking prosecution has not shown us any pictures of the swimming pool, which is, it would be like, imagine a Disney movie or something, right? Or like not a Disney, or just a movie, like a superhero movie. Like the villain, like is like super obvious and has like may as well have the word villain across their forehead. It's like that. Like the state not showing pictures of the swimming pool, it's like on par to me with that. Like what are you doing? It's mind-boggling. So that's what I'm thinking. I'm like, wow, right. Because they keep showing that picture of the backyard. Here, let me show it. Let me show this picture. This one picture of the backyard that they keep showing, right? This is the one that's in evidence. Now, I'm sure the defense will more than likely admit, when it's their case in chief, other pictures, conveniently leaves out the swimming pool. This is the one that we keep seeing. This is the only one we keep seeing. Incredible. So the swimming pool is right to, if you're facing that blue circle, it's to the left of that, right? And they're just not showing it. It's so deceptive. It's like, so we don't have a reference point. So thank God for these questions, because what he's saying is 6 to 8 feet away, but we don't know what direction, or they're being evasive about what direction, right? But it can't be in the direction of the playhouse because that's blocking it. So if you go 6 to 8 feet the other direction, that's the swimming pool. And we wouldn't know that if it wasn't for that question, because of the fact that they have not shown us pictures of the full backyard, which includes the swimming pool, or just the swimming pool, period. Incredible.
8 feet away?
It could have been.
Okay. Deputy Forgey didn't inform you that his dog went in the little house and alerted there, correct?
Now this will make more sense.
Now, your understanding from where you were indicated, 6 to 8 feet would either be close to the sidewalk here, correct?
He didn't indicate which direction.
I know. I'm going to give you different possibilities.
He's gonna say
it could be.
It's fair. He's gonna say you located here 60 feet. We're gonna look at all the possibilities in each direction, because you know what? What he's proving is that when you look at that picture, the only possibility is in the direction of the pool. Because if you go back 60 feet, you got a fence. If you go to the side, you got the playhouse.
Closer to the sidewalk there, right? To the right?
And the other one is the sidewalk. Yep.
In this direction, correct?
It could be.
And it could also be this direction, correct?
Could be.
And that would be closer to the swimming pool?
There.
I believe so. I'd have to say a photo to say for sure.
Your memory of that backyard, would this area be closer to the swimming pool?
I know the swimming pool would have been behind us at that point.
Right. The swimming pool's not in this direction.
Correct.
And it's not over here.
Correct.
It's more over here. In that direction, correct?
I think the first arrow would have been more.
Yeah, the thing went a little haywire on me at
It
the
went
end.
haywire on him. That's where the pool is. So now we know where the pool is, right? So like I said, it's like to the left-ish. It's to the side and to the left of that blue dot, right? But it's in that direction where you would expect it to be. So you can see exactly what he's getting at here.
Right in this direction, correct?
From my recollection, yes.
Okay. Now, you were there for 2 days, right?
Yes.
It just blows my mind, right?
And you never deployed.
About the pool. This is incredible because there's so much evidence that surrounding this pool. I mean, mostly from Cindy herself, right? But I guess circumstantial. But the dog alerting at the pool, man. Wow.
Put your dog inside the house, did you?
No.
Were you instructed you couldn't do that?
No, I actually was working with the Orange County Sheriff's Office, so I basically deployed where they had asked me to.
What about the back patio where, do you recall a patio before you enter into the house?
Screened-in porch, yes.
Yes, screened-in porch. Were you allowed to deploy your dog in there?
They didn't ask me to.
Did you, though?
No.
Okay. Now, the 2 days you were there, you never took the dog in the house to maybe see if there might be some evidence of decomposition in the home?
No, but again, not my case, so I did the searches that they had asked me to.
Okay. Are you aware if any cadaver dog searches were ever done inside the home?
I can't answer for that. I'm not sure if Deputy Forgey did.
Okay. So the answer is no, you're not aware of any searches that were inside the home?
Not that I was advised of.
Okay. I have nothing further. Thank you, Sergeant Brewer.
Thank you.
Redirect? No redirect. May the sergeant be excused.
No redirect.
Thank you, Sergeant. You may.
I mean, well, you know what? Maybe she's learning that there's I don't know. I don't think she's smart enough to learn her lesson that there's nothing she can do. I just think she's dumb. But you know what? I'm grateful for it. I'm not going to complain. Less of her. So.
Statement called in. Next witness.
Good morning. I'm Sandra Osborne, Sandra.
I think, unfortunately, I'm going to pause it before we hear. I think this is still Miss Drane-Burdick. No, I hope not, but I think it is.
Osborne.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Please tell the member.
Right, and now I remember. There's a huge disaster here. You guys, this is insane. Wait for this part.
Members of the jury, how you are employed.
I'm employed as a computer examiner for the Orange County Sheriff's Office.
Okay, and how long have you worked for the Orange County Sheriff?
Finishing up 21 years this year.
Wow.
What assignments have you had with that agency?
I started out in patrol. From there, I went into investigations and crime scene investigations. From there, I've been into sex crimes, child abuse, did a short stint with homicide, and now I'm in computer crimes.
What sort of training and background do you have that qualifies you for that position that you now hold at the Orange County Sheriff?
I have a college business degree through Columbia College. I have over 700 hours of computer examiner forensic training specifically, and I hold 2 computer forensic examiner certifications.
Okay. What is involved in the certification process?
The 2 certifications that I hold, the first one is through the International Association of Computer Investigative Specialists. For short, we call that IASIS. The certification process for IASIS, The certification for IASIS involves a lengthy process, the first of which I attended a 2-week certification class, which involved a classroom setting. From there, once you successfully complete the 2-week class, I moved on to the peer review phase of the process, where I completed successfully a series of practical exam problems. From there, once that was successfully completed, I moved on to the 100-question practical knowledge exam, which I successfully completed.
Okay. What is it that they are asking you to do in these certification programs specifically? I understand that you receive classroom instruction and you take proficiency tests, but what is it that you're doing that they are testing you on?
What they're testing is, especially through the peer review phase of the IASIS certification, what they're asking you to do is demonstrate proficiency with the computer forensic exam. They're asking that you know the basics of computers, you know that the basic of what an exam is for, where to locate things on a computer, how to report and document those findings accurately.
Do you also have practical experience in this area aside from the certifications that you hold?
Yes, I do.
Okay, explain that to us.
Practical meaning on the job experience?
Absolutely.
Yes, ma'am. In the last 4 years of my computer forensics experience with the Orange County Sheriff's Office, I've conducted several hundred exams over all kinds of digital evidence, from anything from computers to cell phones to PDAs, iPhones, anything that contains any electronic device that might contain a digital file.
You testified as an expert witness in court.
I have.
Okay. Did that occur in Orange County, Florida?
Yes.
And were you permitted to give opinions and explain issues surrounding computer forensics?
Yes, I was.
Right. Your Honor, at this point, I would tender the witness for voir dire, or as an expert if there is no voir dire.
No objections.
There being no objections, the witness would be accepted as an expert witness in the area of forensic computer analysis.
Do you have a title such as detective? I want to make sure I'm going to call you the right name. Detective Osborne?
Detective is fine.
Oh,
Detective Osborne, as a result of your position.
That's what I was saying. It's like, how do you not know? And the way she asks this. She didn't just say, is there a title that you've reached, in your career? That would have been, but the way that she says, do you have a certain title? I want to make sure I call you the right name. Oh, God.
In the forensics unit with the Orange County Sheriff's Office, did you receive several items of evidence in connection with the investigation into the disappearance of Caylee Marie Anthony?
I did.
How is that not on her sheet?
Did the first item that was provided to you consist of a cell phone purported to belong to Caylee Marie Anthony?
Yes.
Okay, if I may approach the witness. Have you take a look at that? So tell me if you recognize the exterior of that packaging as something that you've had contact with in the past.
I do.
And how do you recognize it?
The label that's affixed to the front of here is filled out in my handwriting. And I also resealed the evidence package once I was finished examining the item. When I resealed it back, those are my initials, and that's the date that I sealed the package.
Do you indicate on the label on the exterior what is contained inside?
Yes, I did.
And what item did you place inside that package and ultimately seal?
This is a Nokia cell phone.
Your Honor, at this point, I would seek to introduce HQ for identification into evidence.
What says the defense?
No objections.
Are there, and please correct me if I use the wrong terminology, are there forensic applications that can be utilized to retrieve data and information from a cell phone, such as the one that you received as belonging to Ms. Anthony?
Yes, there are.
Okay. What processes are available?
The process I use most often, and the one I used in this investigation, is a hardware tool called a Cellbrite.
Okay. Is that one that is recognized as
Cellbrite did exist then, guys.
premier in the field, able to give reliable data to an examiner such as yourself?
It is.
Okay. What sort of information can be retrieved using Cellbrite?
I can retrieve a contact list. I can retrieve text messages, sometimes call histories, incoming calls, outgoing calls, picture files, video files, audio files, voice messages, whatever the phone offers.
Is your ability to do any or all of those things hampered by the phone itself in any way?
Sometimes it is, yes.
Okay. How about anything to do with the service provider to the phone? Does that affect your ability to extract data?
It can. There are several ways that extraction of data from a cell phone can be hampered. The manufacturer of the phone itself could not allow that information to be pulled out, if you will, by a third-party tool. Sometimes the data port on the phone where you plug the phone in to charge it or transfer data from it could be disabled by the carrier. Sometimes our software is just not engineered to gather that information from that particular make and model of phone. So there are several different ways that we could be hampered, and we're not able to retrieve all the data available on the phone.
Does Cellbrite update their software or whatever program that they provide to law enforcement agencies over time?
Periodically, we do get updates from Cellbrite, yes.
When you received this phone, was it for the purpose of attempting to determine whether or not an individual by the name of Zenaida Fernandez Gonzalez could be located?
That's correct, it was.
What information, if any, were you able to obtain from that phone through the initial use of the tool that you had mentioned?
The initial data extracted from that Nokia cell phone was simply the contact list and several music files.
Okay. Do you have an opinion as to why that was the only information that could be retrieved from the phone?
I believe at that time the limitations of my Cellbrite hardware device that I was using to extract the data was not capable of fully extracting the data available on that particular phone.
What is a SIM card?
It's a unique identifier, that little chip card that goes inside the back of some cellular phones that allows the phone to connect to the network.
Are SIM cards interchangeable in different phones?
They are, and they will attempt to connect to the same network.
Did the Nokia phone that you were provided of Ms. Anthony's have a SIM card in it?
I don't recall. I will have to look at my notes if I may.
All right. Will those notes assist you in refreshing your recollection?
Yes.
Your Honor, may the witness use her notes or report to refresh her recollection as to
Yes.
the SIM card?
Did you hear how quickly he said yes?
It did have a SIM card, yes.
Okay. Do you use different forensic applications other than Cellbrite to evaluate whether or not there's data on the SIM card that can be retrieved?
It's merely a process of removing the SIM card from the back of the phone device and plugging it into the port on the Cellbrite that accommodates the SIM card. And then you instruct the Cellbrite device as you scroll through the menu options for data extraction that it recognizes, hey, now I have a SIM card to look at, and it will extract the data from the SIM card and report it for you.
Okay. In this case, did the SIM card hold any information different than you were able to obtain from the physical device, the phone itself?
The SIM card was the same information as the device.
Were you able, from that limited information that Cellbrite would provide you at that time, to locate any information about a Zenaida Fernandez Gonzalez?
I didn't notice any, but it's not my function necessarily to examine the data from the cell phone. I'm not always advised on what's relevant to the investigation at the time, so I did not see any, but I would have handed the data I extracted to the detectives and let them decipher
He's
through it
asking
from
the
there.
wrong witness.
When you extract this data, do you reduce it to some sort of report or format that a layperson really can look at and make decisions as to
Like the one like
whether it's important information or not?
The Cellbrite does a nice job of reporting the data in a very nice web-based report that's easily readable.
Did you eventually receive other evidence items in an effort to initially locate this Zenaida Fernandez Gonzalez?
I did.
Did you receive computers?
Yes,
Okay. How about a laptop computer?
I did.
And who did you receive a laptop computer from?
Detective Casey Beasley brought in at the same time she brought me the Nokia cell phone, brought me a compact laptop computer.
Wow. Do they still make those anymore?
Do you remember, or do your records reflect a serial number for that computer?
My records will reflect it.
Right.
The serial number of the computer is C Charlie N November D Delta 6430 R Romeo K Kilo H Hotel.
Did you receive a
Whoa. What is it doing? Oh, it did that thing where it's like booted. Hold on. Let me do this. Sorry. Oh, StreamYard. Let me remove this and present it again. This happened to EDB the other day, actually. Give me just a second. Also speaking of that, EDB said she actually spoke to them. She said this on a recent live stream, that she spoke to them and was like, hey, and here's all the problems. And they told her that they fixed it. And then she continued to have problems on the live stream. And anyway, I'm finding where we were. Hold on.
or Gonzalez?
I did.
Here.
Did you receive computers?
Sorry about that. StreamYard.
Yes,
Okay.
Right now.
How about a laptop computer?
I did.
And who did you receive a laptop computer from?
Detective Casey Beasley brought in at the same time she brought me the Nokia cell phone, brought me a compact laptop computer.
Do you remember, or do your records reflect a serial number for that computer?
My records will reflect it.
Right.
The serial number of the computer is C Charlie N November D Delta 6430 R Romeo K Kilo H Hotel.
Did you receive a desktop computer as well?
Yes, meaning a floor model computer that sits on the floor in the home. Yes, I did.
Do you recall, or do the records of the Orange County Sheriff reflect the serial number of the desktop that you received?
I have that information.
Okay, can you provide that, please?
The serial number of the HP home computer was M Mike X X-ray M Mike 4100 Hotel Yankee Lima.
Who did you receive that computer from?
Miss Ewilda McBride, who was in the missing persons unit at that time.
Did you note the date and time that you received that item?
I did.
Can you tell us?
I received that item July 17th of 2008 at approximately 1:30 in the afternoon.
1:30
In the afternoon.
How about the laptop? Do you have records that reflect the date and time that you received that item?
I received the laptop from Detective Beasley on July the 16th, 2008 at approximately 8 p.m. in the evening.
Did you receive any cameras?
I did.
Okay.
I received a Polaroid T730 digital camera on the 17th of July, 2008. I received a Nikon Coolpix camera on July 21st, 2008.
Are there forensic applications that you can use to determine the contents of a camera, or do you just scroll through it like I would?
I use a forensic tool to examine the camera.
All right. And what tool was used?
This detective is like, what type of dumbass question are you asking right now?
To examine the Nikon Coolpix?
I used a forensic software tool called Ncase, made by Guidance Software.
Okay. And what information does Ncase provide off of a camera? You said that was a digital camera?
It's a digital camera.
Okay. What information would Ncase provide off of a digital camera?
What I did not actually plug in the Nikon camera into the Ncase. I pulled the SD flash card from the back of the camera, which actually stores all of the files. So I would have plugged the SD card into an adapter and used the Ncase to view that card, the contents of the card.
And were you able to view the contents of that card?
I was.
Right. Were you able to locate any video files of Caylee Anthony?
Yes.
Using that tool, were you able to determine the date that the video files were generated?
Yes.
Okay. And tell the members of the jury what you found.
The dates on the files that I found from the Nikon Coolpix camera were June the 15th of 2008.
Right. And
Did you review the video?
And visited the grandfather at the nursing home.
Yes, I did.
All right. Is this video that appeared to have been taken at a nursing facility?
It appeared to be, yes.
How do you know that the date and time on that video is accurate as to when the image was captured?
Most of the digital cameras today will record or embed inside of each video file or each digital file that it takes information about itself. It will embed information in that file, such as the make and model of the camera that took the picture, the date and the time setting that the camera was set to at the time the picture was taken. It may embed information, if it's a more sophisticated device, the GPS coordinates where the camera was actually located when the picture was taken. It might give you information about the shutter speed or the lighting conditions or something of that sort on a very, very nice camera. The information on this Nikon Coolpix camera gave me information about itself. It was a Nikon Coolpix, and it gave me the model of the camera, and it gave me the date and the time setting that the camera was set to at the time that picture was taken.
All right. When you received the camera in July of 2008, July 21st, did you make an assessment as to whether or not the date and time settings were correct at that point?
What I did was I compared the date and time setting on the camera with the current date and time at the moment I had the camera in my hand. The current date and time, according to my clock in my office at the time I had it, was July 21st, 2008 at 10:54 in the morning. And the setting on the clock on the camera itself was the same date, July 21st, 2008 at 10:56 in the morning. So it was about a 2-minute difference.
The laptop that you described for us, having received from Detective Beasley, what condition was it in when it was provided to you? Meaning, was it on? Was it off? What is it that you are initially evaluating when you receive that item?
I believe that camera was off. Let me just double check.
I've switched to the laptop.
The laptop. I don't recall if that item was powered on or off at the time I received it.
Does that make a difference to you?
As far as retrieving data from it?
Either retrieving data or where to begin your examination?
No, I would, if a laptop is brought to me and it's still powered on, I'll remove the battery and power it down and note the date and time. I will document the condition of the machine if it's running, as if to say what applications are running. Is it connected to the internet at the time? Is there a Word doc open? Something to that effect. I'll document the condition of the machine at the time before I power it down, and then I'll make a note of the date and time that I power it down.
Okay. When you are performing an examination on any item of evidence, but particularly a computer, whether that be a laptop or a desktop, is it your methodology to make sure it's off before any attempt to retrieve data is undertaken?
In a lab setting, yes, I'll power the machine off and we'll remove the hard drive from the machine.
When you receive the desktop or the floor model, can you describe the make and model of that item?
The desktop is made by Hewlett-Packard, and it's your standard floor model. They call it a 520N, I'm sorry.
How large is the hard drive on that item?
160 gigabytes.
In what condition was that item received?
That item was powered down. It was not on at the time.
Are there different tools that you use to evaluate the contents of a computer as opposed to a cell phone or some other electronic device?
There are many items you can use to examine a hard drive from a computer, but in this event I used the EnCase software.
Okay. Has this EnCase software been used in the forensic community for a period of time?
It has. It's a standard.
Okay. Any idea how long this standard tool has been utilized?
I don't know when EnCase started. I've been using it since I began computer forensics in 2006. I would say a decade or more.
Okay. Has this EnCase program been determined to be a reliable way to preserve and retrieve data from a computer?
It has. It's an industry standard as a reliable software tool, yes.
Okay. You told us what information Cellbrite can extract from a device. What information is given to a forensic examiner such as yourself through the use of the EnCase application or tool?
The EnCase tool can examine every bit on a hard drive, every 0 and every 1 that's reported on a hard drive, on a digital file, when used properly. The EnCase software completely looks at every single bit of information on that hard drive, whether the user can see that information or not.
Okay. Now, what is it that you did with this computer, the HP, to ensure that the data as it existed at the time that you obtained the item was not changed, altered, or corrupted in any way?
It's the standard practice of a computer forensic examiner to protect the original evidence that we receive. In this case, with the HP computer, it would have been the hard drive, the hard disk drive that was contained inside the computer tower. After documenting the condition of the computer and you pull the cables from the hard drive and remove it, I would have attached it to, and I did attach it to what we call a write blocker. The purpose of the write blocker is to do exactly that. It prevents my forensic machine running a Windows operating system from taking a hold of that evidence drive and making writes to it. The Windows operating system likes to reach out and touch the other items that are associated with it to try to look at it, and I don't want that to happen. I don't want any files to be changed. I don't want my machine to make any writes to that drive. So I connected it to a hardware write blocker to prevent that write the right blocking process. And basically what that does is it places the evidence hard drive in a read-only mode. And then that way I can read the drive, copy the evidence from it, and then I'll put the original hard drive away. And I will not work from the original, I'll work from my copy instead.
Okay. What happens to the original hard drive?
I put it back into evidence.
Okay. Has the Orange County Sheriff's Office retained the hard drive from the HP that we've been talking about to date?
No, I believe we returned that one to the family.
Okay. So before it's returned, what do you do, aside from the right blocker, to ensure that you have access to the data as it existed at the time that you took possession of the computer?
Those evidence files that Encase creates when I make the copy of the original evidence off that drive.
I'm sorry, I'm having trouble hearing you. I don't know if
It's probably my voice, I apologize. The original evidence files that are created by Encase when I make a copy of the original hard drive evidence are stored both on a server, and I stored them on a separate hard drive, which I have in court today, so they are preserved.
Okay. Now, you had talked about that you don't necessarily evaluate the data that is retrieved from an electronic device.
From a cell phone specifically, I do extensive exams on computer evidence. But with a cell phone, because there's limited data usually, I'll just hand that over to the investigators and let them go through it and see what they think is important.
All right. So, but as far as the computer is concerned, you do engage in a process of evaluating the information that is extracted from the hard drive.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so I have it there on the screen. It says, note, there's a short break after which the court feed resumes mid-question. So, but heads up, it's going to be at the good part where they're talking about the chloroform, if I recall.
That word, and I realized, I recognized it immediately as an internet file, an internet database file. I looked around a little bit to see if I could figure out if it was Internet Explorer or if it was some other type of browser internet, but since I'm not that familiar, I was not able to determine that. I went back to the beginning of the record because I don't know where within a web page the word chloroform would have appeared, so it was just very difficult for me at that time to figure that out. So I found the search hit and I turned it over to my sergeant from there.
How does the turning over process occur, since this is data? How does that happen?
Basically, he shoulder surfs and oversees everything I do. We are within a few feet of each other in the lab every day. He copied that out. He'll have to testify as to what he did exactly, but he copied that information out to another source and then re-examined it on his own machine. Okay. and created the report from there.
The HP was not the only computer that you evaluated through Encase, correct?
That's correct.
Did you ultimately receive a computer purported to belong to an individual by the name of Ricardo Morales?
I did.
When did you receive that and from whom?
I received a computer reportedly belonging to Ricardo Morales October 28th of 2008, and it was submitted to me by Sergeant John Allen.
What did you do to preserve any of the data that existed on Mr. Morales' computer as of October 28th of 2008?
The procedure for documenting and preserving the data on his hard drive was the same as the other computers that I examined. Removing the hard drive from the system, booting it into the BIOS and checking the system clock. And as I'm saying that, I think that was an Apple computer, and the hard drive was removed. That was a MacBook computer.
Yeah, because
the hard drive was removed and copied using the Encase software.
Did you determine what the date and time were on the computer?
I did. The date and time that I removed the hard drive and checked the system clock was October 28th of 2008 at 3:24 in the afternoon. And the system clock on the computer that is set to October 28th, 2008 at 7:24 p.m., which would have been London time or Greenwich Mean Time. So I believe at that time of the year in October, there would be a time differential between our time and London time of about 4 hours.
If I may show the witness what has been introduced into evidence as states 12. There's a monitor, it looks like it's been turned. If you could just turn it to you. Well, it's in evidence.
Oh, God.
Got turned off as well.
Let's just...
May I publish the item to...
Let's just let the witness figure it out, because you don't know what... Dude, I swear.
the jury
He's only an expert witness. Look at her fixing it for the
during the witness's testimony since it's already been introduced.
She couldn't even see it. I swear.
You may.
She's like, you don't have to see it. Let me just publish it to the jury.
Can you see the image in states 12 in evidence displayed on your monitor?
I can.
Were you asked to determine whether or not that image appeared anywhere on Ricardo Morales' computer?
I was asked to do two things on his computer. I was asked to perform keyword searches previously performed on other computers, and I was also asked to look for any pictures of Caylee that I could find wearing a pink t-shirt that had specific writing on the front of it.
Were you able to locate states 12 in evidence?
Yes, I was.
How did you locate it?
I located it by searching all the graphic files, the picture files on the computer.
While we're looking for that, can you tell the jury whether or not, once an image is located in the graphic files, whether there's any way to determine when the photograph was taken?
Yes, the same process that I explained earlier with the Nikon Coolpix camera, with the information that's embedded into each picture file is embedded by the camera itself into the file. Once that picture file is saved from the digital camera to the computer, that embedded information stays in with the file, so I'm still able to view that.
Detective Osborne, have you been able to locate the printed information that you had contained on disk regarding the photo displayed in states 12 in evidence?
I have located it, yes ma'am.
Was this photograph among a collection of photos that were given to you on a thumb drive by Detective Yuri Melich as originating from the Globe?
Yes.
Were you ultimately able to determine whether or not the photo in 12 that was on the thumb drive was on Mr. Morales' computer?
I was, and it was located on both. I found them they were on the thumb drive and on the computer.
Now, you had testified about the ability to determine when a photograph is taken based on data embedded in the photograph.
Correct.
Okay. Were you able to determine, based on embedded data, when the photograph in states 12 was taken? Just give me the day, month, and year.
The day, month, and year that the camera was set to when it took the photograph was January 28th, 2008.
All right. And when you say the camera, the date that the camera was set to, you didn't actually have the camera available to you to determine whether or not the settings were consistent with the current time.
I did not. It was not submitted for analysis.
Why?
Right. Was this photograph likewise provided on the thumb drive by Detective Yuri Melich?
At this time, as to the dates indicated.
Right. No kidding. Literally. The prosecutor just keeps on going. Yeah, we didn't examine the camera that took this and look for the date. Like, what is happening?
Approach the bench.
I can't.
Objection overruled.
Of course.
Detective Osborne, do you recall my last question?
About the date and the time?
Not the time, the date that the photograph
Not the
in States 13 was taken. Oh, the date that the camera was set to when the photograph was.
Yes, the date the camera was set to.
She doesn't even know.
I think that question goes to the witness testifying about the camera,
Right.
not the photograph that it was intended.
Let me start over.
Yes, rephrase the question.
All right. Do you recognize 13 in evidence?
Yes.
All right. Did that photograph appear on a thumb drive provided to you by Detective Yuri Melich?
Yes.
Were you able to identify the same photograph on Ricardo Morales' computer?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell from the information provided by the computer what type of camera took this photograph?
Yes.
Okay. Was that information embedded in the photograph itself?
Yes.
What type of camera took the photograph?
A Canon PowerShot SD870.
Was other information embedded in the photograph?
Yes.
Is the information related to the date and time that the camera was set to when the photograph was taken embedded in the photograph?
Yes.
What date and time, I'm sorry, what date? You don't need to give me the time. What date was the camera set to when the photograph was taken?
March 19th, 2008.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have no other questions of the witness.
What a mess.
Cross-examination.
Good morning, ma'am.
Sir.
It's Sergeant Osborne, correct?
Detective.
Oh, detective. Okay. Sorry. Detective Osborne, I just want to clear up a couple things with the users' profiles on the computer. Okay. There are 2 profiles on this computer, correct?
User created profiles, yes.
And that doesn't mean that only 2 people are using this computer, correct?
Right.
And in fact, there are various searches on both profiles, are there not? Various types of searches?
Internet searches?
Yes.
I would assume so. Yes, I found searches.
And there could be multiple users using one profile. Is that correct?
Correct.
You know, things are different nowadays with smartphones, right? Because, you know, you have to have the passcode and whatnot. But back then, right, you've got desktop or laptop computers in a household. And back then, a household likely would maybe have like one computer. And this is going to be even a bigger deal when they get to the Anthony family computer, which is the next episode. The Anthony family desktop computer that literally anyone could use. It's like, you know, I don't even really know what the point is. And if you're going to be admitting search history from a computer like that, because literally there's no way to prove who was using it when. But yeah, it's definitely different nowadays when everybody's got their smartphone.
And a password only means something if, one, that person's not told anyone else what the password is, right?
Correct.
And 2, the computer is turned off after that password is utilized and computer activity is done.
Okay.
All right. Is that a yes or?
Yes.
All right. So if I have a password protected area, which is the owner portion of the owner profile, not the Casey profile, right?
Yes.
If I'm using the owner profile and I log in and the computer stays on and it just, I guess, goes to sleep or whatever, I don't have to relog the password in, do I?
It depends on the setting on the computer. If the computer hibernates or sleeps or in some form or fashion resets itself, the password can be set to reset itself after a minute or 30 minutes or 5 hours or all day. It depends on the setting on the computer.
But you don't know or can't testify as to any of that information, can you?
I didn't ascertain that on this computer, no, sir.
Okay. So as far as you know, someone could type in the password, leave it on, and anyone else can come use the computer and not have to enter in a password.
As far as I know, that's correct.
And You mentioned that you had found, done a keyword search for chloroform. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Do you have the date and time that was run?
I believe that was around August the 20th. I don't know that I did the exact date, but it was around August 20th or shortly thereafter of 2008.
But do you have the date and time that you believe these searches were run?
That would be incorporated in the temporary internet file history, which I did not examine. My sergeant examined that, so I can't testify as to that.
Okay, so you have no information on that area.
Not that I'm prepared to testify to, no, sir.
Understood. And what we were talking about as far as the camera was concerned, you never saw the camera.
Which camera?
The camera, I'm sorry. The camera of the photos that we showed the jury just recently.
The Canon PowerShot?
Yes.
I did not see that camera, no.
Okay. And you don't know if the time settings were correct.
Nope.
In fact, you don't know if this person even bothered setting the time when they purchased the camera.
It's just an important distinction because
and many people are a little.
Oh, StreamYard.
Many people find setting the time on like.
So I don't know. I'm losing my mind with StreamYard. My tab thing didn't work this time. Anyway, I'll rewind it in case it cut out because I don't know if it cut out or not. But I was going to say it's an important distinction because, you know, Ms. Drane-Burdick tried to make a big deal saying, well, we don't need to know what time the camera was because the time is on the picture, right? But he's got a great point. The time that's on the picture is only chosen by the setting on the camera. So if the camera's off, right, the timestamp on the picture is going to be off. And I remember that. I remember when I had a digital camera, I don't think that date was ever accurate. It didn't automatically update, right? And it was like, I didn't even bother I just ignored it. But like any picture that would have that the timestamp, the year would be wrong. I mean, everything would be wrong. So just the fact that it's on the picture doesn't matter. So let me just make sure that you guys can see.
Correct.
Nope.
In fact, you don't know if this person even bothered setting the time when they purchased the camera.
I do not.
And many people are a little. Many people find setting the time on like VCRs and cameras somewhat difficult, do they not? If you know, ma'am.
Sustain. Next question.
Does every camera that you inspect and every computer have the exact time set?
No.
It was you who inspected Ricardo Morales' computer?
Yes.
And you ran searches, if I can just have a moment. Do you have that report with you?
So remember.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, you were asked to run searches for chloroform on Ricardo Morales' computer.
And that picture, remember, this came up in his testimony, that picture that he had sent to Casey on Instagram, and it was like, kill her with chloroform or win her over with chloroform or something like that. And it was supposed to look like a glamorous perfume commercial. And I think what he's going to be getting at is that she, you know, the infamous chloroform search, right, that she makes. I think what he's going to be getting at through these various different witnesses with the computer forensics and all that is I think he's going to show that search for chloroform first happened after he sent her that picture and she didn't know what it was. The way that changes this entire thing in terms of the public and the general consensus that, you know, because the people that are just like, she did it, blah, blah. Like if you were asked them like how Caylee died, they probably would say something about chloroform. Although we still haven't heard from the ME yet. Again, well, that'll be on the next episode. But, you know, because there's this whole thing about, because the chloroform was found in the trunk. And of course, there's plenty of other explanations for that, as we heard. And because the search for chloroform, right? Oh, she searched for chloroform. It changes everything if you think, oh, after she got that picture from him, and I mean, we'll see what happens. He might even be able to show the timestamp that it was like immediately upon receipt she searched for it, right? Because she didn't know what it was. And the other thing, and I thought about this, was if you did a search for chloroform, and then later on you did a search for chlorine, for whatever reason, right? But you just type CHLOR, or that's what you intend. It could suggest chloroform. And as we know from all these other trials, sometimes that'll run in the background even if you don't click on it or search for it. So anyway, it's just funny. There's that similarity to CHLOR, you know, as the first 4 letters. But it's so crazy about this picture, right? So that's what he's about to ask her about, that picture from Ricardo.
Is it not?
Yes.
Or you're not? And you indicated that there were also no photographs of chloroform on his computer.
Correct. My report specifically says I didn't find any web pages or pictures referencing chloroform on that computer.
Get out the Elmo. So I left it then. Look, they're setting off the Elmo.
I'm going to show you what's been admitted into evidence as Defense Exhibit 1, or Defense Evidence 1.
No, well, no.
Are you familiar with this photograph?
I'm sorry, you asked if I recognize this picture?
Yes.
I've seen it, yes.
Okay. And are you aware that this was posted on Ricardo Morales' MySpace account?
No, I'm not.
And I know you can only see one portion of it, but can you read to the ladies and gentlemen, or read into the record what it says?
Win her over with chloroform.
And what does it indicate to you? It's a photo.
Doesn't matter. It indicates to her.
Sustain.
What do you see in the photograph?
What's depicted in the photograph is a couple, a man and a woman. A woman is sitting at the chair, apparently dining in a black evening gown. The man is looking over her shoulder with a white cloth in his hand, reaching around behind her shoulder.
And if Ricardo Morales posted this on his MySpace, that would have been from another computer that you did not examine?
I have no idea.
Okay. Well, if you didn't find this photograph on the computer that you examined, does that mean it was deleted, or how can you explain not
just
having
because-
this? Let me finish the question for her.
Interesting.
Can you explain to us, because I may not be aware of how this...
What he's getting at is that Ricardo deleted that probably after the whole thing came out and the chloroform searches, that he deleted it. It's not the point that he had any involvement with the death of Caylee, I don't think, but I think that's what he's getting at, is that it was deleted and that's maybe sus.
This photograph wouldn't show up
because that was
on
the
your
reason for it.
inspection if he posted this on his MySpace.
Yeah.
There are several reasons why this would not appear on his computer, or I did not find it on his computer if he posted it on a MySpace. There are multiple ways you can post on MySpace. One of the most common ways would be on someone else's computer, or from a phone, or from some other access other than the computer that I'm examining. Just because I did not find this particular photograph on his computer at the time I examined it does not mean that it was never there. It just means that it was not there at the time I examined it. So if it was deleted and overwritten, then I would not have found it.
Yep.
So it could have been deleted in the unallocated space.
And
Overwritten.
overwritten if I didn't find it.
And that could be pretty much with any of the computer searches that you did dealing with the unallocated space, correct?
That's correct.
I have no further questions. Thank you, Detective
Yes, sir.
Osborne.
Thank you. Detective Osborne, if you are doing a keyword search, would the pixels embedded in the picture be accessible in the keyword search?
No. The pixels are represented in a hexadecimal value, which are not readable to me. When you look at the physical view of a picture, it's jumbled up, garbage looking, and it's not discernible in human readable form. No.
All right. So words embedded in a picture are not going to appear in a keyword search. Is that correct?
That's correct. In this case, the word chloroform does not appear as a word. It appears as part of the pixelated picture, so it would not have appeared to me.
Okay. Was it your testimony on cross that the keyword search for items in the internet the temporary history, in any of the cookies in the unallocated space, the allocated space of Ricardo Morales' computer did not contain any chloroform references.
That's correct.
Thank you. That's all I wanted to follow up with.
Recross only in those areas and those areas alone.
In your report, you specify that there are no search hits for the word chloroform, correct?
That's correct. There were no references to the word chloroform, pictures, or web pages referencing the chloroform.
That was my next question. So there were no pictures referencing chloroform.
Not that I found, no, sir.
Thank you.
May the detective be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, detective. You may be excused.
Kevin Stenger, Stenger.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Please tell the members of the jury how you are employed.
I am the Sergeant of Computer Crimes for the Orange County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you worked for the Orange County Sheriff's Office?
Just about 25 years.
How long have you been in the computer crimes unit? I imagine 25 years ago that didn't exist.
That's correct. The Computer Crimes Unit was formed in 2002, and I was the first sergeant.
Wow.
As the sergeant in that unit, what are your regular responsibilities?
My unit is responsible for the investigation of computer crimes such as hacking, the possession of child pornography, and the vast majority of our duties are the examination of people's computers, cell phones, and PDAs for evidence.
What sort of education or background do you have that qualifies you for the position that you currently hold with the Orange County Sheriff?
Sergeant, pull your microphone down a little bit. Thank you.
I have a graduate certificate in computer forensics and a master's degree in digital forensics from the University of Central Florida.
Do you belong to any other organizations or any organizations dealing with the issue of computer forensics?
I'm a member of the International Association of Computer Investigative Specialists. I began my training with them in 1996. Since then, I have either attended training or presented at all of their conferences. Since that date, I have been a certification coach, a regional manager of certification, and I am currently the division administrator of certification for that organization.
All right. When you refer to certification, being a coach or in some sort of administrative capacity in relation to certification, what is it that you do?
I assist other members of our organization, new members of our organization, in training and obtaining their credentials to become a certified forensic computer examiner.
Have you yourself attended many trainings in the area?
I have. As I've stated, I've attended all the conferences of IASIS since 1996. In addition, I've attended training through guidance software, both in classes and in conferences, where I have not only attended training, but I've presented training classes. I've also attended training through classes put on by a company called Access Data and another company called Sequestered. I've presented classes for the University of Central Florida, both as a guest lecturer and as a subject matter expert.
Have you ever had the opportunity to testify in court as an expert in the area of computer forensics?
I have testified in both state and federal court as an expert in computer forensics.
Your Honor, at this time we would tender the witness for either voir dire or submission as an expert who can give opinions.
No objection, sir.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, Sergeant Stenger will be accepted as an expert witness in the area of forensic computer analysis. You may proceed.
Thank you. Sergeant Stenger, in connection with your employment at the Orange County Sheriff's Office, were you supervising Sandra Osborne in the recovery of information from an HP computer seized or given to the sheriff's office by the Anthony family?
I was.
Okay. Can you explain to the jury what your role was in this endeavor?
As far as the examination goes, I would review Detective Osborne's work. In the field, it's referred to as peer review, where you have somebody else go back over your examination. In addition, if Detective Osborne encountered something that she was unfamiliar with, I would assist her.
Were you made aware of a keyword search for chloroform that was done on the HP?
I was.
Once you were made aware of that search, did you take an active role in an attempt to preserve the information found as a result of the keyword search?
I did. Detective Osborne observed a search hit for the word chloroform on the computer and asked my assistance in identifying in what context that word appeared. She knew it was an internet search, but she was unfamiliar with the structure of what it was in. This particular keyword search was in what is called unallocated space.
What is that?
Many of you, I'm sure, are aware that when you delete a file, it is not necessarily gone. The best analogy I have for you as far as what unallocated space is a library. Many people use different types of analogies, but the library is probably the easiest. Hopefully most of you remember back in the days when they had card catalogs. You used to go and look up the name of your book in the card catalog. You would then find out where that book was stored on the shelf. Computers use something similar. In order for the computer to find a file, it has to essentially look up the name of that file before it can go out on the hard drive and locate it. What happens when something becomes unallocated is that that card, that entry, essentially gets destroyed. And there is no longer any reference to where that particular file is on the hard drive. However, the data out there is still there. That book is still on the shelf. So the information was still out there. I recognized what type of file that was from the structure as a internet history record from Mozilla Firefox. It is an old version of Mozilla in what is called a MORC database. And yes, supposedly the developer of the program was evidently a fan of the television show.
Okay. So what is Mozilla Firefox?
It is an internet history browser. I'm sure most of everybody is familiar with Microsoft's Internet Explorer. Mozilla Firefox is another type of internet history browser.
Do you have knowledge as to whether or not this internet history browser automatically deletes files from its history? Does it clear the history on its own, or is that done manually by a user?
I am not aware that it clears records automatically. It's possible, I would imagine, to set it to do so, but normally it does not do it automatically.
Right. If not done automatically, is there some size limit after which some action is taken by the program?
There could be a size limit. If there is for that version, I am not aware of it.
In the absence of an automatic deletion by the program, how would someone get rid of their internet search history?
There are options in most internet search programs to delete your internet history. A user can normally select those at any time to dump their history records.
But as you indicated, even if you physically or manually dump your internet history, it's still somewhere on your hard drive.
Until such time as that area of the hard drive is used again for another file, that information will still stay there.
Do you have knowledge as to whether or not the Mozilla Firefox would store the name of the user profile in the internet history file?
Mozilla Firefox does not store the username.
Do you know of any search engine that would store the username in the deleted history?
The search history from Internet Explorer, Microsoft's Internet Explorer, would keep the username even after it's deleted in the records.
All right. But Mozilla, since Mozilla doesn't do it regularly, it wouldn't be in the deleted history either?
Mozilla Firefox would not record the username in its records. It isn't set up to do that.
So once you were alerted to this bit of information in the unallocated space that you recognized, what action did you take?
I identified where the file started and where it ended, and then I was able to manually extract that information and then begin using a series of different internet history tools to try and read the records that were stored in that internet history file.
How are you able to identify where the file starts and where it ends?
Most files start with a unique group of bytes. It's called a header. Among the information that starts this particular database is very clear. It actually says MORK, M-O-R-K. And then not all files, but a significant number of them also end with a unique group of bytes. That is called a footer. I simply located the header and the footer for this particular type of database and then extracted that information out into a file.
How is that process accomplished where you extract the information and put it into what type of file?
Once I identify where the file begins, I simply have to tell my forensic tool where my information starts and how many bytes long this file is, and then it will manually extract that information for me, and then I can save it into a file name that I create. And then once that file is created, I can then use other tools to examine its contents.
All right. And what tool did you utilize to manually extract the information and save it into another file?
I used a program called Encase, E-N-C-A-S-E.
All right. Once it is extracted and placed into this other file, you indicated that there are forensic tools that you could utilize to attempt to interpret the data.
That's correct.
Okay. And you attempted that in this case, or you did that?
I did that. I used a number of different tools to examine the history records. One of the issues that I discovered was that this particular internet history file spans the date between when daylight savings time switches. And so that at the time, most of the tools I was using when I set my computer's time to either daylight or standard time, half of the record was always an hour off. I subsequently had an opportunity to attend a class put on by a gentleman by the name of John Bradley. He was teaching a class in the use of a internet history tool, Cashback. This tool was able to compensate for the fact that this history record spanned
So John Bradley, we are going to be hearing from him on the next one.
this length of time, and I utilized that in order to show the records a little bit more easily.
Do you recall, or do your records reflect the dates that spanned this deleted internet history?
I believe I have them written down, if I may look at my notes.
May the witness utilize his report or notes to refresh his recollection as to the exact dates that this history spanned?
I believe it spans the time from March 4th, 2008 through March 21st.
Utilizing the tool that you referred to, cashback, is that something that you did yourself?
Yes, I did.
And what information is provided in cashback that was not available in another tool that you had at your disposal?
Primarily, the single largest difference was its ability to show me the dates and times correctly, regardless as how I set my computer. So instead of one half always being an hour off, I got all the records to display correctly, no matter what, whether they were standard time or daylight savings time.
Did you also make a request of Mr. Bradley, the individual from cashback, to review the data file that you had carved out of the hard drive?
I provided Mr. Bradley with a copy of the file that I had extracted, and he subsequently examined it and provided me with a statement as to his findings.
Were you able to filter information out of the history from 3/4 to 3/21?
I did. I created 2 reports for, I believe, March 17th and March 21st.
And why were those dates filtered out?
Those dates contained information relating to chloroform searches as well as other searches that were done on the internet in Mozilla Firefox.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as states OL for identification. Have you take a look at this composite exhibit and tell me if you recognize it.
I do.
What do you recognize it to be?
This is the report from March 17th that I generated using the cashback program.
Let me show you what's been marked as OM for identification and tell me if you recognize that.
I do. This is the cashback report that I generated for March 21st.
You said that the information was provided to Mr. Bradley.
That is correct.
Okay. In what form?
I gave him a copy of the file that I did my examination on, and then he used that same file to do his findings on.
Was the copy that you provided to him an exact copy of what had appeared in the unallocated space of the HP computer?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I have no other questions of the witness at this time, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
May it please the court. Ms. Drane. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, Sergeant Singer.
Sir.
I wanted to ask you a couple of questions starting off about unallocated space. First, basically, you're talking about deleted internet history, right?
This file would constitute deleted internet history, yes.
And you don't know when that history was deleted?
No, sir.
Okay. In fact, and you don't know anything surrounding the circumstances of why that one would delete their history?
That is correct.
And if your computer's running slow, sometimes you delete your internet history, do you not?
That is correct.
And that's a common method that people use to make their computer go faster?
Yep.
It is one of the methods, yes, sir.
Yep.
One of the many things that people do.
Yes, sir.
And these searches were done months before Caylee Anthony went missing, correct?
This would have occurred, as I said, the days from March 4th to the 21st.
Yes. Which was approximately 3 months prior to her going missing. And the search for chloroform, the very first one that you have shows up at 143:41, correct?
I would actually have to look at those reports to get the exact
Please
date.
go ahead and do so. Thank you.
Approximately what time did you say?
1:43 p.m. and 41 seconds.
That would actually have been 2:43:41 on the 17th.
Got it. So it's an hour.
The hour
difference.
off.
Okay. Now, the next computer activity that you see for that is, would that be some kind of an ad or something like that?
The very next entry is an ad. That is correct.
Okay. And what entry comes up and the time for that?
2:43:48.
So we're talking about a period of 7 seconds that a person is looking at, or that the screen is showing something dealing with chloroform, and then it goes to something else.
No, sir. If you go to something like CNN.com, you might notice that there, or any other large commercial web page, you might notice that there are advertisements running all over that page. What your internet history is, or can record, is the fact that a lot of these ads are appearing from other websites. And the history record is recording that it is downloading that commercial or that advertisement from another site. So even though you haven't navigated off of that page, your computer has obtained the information from that website and placed it in the record.
Of course, you brought this out from the reconstructed this from the unallocated space to make certain of that, right?
Well, the history record comes from unallocated space.
But you can also extract that page and reconstruct it, can you not?
Under some circumstances you can, but under this circumstance we could not.
Okay. So you don't know what the screen was showing?
There is no way that I could know what that screen was showing.
So it's possible that this person, or whomever it was that was looking at the chloroform, 7 seconds later they were looking at something else.
I would have to say from the address that they did not go to another website, that was simply an ad which appeared on the screen.
At 1:43:59, do you see it going to another address?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what address was that?
Well, at 43:51, it's going to MySpace.
Excuse me. Sorry about that. You're right. So at the very least, we're talking about, or at the most, we're talking 10 seconds someone was looking at that.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Someone is looking at a screen that says that mentions chloroform, and then 10 seconds later they're at MySpace.
Oh, somebody did a search, a specific search for the term chloroform, and then subsequently went to a different website.
And that's the point, right? Because again, that picture from Ricardo with chloroform was on MySpace. So she might have seen it on MySpace and then looked it up because she didn't know what it was.
Which is MySpace.
That's correct.
Okay. Are you aware of defense evidence 1? May I approach the witness?
You may.
Have you ever seen that photo, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what is your understanding that photo is?
I've seen the photo.
Okay. Are you aware that photo was on Ricardo Morales's MySpace page?
Yes, sir.
It's beautiful.
I think based on the direct, those are all the questions that I have that aren't that aren't outside of the scope.
Redirect.
Just one question, I believe. Sergeant Stenger, why can you not reconstruct the page that is appearing in the deleted or unallocated space?
When you go online and you're surfing through the internet, what happens when you go to any particular website, where you went is recorded in a history record. such as what we're discussing here. In addition, all that material that's displayed on your screen, the web page, the pictures, any movies that are on it, sound, is all placed in a separate area. It's often referred to as the cache, or temporary internet files. And it's dropped into these folders so that your computer can rebuild what you're seeing on your screen. The difference being is that the record of where you went is kept in one place, and the contents of what you saw is kept in another. What you're seeing can be very complex. It can have a number of different files in order to display whatever it is that you're looking at. And when you delete that information, I may be able to recover the history, but the chances are I may not be able to find all the records and all the files that go into actually reproducing that web page as you saw it on that day.
To your knowledge, is the cashback program able to rebuild that?
Cashback can rebuild web pages, but only from what is called allocated space, where, in other words, the books are all on the shelf. It can find all those files and folders. It can then rebuild them for you. The program cannot extract all those files and folders from unallocated space. And of course, if they were overwritten, it couldn't recover them anyway.
All right. That's all the follow-up I had, John. Thank you.
Any additional questions on those issues and those issues alone?
Since you can't reconstruct the unallocated space or these pages, you don't know if some of these searches are from blogs or websites that, other than the recognizable ones, you don't know the authors of these websites, do you?
From the history line, you can look at it and you can tell where that keyword search was run from. In the one that you were discussing, sir, it was run from Google, and it was a search that was specific for chloroform.
My question to you, though, is talking about the searches. Yes, since you can't reconstruct the pages, you don't know what was actually written there.
I can't tell you what was displayed on that page when it came up. That is correct.
And you said can't, right?
I cannot.
Okay, sorry.
May the sergeant be excused?
Yes, you may.
Thank you, Sergeant. You may be excused, sir.
Thank you.
And that's it for this one. Another one in the books, guys. Woo! So, on the next episode, the plan is we're going to do that document deep dive and go through the Orange County Sheriff's Office investigative report and put together a list of sort of what the state's, key points are for their case. And I do believe, I'll have to look into it further, but I do believe that investigative report was in conjunction with Casey's arrest and upgraded charges, because initially she was arrested just on the making false statements to law enforcement. And the investigative report looks like it's supporting the murder charge. So that's what we will be doing next. And then the following episode, we will hear from, I think, what was his name? John Bradley, the fellow who wrote that cashback software and helped out in the case as sort of like a consultant, if you will. And then after that, we will be hearing from a crime scene investigator and the medical examiner. And Lee Anthony also makes another appearance as well. So we have all of that to look forward to and more. So as always, thanks for being here and for being a squirrel. And I'll see y'all on the next one.